Perfect. Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the NADA live stage. My name's Errol. I'm excited to be here with you. This is day 3. I know some of you are counting and go, well, it's really day 2 for me, but it is officially day 3 of NADA, and we're super excited to be here. We've got a lot of great things coming to you all day through the live stage, so we want to welcome you. For those watching us online as well, welcome, good morning. I know there was a lot of parties last night. I did not attend. I had a nice Uber Eats hotel room party myself. It was great food, but thank you for making it in this morning. And for those that are watching that didn't make it in, we'll see you a little bit later today. All right, so we're going to get started right into it this morning. Remember, a couple key things to take away. If you have not done so already, make sure that you download the NADA 2025 app. It is going to allow you to not only book out your own schedule, but also be able to keep up with everything that's ongoing. We have the live stage schedule, the main stage schedule, and also we have, of course, an active map that'll tell you where everything is located. Kind of give you a little bit of the lay of the land. If you go right down this main hallway on the right side, you'll see the NADA Pavilion. That's going to give you all things NADA. So if you have questions about 20 groups or any other educational programming or activities that's happening with NADA, you can go ahead right down this way on the right and find that. New this year, we also have our EV pit. So if you same way down the main corridor here, and to the left, you'll run into the EV pit. And that's a great resource and tool. If you have any questions about electrification, that's a great space to be able to go and get those questions answered, all right? So this morning, we're actually going to kick off, and we're going to talk about expense reduction strategies. And particularly, we're going to talk about looking at cutting costs, but not cutting growth. So to help me do that, I'd like to welcome up Deb Letcher. Deb, you ready? All right, come on up. Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm good. Thank you.
All right, please come on in and have a seat. All right, so what I love, and we're so far away. Hold on, wait a minute. We're so far away. I'm going to move over just a little bit. All right, there we go.
They're heavy.
Okay, so first off, Deb, what I love to do is just have you start by telling us a little bit about, from your side, from your experience, what you're seeing when it comes to the strategies that folks are employing, and then maybe talk about some of the good ways they're doing and some of the bad ways that they're kind of exploring those strategies.
I think what's happening is a lot of people are getting panicky and they start at the top, so they'll start at the biggest expenses first and start just cutting, right? And what happens with that it hurts the team. So if you're cutting your CRMs or you're cutting back on your DMSs and you're making those big drastic cuts, it affects the productivity of your team. Because honestly, they use these systems day in and day out. And by cutting it out, it hurts their whole productivity.
Absolutely. Okay.
So what people should do, in my opinion, is that they should start at the bottom. Look at your overtime. Look at your shop supplies. Are you over-expensing shop supplies? Are you giving too many out? So start at the bottom and move up. And work on the details first. And then you can go from the top down.
Absolutely. Okay, so in looking at those strategies, kind of following that model, going from the bottom and looking up, like from your experience, what are some best ways that I can identify things that are ineffective that I can cut them safely, but then ultimately lead to growth? Have you any experience working with
Yes.
folks that have done that?
Look at your invoices, because people will tack things onto your invoices without you even knowing. They'll add gas expense or they'll add admin expense or something. Have your AP or your office managers or controllers look at every invoice effectively every time and every month. Make sure you're tracking your expenses every month, and if they do take a big hike, make sure you understand why. That would work too.
Yeah, and that's a very good point, because we've talked about that sometimes. If you just are paying things out and not paying attention to the details, and
Right.
you're wondering like, well, wait, I paid out X amount of dollars last month, it went up this month. To your point, sometimes people start at that that top level.
Exactly.
So when they start at the top, instead of the way that you're suggesting about starting at the bottom and looking at the smaller details, what are some of the things that you've seen happen? Because it sounds like it does definitely impact the culture of those that are using the technology that's being cut, right?
Exactly. So as far as what I would do is, aside from the invoices, look at your overtime. Are your people just standing around? Are they, that's a huge expense. So if you look at your parts department, your service department, is their overtime 3 tenths, 4 tenths a day? That adds up on a monthly basis, right? Yeah. Looking at the invoices, looking at your shop supplies. There's so many small details that add up so fast that you don't realize it.
Gotcha. And so let's kind of walk through that practically. Let's say I've done that, I've looked at the invoices, and from what I can see, I've cut where I can cut.
Okay.
If I have to go with some of those larger expense items, what are some things that you can say, okay, I know this is a larger expense item. If you had to cut something, focus here, but don't do this. Because I know you mentioned a lot of times the DMS is kind of
Yeah.
one of the first things to go.
Talk to your team. Find out what they're using. And so when you're using your DMSs, what are you paying for? Make sure that they're using them all effectively, right? But have a conversation with your teams before you decide to get rid of something. And it goes with advertising, DMSs, CRMs, even your parts information and your parts software. There's software in the parts department and service department that your techs aren't using, your parts department is not even using, and you don't know it, right? You're paying for it, but you really don't know it. So have conversations and really drill down on just the fact that it's an expense meeting, right? And find out what's going on with them.
That makes sense. And what about, obviously, technology is becoming a new or consistent emerging, in our business. With AI and some of the other things that are now being inundated into the business, have you seen those things like inundating new technology into processes? Has that been helpful?
It's been helpful, but it's not, and again, it's processes. So if you're going to put AI, if you're going to do video MPIs, if you're going to do, the software is out there and it's brilliant software, it truly is. But if you're not using it and you don't have processes in place, or at least get the processes in place and the thought before you purchase it, so then it's effective. Otherwise, it's just going to be another expense to your bottom line.
That makes sense. And then I think, too, the secondary thing that goes with that is I can have all the tools in my toolbox, but if I haven't provided the training to properly utilize the tools, it's kind of a waste of an expense.
And it's not just the training, it's just the actual awareness, right? This is going to benefit you. So you sell them on the benefit of it, you make sure they understand it, and then you put it in. So don't come to the auto show and come to the show and buy all this stuff and then go back to the dealership and say, we're going to win. Oh, there we go. I thought my mic did. And then not tell anybody that you did it or why you did it or how you did it, right? So get them set up before you put it in place.
That's really good. And what about having the strategy of, like you mentioned, before I come to an NADA and I go to every booth and I buy all the things, should I look at a strategy of saying, what do we need? Or am I more so just trying to keep up with what the trends are? What's your best advice in that sense?
I think it could go both ways on that. I think need is a definite when you're coming to video MPIs or AI or something. That's a definite need today. But I also think it gets exciting to be ahead of the curve. But do your research. Don't come here and say, oh, this is awesome and it looks great on the screen and they're doing it all right here, but think about the long term at your dealership.
That makes sense. Let's talk about successful trends, right? So the main thing is about, reducing the expenses, but also, cultivating growth. What are some common things that you've seen from dealers or organizations that have been able to successfully do that, like reduce the expenses and still grow? What are they doing that's setting them apart from those that are kind of like you said, just looking at top down, I'm cutting what's expensive and going from there?
I think it's the utilization of what they have.
Okay.
I think they actually drill down with their CRMs, with their DMSs, and figure out what exactly they are using and it's effective for them. What's getting them leads in advertising, so they're not just throwing money at the wall, but they're actually looking at their GA4s and they're looking at what they're getting for their money, their ROI.
Got it. So
on a consistent basis, not a 6-month basis and not an annual basis. It's a monthly review of what's going on.
That's a really good point. You took the words right out of my mouth because it is, right? You can look at that and let's say, okay, at the top of the year, I've done, kind of this overhaul where I'm looking at everything. I'm really in tune and intensive. And then second quarter rolls around and I do nothing.
You're busy, you move on.
Yeah.
Sales are down, used cars are piling up in inventory. So yeah, you get distracted.
Right.
But
so
keep looking.
It is really one of those things that, like you mentioned, you have to prioritize it monthly because we all know trends change, things change.
And things pop up and you don't know. And it also happens, maybe you get double expense one month or they forget to bill it or they forget to post it. So you've got that going on too. But it's awareness. It's 100% awareness.
That's great. All right, great. And then what about so let's say, for instance, I am an owner principal or dealer principal and I really want to be able to do this, but I don't know how. Does NADA have resources to help me in figuring out how to do some of the things that
Oh,
we're talking
absolutely.
about?
I have controller 20 groups. So my 20 groups for controllers are 24 women, some men, CFOs, controllers, office managers, and we get together 3 years just like a normal 20 group. And we discuss processes, we discuss expenses, we discuss percentages, and it's a really good way for all of us to get together because we don't have the opportunities as sales managers generally do to talk and learn from each other.
Right. Now, let me ask you, when you're getting into these 20 groups, because a lot of us in the industry, we kind of think like, my problem is a unique problem. Like, no one else is going through this. No one else. It's my market, it's my demographic, it's my clientele, it's the area, it's the weather. Are you finding that, some of the things that they're facing are universal, or is it more specific things, and how
Oh,
are
no,
they
they're very
overcoming
common.
that? Okay.
So it's common amongst, especially controllers and office managers. We all have the, where does this go? What does this do? How do I talk to my service manager? How do I talk to my sales manager? How do I have this conversation? How do I cut this? And it's a constant. Yeah, it's very common
Yeah, it's good to know.
amongst us all.
Yes, and so for everyone out there, like you said, you're not isolated on an island. A lot of these problems and things that we're facing when looking at reducing expenses, like you mentioned, it's kind of common. What are some things that in the groups are coming out of how to solve? Like you mentioned having difficult conversations. What are some
Unapplied
best
time
ways?
is a big one.
Okay.
A lot of people don't know how to expense their unapplied time or how to count for it. They don't know how to do their WIP. Their work in process is a big one. So we talk about that often enough. And then we talk about just actually personnel. How do we hire? How do we get people that can bill a car deal? How can we do that? There's all sorts of things that are actually common to the job that we learn from each other. Mm-hmm.
That's great. That's great.
Yeah.
Now, if someone's out there and they're listening and want to kind of take it back or be involved, how would they get involved in a 20 group or find out more information on?
Come by the
doing
booth.
that?
I'm there all day today. I'm there till 5 o'clock, and we've got 2 other consultants that do 20 groups or controllers too. Come and chit chat with me or email me, and you can find my email and my information on the NADA.org.
Great. All right.
Yeah.
Good. Very good. And then what about, so overall, right? If I want to look at my system and I'm doing it monthly and I'm following all the steps, what are some of the things that I should be looking for to signify that I'm actually growing, right? Because it can be one thing to look at the systems monthly, but if I don't know what indicators to look for, how am I going to know that I'm actually growing?
Well, if your overtime is going down, let's say you cut the overtime, right? Or you cut the expenses in your shop supplies and they decide to start billing them out on a daily basis instead of a monthly basis on a parts time. So that you're going to see that growth as it comes along because it's going to decrease and decrease, and you're going to see it in your P&L.
There you go. So just look at that P&L statement and make sure and track it monthly, not annually.
Exactly, or semi-annually. Absolutely. It's a monthly job. Absolutely.
Good. All right. And then what about as far as like, okay, so I've done that. I'm tracking it, on a monthly, but the expenses still creep up. What are some things that I need to be doing? Because technology's changing. We talked about the implication of AI and training, and maybe I have turnover. What are some things that I need to constantly be doing to readjust and looking at? What are you seeing coming out of the 20 groups that?
I'd say personnel. I think because of the lack of being able to hire people recently, we're overstaffed. And I think you should look at each person and their viability in the dealership. I think that a lot of dealerships, because it's been so hard to get people, that they've literally taken anybody and anyone they can. So look at everybody's position and make sure it's actually worth having them, and maybe you can cut there. I also know advertising too with the VLAs and the GA4 coming out last July. A lot of people are throwing money at advertising right now. So be careful what you're using. Make sure that your marketing company is actually giving you the information that you need to make sure that it's actually working for you and it's not just sitting out there, right? So those are 2 things I'd really work at.
Yes, and I think personnel is a very big one, right? Because, of course, for a lot of us, there is kind of a ownership or family mentality in most of the dealership culture and environment.
Absolutely.
So sometimes it can be very difficult where I have onboarded this person and maybe I like them, maybe they're doing a good job, but like you said, it's a redundancy or it's something that, their place is not there. Or the other side of that is promotions. A lot of things that have happened in the dealership is looking at, okay, we did have this lull with personnel, and so maybe I've promoted people before they were ready.
Yep.
Are
And
those
that's
things-
processes too, right? So if you've got, and that's just evaluating your team again. So if you're looking at what they're doing and what their importance is and how they're effectively, I don't want to say helping, but how they're effectively producing for the dealership. And I think that with the technology today, we should have less people, not more.
That's very good. That's very good. Okay. We've got about 3 minutes left. Is there anything that you want to talk about as far as upcoming things or things that our NADA is doing that you're excited about or that you want to make sure that everyone's aware of?
I'm really excited about the fixed ops groups. We're getting more fixed ops groups. I think they are a necessity for your dealership. I think people should be a part of those. And the women's groups. I think that the women's groups are really important as just a networking aspect of it. I think it really helps us grow and it helps us produce more.
Yes, I agree. We talked a little bit about the women's groups yesterday.
With Colleen.
Yes, and it's exciting to see because one of the things that we obviously touched on is just being able to have that kind of not necessarily camaraderie, but just like-mindedness. You know, there's something where, and I mentioned it yesterday, if I go into a room and I'm the only man in the room, you know, it does feel different, you know, as opposed to when I go into a room full of guys, there's, for whatever reason, there's this different level of comfort. And so having those women's groups is very important because it's not a separation, but it's also identifying that, hey, there are things that sometimes I'm not going to bring up to the forefront just based on environment.
Yeah, and it's challenges, right? We have different challenges as women in the business. It's a little more challenging, and I've been in the business for 35 years and started as a receptionist, so I know what it's like to grow through this, and I think it's just really helpful and healthy to have other women to communicate with.
That's great. That's fantastic. Now, you mentioned that you're in the booth, so you're right down at the NADA Pavilion.
Yes, sir.
And so if anyone has questions or wants more information or looking to sign up for a 20 group or any of the things that we mentioned, make sure that you head down to the NADA Pavilion and definitely do that. So I think, again, just to recap some of the things that we want to just kind of look at when cutting expenses but not cutting growth, it's personnel.
Personnel,
it's also
start at the bottom. Start at the details before you start at the top. That's what I'm going to recommend. Always look at the bottom first and then work your way up.
That's it.
Yep.
That's it. It's that simple, right?
Yep.
Sounds
that simple.
Doesn't always feel that simple, right?
No, it doesn't.
Well, listen, Deb, thank you so much for your
Thank
time.
you.
Thanks for being here. Thanks for all of you for hanging
Thank
out
you.
with us. And again, make sure you head down to the NADA Pavilion, head down to the EV Pit, check out all the things that you're here for. I know a lot of us had an adventure and a journey to get here, so make sure you take in as much as you can while you're here, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Fantastic. Thank you
you.
again. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a great rest of the day. Well, that's it. So we're going to continue with our NADA live stage programming. We've got quick commercials that we're going to go into for day 3. So go ahead and take a look at the screen, and we'll be right back on stage shortly. Enjoy. Today is Saturday, January 25th, and day 3 of NADA 2025. And we have a busy day ahead of us, so let's put the pedal to the metal. This morning, get ready to laugh out loud as hilarious Frank Caliendo takes the main stage. Known for his spot-on celebrity impressions, Caliendo is sure to deliver a performance that will leave you rolling in the aisles. Then,
presenting the Time Dealer of the Year nominees.
You won't want to miss it. Plus, incoming NADA Chairman Tom Castriota highlights exciting NADA initiatives to keep dealerships running like well-oiled machines through 2025 and beyond. Then, head to the expo. Discover innovations and solutions that can rev up each department. Everyone's favorite charity auction is ready to rumble at noon today at the Open Lane booth, number 3713 on the expo floor. Help us support this important program that helps provide service dogs to kids, adults, and veterans. It's a great cause and a lot of fun. Stop in the NADA Pavilion to test drive NADA offerings from education opportunities to regulatory issues. Then it's time to shift your career into high gear. Our top-notch workshops and exchange sessions start at 12:30 p.m. and again at 3:30. Today's Spotlight series features Michael Dunn. He'll talk about China's advancements in EVs and how automakers and the U.S. government are responding. You won't want to miss it. New this year, Ask the Experts connects you directly with subject matter experts on topics such as tax laws, CRMs, compliance, and social media. Don't forget about the dealer franchise meetings beginning at 3 p.m. Check the mobile app for time and topics throughout the day. And remember, share your photos on social media using the hashtag NADA Show. All right. So again, we're going to keep the NADA Live Stage programming going. Want to thank you for being here and enjoying the NADA Live Stage living room. Next up, we're actually going to talk about dealer attitude surveys and data principles. And to help us leading the charge in that conversation, I'd like to welcome up Brian Clearly and Todd Milberry. So Todd, Brian, there you are. Thank you. Thanks. Come on in.
Morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Thank you for getting here.
Todd, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself real quick. Let everyone know
All right,
what you
so
do at
I'm
NADA.
Todd. I'm with Industry Relations. I've been with NADA about 11 years. I've been in the industry literally since birth because I came out of a dealer family, worked for an OEM, seen all sides. So love the show. Understand what so many of you are going through. Brian?
Yeah, Brian Cleary with Industry Relations at NADA, and we work with the manufacturers and go out and deliver the results of the dealer attitude survey and interface with the manufacturers. And that's what we're going to talk a little bit about today. Todd, why don't you talk a little bit about the NADA survey, what we do and how we do it, and just for everyone's benefit, the survey's in field right now and goes through February 6th. So if you haven't taken the NADA survey, please do, and we'll talk about why it's so important. Todd?
Well, the reality is the survey's probably older than half the people attending the show. I mean, it's been out there for 35 years. And just as any customer in a dealership gets a CSI survey in sales and service, this is really the OEM CSI survey. This is the dealer giving feedback that we deliver, Brian and I and our team deliver to every single manufacturer. So it's important. So, if you think about any particular brand you have, when's the last time you're able to walk up to the CEO, the head of sales, the CMO, and say, whatever you're doing is working, whatever you're doing is not working? Well, this is your chance to do it. Because the survey, we sit with every single company, the entire executive team, twice a year, rain or shine. And so that's the basic of it. It's a little long, this survey, we have to admit, but we ask questions designed to help us talk on your behalf about what's working and not in the business. It helps close the partnership gap that sometimes often exists in different areas. It's effective.
Great. Let's talk a little bit about how it works and why and some of the questions that we get relating to the survey.
You and I have both been doing long enough. We hear a lot of the same questions. And, one of the biggest things actually is it anonymous? And let's talk about that aspect. It is. We design all the questions. We have an independent partner that sends the surveys out and processes all the data. So no one knows, we don't even know who says what, who gave what scores. So that's the first most important thing, because that we found in the past has been the biggest barrier to participation. But we're looking at now about a 60% participation rate in the industry. And think about your marketing campaigns. If you had a 60% response, you'd be over the moon. So what this means is when we show up at these companies, the data has strength, it has validity. They can't say, oh, I know a guy that loves this program. I know some dealers that think this thing's the best. We get to say, you know what? We have the data that says this part of the business is working, this part of the business is not. So they may agree or not agree to make a change, but the truth is there because you've given us the truth. Strength in numbers is really what it is. And so the survey goes out twice a year. We leave it open. And the data is brought together. We provide the manufacturer certain cuts by region, sometimes by basic dealer sizes. The nice thing is for dealers, regardless of how many vehicles you sell, one dealer, one vote. You all have a business. That business matters. Doesn't matter where you are, how many cars you sell, or how successful you are with different aspects of your business. One dealer, one vote. Did I miss anything?
No, I think you covered most of it. A couple of questions that we hear from time to time is, well, what happens after the survey? You guys deliver the results. What do you do? So if you take the survey, you're going to get a survey summary with some basic information. And what we found is people are most interested in who is at the meeting and what level of engagement do you get. You want to talk a little bit about that?
This is pretty interesting. We get the senior leadership of every company. And there's a company, and I'll even give them by name. When we go visit with Infinity, there's about 140 people in that meeting, either in the room or online. Nearly the entire company joins at every level. It is seriously impressive, and it's been that way with them for years. We go see Ford, General Motors, Toyota, you name it, we're there, and the room is filled. And so, you know, the data is important. I tell you, we'll talk about the comments in a second, but the rooms are filled, and these are important. This is a very unique aspect of feedback for them. Think about all the metrics in the business. It really is astonishing, but this is one set of metrics, one set of input that they only get through NADA, through you all. And so think about the different companies you work with. I guarantee you, if you write a comment into the survey, I promise you it will reach the CEO of the company, because we deliver it all, every time.
Yeah, the manufacturers are really interested to hear some of the feedback and read the comments, and you'll see some of the most senior people asking when they're going to get the comments and how quickly they'll get the comments. So it's been pretty interesting. Let's talk about our dealer representation at the meeting. How are dealers represented other than just two guys delivering the data?
You know, so part of our job here is to be experts in the data, the statistics, the wonky stuff, and we are. But we're not dealers. Now, thankfully, NADA has a board that is only dealers. Every company we go visit, we have a line representative, a board of directors member who has the brand, who can speak truly to the operational challenges and successes. So Brian and I and our team talk about the data, and the dealer who has Lexus, who has Hyundai, who has the Stellantis brands, can talk about exactly what's going on, how certain programs are working or not, how certain communications are working or not. So together, between NADA Industry Relations and the dealers in the room, it's a powerful conversation. And it really opens up a much more productive dialogue than the data alone. Now, if you've seen the survey, taken the survey, and think about all the things we ask, this is the chance, because it's a private conversation, to open the door a little bit more to other things. Right now, you can imagine, we're talking about federal EV policy, CARB EV policy, the Federal Trade Commission, the Trump administration, the transition team. All those conversations we're bringing into the room. Because if you know anything about NADA, you understand that we have a very powerful legislative team, a very powerful regulatory team. I'm here to tell you that we've already had over 100 meetings with members on Capitol Hill and in the incoming administration. That is how active NADA is. Those are the things that we can do, the brands can't do, that we also talk about in these meetings. So the fact that we're in the room is very powerful, not just on the dealer voice, but on the industry voice as a whole.
Yeah, and Todd, one of the things that's important is thinking about what happens after these meetings. Is it just the dealer attitude survey meetings? No, we get to know the people within the brands, so when we do have issues and things come up, we can reach out to the right people, talk to them. We have relationships there. Our job is really relationship-based, and the survey offers us an opportunity to get to know everyone. We have 2 meetings a year where we can do that. Talk about some of the other meetings that we have that are outside of the dealer attitude survey process that have been created through the dealer attitude survey meeting process.
You know, as Brian talked about, we build these relationships in the company, which means when something comes up, we don't understand something, what they're doing, dealers call us for advice or insight or clarity. We have those relationships and can make those calls, and they call us for advice as well. And so at any given point during the year, there may be other reasons for discussions, but now we have the relationships, and everyone's comfortable talking to each other. We have an annual meeting in New York, just before the New York Auto Show. It's a full-day event, Auto Forum New York. It is really cool. It's Wall Street, it's industry insiders, it is OEM executives that come in to speak. So if you ever go to the New York Auto Show, want to go, these are one of the events we put on, and it's because of the relations we have in the industry, not just with the OEMs, but with every other aspect of the industry. We can get these people to come and talk about what's going on in the business. So the industry relations job, maybe you can say it starts with the dealer attitude survey, but all year round, every day of the week, we're talking to some dealer, some manufacturer about what's going on in your stores and what matters, and really to help bring clarity, to help parties talk more accurately, to bring transparency, to bridge the gap, and to bend the curve for dealer interests.
we talk a lot about family discussions and what's said in the room and what gets communicated out. Do you want to talk a little bit about our delivery process, why we handle things the way we handle them, and
Yeah.
might be helpful?
It's not uncommon. Last survey period, across all brands, we got 21,000 comments from dealers. We read all of them. It's like a couple versions of War and Peace in a very short time span, with a couple Moby Dicks thrown in. So it's a lot of comments. And of course, some of those comments from dealers are, your survey's too long. We feel for you, but thank you for taking it. And there's a lot of private topics that come up. And so we still want to have those conversations. And dealers say sometimes, well, we'd like to see the full set of results. We'd like to hear about every single detail of things you talked about in the meeting. I understand that. We understand that request. You took the survey, you want to know. There's so much private information that goes on, even market impacting, like Wall Street market impacting information. We really have to be careful about what we share. And where there's tough love to give, we give it. Where there's attaboys that have been earned, we give those too. But it just means that there's some restraint and discipline we have to show on how much we can share. So what we do is we do a write-up, a simple one page to talk about the high points, and to give you some of the data on how well the scores have moved. It's really interesting. Between NADA, 20 groups, all the financial information out there, we're a bit of some data geeks here, so we're always looking at the data and what it means. And it's interesting. Dealers, the best predictor of dealer satisfaction with an OEM is not actually profitability. That is surprising. Every couple of years we rerun this just to be sure, but it's not. It's about the partnership. There's actually a question in the survey that says satisfaction with input of dealer consideration. That is the #1 predictor of dealer satisfaction with the brand. It's about the partnership. This whole survey is a referendum on the partnership. How well are you communicating? Some brands don't have the same size portfolio as Chevy or Ford. Some have higher price vehicles, maybe better margins on average, maybe higher throughput. Every brand's in a different situation, and every dealer that has that brand has found a way to make it work. Acura, Audi, Fiat, they're all a different place. But if the sign's still lit and you're still selling cars, you found a way to make it work. And so everyone's got a different position, and as those conversations flow, we want to make sure that everything's put on the table in those meetings. As she said, unfortunately, we can't share everything. We are some of the guys that are in the room delivering the messages. Real human being having real conversations. Because we know it's important to you because you told us.
So we have a couple of minutes left here, and I want to talk a little bit about, you talked about working with councils and other dealer groups. From time to time, we'll hear, hey, there's a data policy or something that comes out. We have our data principles that we've put out, and maybe just talk very shortly and concisely about how we work with some of the councils to aid in what they do from our behalf.
If you think about the number of contracts out there that you have to sign, 50, 60? Sorry, that's probably just 50, 60 vendors into your store. 100 contracts? Not even kidding. Think about the amount of data flowing. Think about how the risk of data handling, data loss, leakage, hacking. We had to put some in place, some data principles, because we saw the significance growing. We saw the risk to dealers. You're all carrying cyber insurance, no doubt. The risk is high. OEMs want to do certain things with the data. You want to do certain things with the data. Probably every company out here would love your data to do something with it. And so the data principles NADA designed, and input from dealers, input from dealer councils, because we work very closely with all of them as well. And we began sharing these with all the OEMs to say, look, here's some rules of the road that make sense. The royal we in the data world is the dealer and the OEM. That is the royal we. The reality is the two parties have to work together to share the data smartly and safely to get business done, to be more efficient and effective. Now, for everybody else, yes, there's valued partners in the ecosystem, but the royal we is the dealer and the OEM. And the data principles are designed to help them think about when they sign contracts with other parties, when they ask you to sign a contract, make them think about the risks, the uses, the opportunities, It gives us, again, yet another foundation to talk to them and say, we think this contract has issues. It's out there on the NADA website. You can find it. It's not a secret. You can take to an OEM and say, look, this contract doesn't make sense. It doesn't align to the principles. The principles are common sense. Sometimes we all know common sense isn't always present in the room. So that's why NADA developed them. They've been very effective. And Brian, thank you for reminding me, I neglected to talk about dealer councils.
Yeah.
Dealer councils are invited to every dealer attitude survey meeting. Sometimes the entire council is there. We talk with them. They need to be in the room too. Their input is invaluable. Dealer councils are a pretty thankless job. We know what they get done. They deserve everyone's support because they often get a say but not a vote, and that's a huge difference. So we partner with them very closely as well. But the data principles these days, as the challenges of data, as there's not a single day that goes by that we don't hear about some hack, some dealer ransomware situation, these data principles will only become more important. So, look, when you're looking for a few minutes to kill, go to the NADA website, look up the data principles. They're out there. Use them with your next OEM meeting or vendor conversation. Say, look, how does your contract line up to this? There's really nothing there to disagree with. These are common sense pieces that you would apply, they should apply, if they're going to be fair about things.
Yeah. So 2 minutes left here. I just want to remind everyone to take the survey. February 6th is the close. Please do it. It's very important that the brands do listen. And I will tell you there's some great franchise meetings that are happening today, so attend those, ask questions. It's a great chance to hear from your manufacturers, and it's kind of a unique year where the manufacturers are skinning down their presentations to talk about your issues and listening and there to answer questions. So, please attend those today and make sure you take your survey and listen, because most of the manufacturers will reference our dealer attitude survey in there. Todd, any last thoughts before we wrap up today?
Some brands decided they couldn't stomach the weather. We all could. So their executives are not showing up. Our board of directors members will still be in those rooms. So some of the meetings at 11 and 3, they said, we're not showing up. Well, we're here. We're showing up. So please stop in and visit. Say hi to the line representative on our board, if even for 5 minutes. If you've got Subaru, their meeting's pulled ahead from Sunday to this afternoon at 3. And that's all. We're so glad to see you all here. Thanks for coming by the live stage. Have a great show, everybody.
Thank you.
Today's dealers expect excellence, and Zurich delivers. With over 100 years of experience, we support more than 2,300 auto dealerships nationwide, providing unparalleled service and solutions. From F&I products to sales and leadership training and profit participation to business insurance, Zurich helps dealers increase profits, protect their business, and enhance the customer buying experience. That's the power of the Zurich Advantage.
You can think of a recent deal you lost because your customer couldn't get approved on the car they wanted. But your lot is full of vehicles they can finance. What if you had a tool to instantly show you which ones? Save those deals with SelectFi.
All right, great conversation, great fireside chat. Once again, welcome to the NADA live stage. My name, of course, is Errol. I'll be hosting you all the rest of this remaining weekend, so hope you're enjoying it. Thanks for everyone out there that's watching online as well. We appreciate you being able to tune in. even if you couldn't make it here, you're still here virtually. So we appreciate you checking in with us as well. Next up, we're actually going to talk about the extended value of NADA Dealership Workforce Study. And to help us in that conversation, I'd like to welcome up Joseph Fleming and Kathy Palacho. Come on up. That's all right. Give them a round of applause, please. Thank you. All right, you got the clicker there. Good. Please come on and have a seat. Enjoy.
Thank you. Hi, good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Joe Fleming with NADA, and I'm pleased to be here and joined with Kathy Palachko, COO of Quantum 5 and ESIQ. Thank you, Kathy, for joining us. Today, ESIQ is working to make automotive a better place to work by leveraging dealership workforce data to build stronger teams, reduce turnover, and boost productivity. They are the engine behind the Dealership Workforce Study. And for those not familiar with the Dealership Workforce Study, it's one of the most authoritative and comprehensive studies on dealership workforce trends in the automotive industry with regards to compensation, turnover, retention, benefits, and more. Today, we are going to dive into how you can use this data in your dealership to not only attract but retain top talent. Kathy will share with us some strategies on how to do this, why retention is tied to profitability, and other strategies on dealing with cross-generational workforce. Kathy, thank you again for joining us. Could you please share us your role as COO of Quantum 5 and ESIQ?
Thanks, Joe. Thanks for having me. Happy to be here this morning. So I am the Chief Operating Officer for Quantum 5 and ESIQ, and my role is to make sure that we deliver value every day for our customers, our stakeholders, and our employees. And the old adage is that sales is the engine of business, but really employees are the engine of the business. Right. Without great employees committed to the mission, we don't have sales or revenue or profit or customer satisfaction or anything else. So really my job one is to ensure that we have a talented group of people that know what to do, and that is all about communication, how to do it, and that's making sure they have the training and the resources that they need, and most importantly, that they care to do it. And that's really about motivation and feedback, both positive and negative. And that role of really being in charge of building a great team is what every dealership does today. Every great leader does. That's their priority.
Right. Well, thank you. And can you tell us today why dealers should be focusing on retention and why it's so important right now?
Well, it's been important for a really long time, but there are really 4 reasons why it's a focus for us today. So first of all, we've proven through the years of doing the workforce study with NADA that retention leads to higher profit. Second, this is a very competitive marketplace, and new team members are expensive to onboard. There's the hard dollar costs of bringing those people on. Then there's the labor that it puts on your management team of constantly searching for people and bringing new talent into the organization. And so if we can increase retention, if we can have people stay with us longer, we'll save money, we'll generate more profit, our managers will be in a better place. And the bottom line is this is only going to get harder over time, right? As new generations are coming into the workforce that have different demands, we really need to focus on retaining the bright people that we've already invested in.
Right. Now, you mentioned that retention equals profitability.
It does.
Could you dive into more detail for us?
Absolutely. So over the years of doing the workforce study, we have proven that there is a correlation between 1-year retention and turnover and retention. And we've also combined that with all of the financial data that we've collected from a lot of the folks that partner with us. And so the chart that you're looking here basically says that if you can reduce turnover by 10 points or you can increase retention by 10 points, there's a financial benefit to doing that, and it results in increased profitability. And we've proved that, as you said earlier, right, we're the largest collector of payroll data across the industry. So we've analyzed that payroll data. We've also analyzed financial data of dealerships, and we've proven it out in the numbers year over year. It's consistent.
Right. Now, oftentimes dealers think that competitive pay is the only solution to keeping talent. Can you go into more detail on other solutions and strategies dealers can use to keep talent?
Well, I think first of all, we need to think of, if we all are familiar with Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? If you don't have food and shelter, nothing else matters. So if you don't have competitive pay, nothing really else matters. We have to start there. But if you're competitively paying in the marketplace, then what's next? What matters more? And that's where workplace culture really comes into it, is do I have a team that I feel that I belong to? Do I have work-life balance? Am I cared about in the dealership? Do I feel like I have a friend at work? Those are all important factors when it comes to retaining employees in the dealership.
Right. Now, when do you find from the data you collect is, the tenure where an employee reaches their peak productivity in the store?
Yeah, and so peak productivity really comes at around year 3 or 4. So what we know is that when an employee first joins an organization, they don't understand the norms. They don't understand what's going on in the environment, right? So they have a steep learning curve, and we see that in the chart that we're showing here, that there's a 14.8% increase in productivity from year 1 to year 2. That then continues on, not quite as steep, but 1%, and then 6% again. So by the time you reach the 3rd or 4th year of employment, people have kind of reached their peak productivity. But if you keep churning people in that lower 1-year area, you're letting a lot of profit, gross profit per employee, drive out the door. And by the way, that is how we measure employee productivity, as gross profit per employee. So take all of your employees, all of your gross profit, do the math, and that's gross profit per employee.
Right. Well, that's a very good point. And I remember from the data we collected from the 2023 calendar year, the average tenure for a sales consultant was only 2.6 years. So they're not reaching that 3-year mark where they can really maximize productivity for the store.
Yeah, and depending on the position, right? So salespeople have a much lower tenure than the fixed operations folks generally do. So.
Great. Now, I'd like to get into a little bit more about the cross-generational workforce.
My favorite subject.
Right. So we know that there are 5 generations working in the store right now, from the pre-boomer generation to Gen Z. And can you tell us a little bit more how dealers can manage this dynamic in the store?
Yeah, so it's really an interesting phenomena. As you said, 5 generations in the workplace. And you might not think that we have a lot of traditionals in business today, but I know here at NADA this year, we're honoring Roger Penske. Roger Penske is a traditionalist, and he still has a huge influence on his business. So our traditionalists are still very active in the workforce and influencing the culture inside of our dealerships. But the majority of the workforce really falls in those 2 next generations, the boomers and Gen X, and the 2 youngest generations, Gen Y and Gen Z. But there's another one coming, Gen Alpha is coming, and we've got to start thinking about them as well. So let me tell you kind of where the situation is. If you look at the chart that we have here, the dividing line between the 2 older generations and the 2 younger generations is about 47 years old. So if you're 47 and older, you have known life without technology. You can probably handwrite cursive. Maybe not great anymore, but you can still do it. If you're 47 and younger, you've never known life without technology. We've had one of these in our hands for 20 plus years. I can't remember what the anniversary of the iPhone is, but we're up there, right?
Right.
And as I look through the audience here, there's not a person that doesn't have one in their hands. The other thing that's happening is as we get younger and as we use this device more and more, our attention span is shortening. So a few years ago, a study was done on attention spans that showed that the average attention span was about 2.5 minutes before that squirrel moment we turn our attention to something else, right? That now today is down to 47 seconds. So 47 seconds, right? So when we think about the processing power and how we're engaging, there's a great cultural divide between what are our 2 older generations, which are a lot of managers in the workplace today, and our 2 younger generations, which are a lot of frontline people today. And we see that really reflected in the struggle that we're having across dealerships adopting digital technologies, right? We still have folks who are resistant to digital retailing and booking service appointments online and all that kind of stuff. Whereas our two younger generations, man, they embrace technology. They can't live without it. So it's a really interesting time in the dealership.
It is. And you mentioned the younger generations, and we noticed in 2023, 25% of the dealership workforce is Gen Z. And how are we, can you share with some strategies on how to attract those young generation looking for a job who may not be considering automotive as a career?
So the good news is the automobile industry and cars in general are still popular amongst young people, right? They still love the idea of getting their first car and driving. And I know there are some folks that are delaying their licenses, but the reality is young kids still today love cars. So we as an industry have an opportunity to reframe what it's like to work in the automotive industry, right? They love tech. There's a lot of tech in cars, right? They love the freedom of mobility. There's a lot of that in our industry as well. So it's really creating a value proposition for our employees, and they're looking for things like workforce-life balance. They're also looking for career development and opportunities to grow. And so to me, those are kind of the two things that are driving employees being attracted to our generation. It's the variety of work, it's the interest in technology, and for that we have to deliver to them a good employee value proposition.
Right. Now, we're noticing in most industries, the power is shifting from the employer to the employee. And can you tell us a little bit about how that pertains to the automotive industry?
Yeah, I've got a quote. I've got a quote here that is exactly what you started, right? That the balance of power has shifted from the employer to the employee, and that it's incumbent upon us as leaders then to begin building organizations that engage employees as sensitive and compassionate and creative contributors. And this is from Josh Bersin. He did a lot of work with the Deloitte organization, which I'm sure many of us know. But he's come up with a theory called the irresistible organization. He's studied employees and how they behave. He's looked at a lot of data from organizations that measure employees, Glassdoor being one of them, and their employee ratings. And one of the things that he found is in studying the kind of the bell curve of Glassdoor is at the very top, those organizations tend to have happier, more productive employees, and they tend to generate more profit. Well, why is that? He looked at the factors, and he came up with this chart. So this is a chart that outlines what are the tenets of an irresistible organization. And it starts with things like meaningful work and hands-on management and a productive work environment, career growth, and trust in leadership. Now, I highlighted on this chart a few of the things that I think are most relevant when we're talking about a dealership, and that is autonomy, right? There's a lot of independent work in a dealership, whether it's a technician in a stall working independently or it's a salesperson working with a customer one-on-one. There's a lot of autonomy. Small teams, right? That goes with some of that autonomy. Coaching and feedback. We don't do enough of that across the industry. Fair performance management. This goes back to your question about compensation, right? Compensation, it's not necessarily about how much, but is it fair? Is it equitable? Is it recognizing my value as a contributor? Then we get into that flexible work environment. Interestingly, I had a chance to speak at one of your 20 groups recently and had an example of a dealer principal who was of the two older generations with his general manager of the two younger generations. And they got into a conversation in our group about work-life balance. And it was interesting that the dealer principal felt that work-life balance was, I got to give all my employees this time off, and what do I get in return? How come they're not paying their dues? And the general manager was like, well, wait a minute. The younger generations have watched the older generations work tirelessly, work hard, and for what, right? The younger generations are valuing their personal time more. They're valuing that opportunity to go to the kids' soccer game, to have a weekend away with a spouse or a friend. And so they're really looking at what's the value proposition? What's the trade-off here? Yes, I'm willing to give a lot, but I also want the fair return. And so, again, going back to that generational divide, it's coming to appreciate each other and looking at these tenets of an irresistible organization and saying, how can I create that in my dealership environment?
Wow. Well, thank you. That's great points. Now, other than the snowstorm disrupting us this week, What do you see as the biggest disruptors in the automotive workforce in 2025?
Yeah. So in my opinion, there are two things. One we've been dealing with for a while, and that is technology, right? Technology is going to continue to change the way we work, right? We're all here today at NADA, and there's a lot of talk about artificial intelligence, AI, right? Who's not wondering how AI is going to impact our lives? Well, the bottom line for me is that AI is going to take away a lot of the grunt work. It's going to do a lot of the processing. But when we have a lot of that taken away from us as employees, what's left behind? Our need to be more of who only we can be, human. And so when we talk about kind of what's the challenge ahead, it's how do we enhance our human skills? How do we enhance communication? How do we enhance relating to one another? How do we build more value in our relationships? So that, to me, is one challenge. The second challenge for me is, as I mentioned earlier, Gen Alpha coming into the workplace. So full disclosure, I have a son that's a technician. I have a daughter that's a high school teacher. My daughter, the high school teacher, is telling me about these kids that she has in her class. These are 10th and 12th graders who don't know how to behave in a classroom anymore. Think about it. We're now starting to graduate, both from high schools and university, the generation that was the pandemic, right? They don't know how to behave. They don't know the social norms. Someone told me the other day that they ran into a high school kid, didn't know how to install a printer, right? Because a lot has been done for them. A lot is being automated. And so those kids, that generation Alpha, it's coming at us. It's coming into the business environment. They're 15, 16 right now, right? Those that aren't going to go on to college are starting to think about jobs. Those that are going to go on to college, again, we're graduating college students that don't have really marketable skills anymore. So this is a big challenge for learning organizations across industry, and in particular in the dealership, where we may not be devoting enough time into the training and education of our frontline staff.
Yeah, exactly right. Now we have just a few more minutes here, and if you could just share with us one piece of advice or takeaway that our audience here could take with them today from our presentation, and retention equals profitability.
Yeah. So for me, it's listening to your employees. And listening comes in many forms. Yes, there's listening, you and I sitting one-on-one, us having a conversation. It's listening by looking at the data that you all have available to you, and that begins with the workforce study. Every year, the workforce study turns out where you are in the competitive landscape as a dealership. Are you offering your employees competitive compensation? Are you offering them a good benefits package? Are you offering the kind of hours and work-life balance that they're looking for? So the workforce study is part of it. If you're not surveying your employees from an engagement standpoint, that's something that you should be adding to your mix, to have the voice of employee help drive your employee culture and address the things that only they can help you solve in the dealership environment. And by the way, one of the best target audiences for your employee engagement surveys are your technicians. Your technicians are these silent workers in your dealership, and they have so much to say. Anytime I do focus groups inside of a dealership, I love to have technicians there. So if you're not up and walking around your dealership and talking to everyone in the dealership and getting their input on what could be better at work, that's a key thing to do. So for me, it's all about listening, and listening at every level.
Exactly right. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure joining you on stage today, and thank you all for joining us here in New Orleans.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Vehicles for Change is an opportunity for people who don't currently have safe, reliable transportation.
We take donated cars and repair them, and then we identify families who need a car to get to and from employment to escape poverty. I'm Martin Schwartz. I'm president and founder of Vehicles for Change, and been working with the folks at NADA for a couple years. Transportation has been identified as the #1 barrier to employment for low-income families since back in 1999. Without a car, you really can't access life. NADA is an amazing partner for Vehicles for Change because they understand how important a car is to transforming the life of a family.
Well, Vehicles for Change has been something that NADA has been actively engaged in over the years in helping needy families throughout the country.
You know, it really shows just the value of being a car dealer and the services that we provide.
The National Auto Dealers Association has always helped dealers find ways to give back to our country and to our industry in really impactful ways.
This is what dealers do. We give back to the community. I encourage, truly encourage, all the members of NADA to get involved.
I think every dealer should participate in this.
We look forward to dealers all around the country getting to know and participating with Vehicles for Change.
We always say it's very expensive to be poor, and a car provides them the opportunity really to alleviate some of those expenses.
Vehicles for Change and the dealership, my dealership that I got my car from was from Bowie. I want to say thank you for everything. And I hope that you can give this opportunity to some more single moms, single dads, anyone that's in need.
We have families that are in desperate need to get out of poverty. So if you have a dealership and you can donate one car a year, boy, that would be hugely impactful for the families that we serve. When you get to see the families get cars and see the opportunities in front of them, it's by far the most impactful thing that we get to do.
All right, some great information there from Kathy talking about the workforce and things that are changing. And it's a lot that's changing. It's a very interesting time in our history. Did you guys know that they've even changed the way that they're doing weight now? Did you guys know that? Are you familiar with that? Do you know, Anthony, do you know the way that they actually are measuring and weighing millennials now? Instagrams. It's how they get weighed now. You'll take that one home with you later. All right, guys, we're going to continue to have fun and moving. Again, great information. Once again, we want to thank you for being here at the NADA live stage. We want to thank you for joining us and being with us. My name's Errol. I'll be with you all weekend. Also, remember, download the NADA app. If you have questions, you can visit the NADA Pavilion and or the EV Pit, both down in this direction. So next up, we're going to talk about one of the great advantages that NADA continues to do, and that is new offerings, right? Education, groups, joinings. There's always something new. We highlighted 2 new programs, podcasts, and also a new 20 group coming, but we're going to continue in that, and we're going to talk about a new upcoming 20 group. And to help me do that, I'd like to welcome up Augie Vasquez. Augie, you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, please come on up. Good to see you. Welcome.
Good to see you too, buddy.
Absolutely. All right, so come on here. I'll put you here in this chair. And I know that there's thanks for being here. I appreciate that. So obviously we have 3 chairs here on stage, as you all can see. Our dealer principal, Boris Lopez, who's from South Day Toyota and Kia in Miami, was not able to make it, but I'm pretty sure they're watching online. So hello, welcome. Sorry you couldn't be here with us, but we've got a chair here for you, so you're still here nonetheless, all right? So I talked about it being a new 20 group, but I didn't give the title of the 20 group. So you want to share the title with everyone?
Yes, it's 20. It's the growth and connection of Hispanic 20 groups, and we're really enthused about that because there's a lot of managers and a lot of dealers that have asked for 20 groups in Espanol. And so it's something that we're able to do.
Fantastic. And so one of the things that we talked about is that you and Boris were actually going to have a conversation in Espanol, and me, my Espanol, not so much.
It's all right.
Not good. So I would love for you to still engage with the audience because, like I said, I know that there are some that are watching that couldn't be here with us in person. But talking about the 20 group specifically, connection and growth, and as you mentioned, we are launching the Spanish-speaking 20 group. When is that 20 group going live, and what are some of the things you're excited about that are coming out of that?
We're thinking that this is going to happen probably about mid-year.
Okay.
And so we're preparing, and there's a lot of dealers that are raising their hand, and so we're taking note of that. And so as soon as we get a good number, we're going to launch it. We're ready.
That's great. That's fantastic. Now, what do you think is some of the unique things that will come out of this particular 20 group versus some other 20 groups?
Well, obviously we're not going to reinvent the wheel. I mean, NADA already has a very effective way of conducting 20 group meetings for managers and dealers. And so we're going to do the same thing. We're going to mirror that, and we're going to do it in Spanish.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think that having that comfort, we talked about it a little bit yesterday, right? Well, NAD is coming out with the women's group, and also now obviously we have the Spanish-speaking groups that are coming, and it's just adding that layer of comfort, right?
Yes.
And why do you feel like that's an important thing? Like, why now are you seeing, or do you feel like we're seeing that emergence of this being an important feature?
Well, obviously, the Hispanic community is growing. The Hispanic dealers are growing. And there's a lot of managers out there that would like to, really go deeper and ask the right questions, which sometimes they're not able to do it in English. And so when we have these conversations with these dealers and these managers, it's important that they really understand the content, and we're able to do that.
You know, that's such a great point that you mentioned, and I think sometimes it gets overlooked, right? Especially, just being, like you said, being able to understand the content and being able to fully absorb everything that's going on. And sometimes, if English is not your first language or not the language you're most comfortable in on your day-to-day, especially if that's not the language of necessarily your clientele or your dealership environment, then you can miss something, and a lot of times people won't necessarily raise their hand or admit that, hey, I don't understand. Instead, they'll act as if they understand and not really get the full benefit.
That's right. So NADA uses a composite, a financial composite, and we're able to go ahead and dive deep. We can do a deep dive in great detail, go through all departments, sales volume, gross profits, just inventory management, everything. And so we're going to do that in Spanish as well. And so these managers are going to be able to understand excess inventory. NADA has certain particular operating guides that if they follow these guys, and it helps them go ahead and meet, their goals or objectives. And if they maintain those particular operating guides within their operations, they're going to be very profitable.
Yes, that's great. And, in thinking about just the benefit of the group as a whole, I'm also thinking about markets to where, as a dealer principal, maybe I'm in a market that, like you said, the Spanish community is emerging, and maybe I'm not fluent in Spanish. Someone like myself, I could also benefit if I'm, let's say, working on learning or growing my Spanish language. This would be an opportunity for me to be able to be more fluent as well.
I got to tell you, at the academy, there's dealers from Venezuela, from Mexico, from a lot of places that all they speak is Spanish. And so when they go to the school, the academy, sometimes I've been privy to be there. And so the instructors are asking me, you can go ahead and properly translate, make sure that they understand the material. And so we know that the Hispanic 20 group is going to be a big hit.
That's great, yeah. And it's, one of the things that I love that we've continually talked about that NADA does is just serving the members. Being able to recognize and identify the need is something that I think is just continue to be displayed with NADA by the offerings, by the programming, by understanding that there's not just one way.
That's right.
Our dealers are nationwide, and so we have to be able to adapt and grow with our dealers and the things that they're encountering on a daily basis.
That's absolutely correct. And we're able to focus on expense controls, on inventory management, access management, frozen capital. I mean, just sales volume. The list is endless of the topics that come up. The dealers are raising their hand and says, hey, listen, I need help here. I need help there. And the power of the 20 group is that there could be a dealer that could be in the bottom, and then there's another dealer that's doing very well. So the power and the energy of these 20 groups is that dealer can contact the other dealer that's on top and say, hey, you're doubling my numbers. I mean, why are you so productive, so effective in this particular category? I mean, what do you do? What's your process? And so that engagement between dealer and dealer is really phenomenal, and that's what 20 Group does, and it's going to do the same with the Hispanic version.
Absolutely. And I think that is one great thing to highlight about the 20 groups that I absolutely love is that it's non-competing, dealers, so they're willing to share that information and insight because I don't have to worry about, I'm competing with this person, so I'm going to keep my secret sauce to myself.
That's right.
I can actually share this because it's all about growth. And like you mentioned, being able to form those relationships to be able to say, hey, I've shared this best practice with you, and even if I'm doing well in this area, maybe there's something that you're doing that I can pick up on, and that's one of the biggest advantages.
Yes, absolutely. You know, processes is key, and when they learn to understand what the NADA guides and why those guides are important, and they start pushing their personnel, their people, their staff to understand that as well. So, you know, what they learn and they take back to the dealerships from these 20 groups, they implement them. And there's an old saying, I mean, we're only as good as whatever we're able to implement.
Yes.
And so we discuss those things, and you know, performance is going up.
That's great. Now, you mentioned being able to be privy in some of the rooms where there were dealers from other areas. Can you share with us, if you can recall, a story or something unique that's happened where you were able to tangibly see that you're being able to be there and translate or have that communication really helped change the understanding level?
Yeah, so in one particular case, they were talking about excess inventory, right? And you know, the concept was making sure that you knew how to right-size your dealership. That means that, you know, in layman terms, if you go to your kitchen, in your pantry in your kitchen, and you open up the pantry and you got 100 boxes of cereal, well, that's not, you know, it's not logical, right? So
well, I really like cereal.
I know.
Go ahead.
But why would you want to have, you know, 3 or 4 times as much inventory in your parts department, for example, and have, you know, that those parts wind up going obsolete just because it's not right-sized? And so it was an interpretation that I was able to do with one of these dealers, Hispanic dealers, and all of a sudden it clicked, you know, and I shared the formula, how to, you know, for him to be able to calculate the excess inventory that he had.
Yes.
And so once that happened, I mean, it was like, boom. I mean, it opened up, and he says, man, I need to get going on this, because, you know, excess inventory, frozen capital, you know, a lot of times those are deferred losses. Those are future losses that you shouldn't have to take just because of bad management. So we teach those skills and that information so that they can right-size their dealership.
Yeah, and that's great. I mean, I think that's a very good real-world example. Mm-hmm. And like you said, just sometimes being able to hear it in a different way that's more comfortable for you to understand, that's one of the biggest things that I think is going to come out of this group. And I'm really excited. I know you said that this is mid-year we're thinking about launch?
Thinking about mid-year. Don't have any specific dates. It might be sooner. It might be just a little bit later. It all depends on the engagement. But we're seeing a lot of hand raisers out there. So I think it's probably going to happen sooner than later.
Fantastic. Now, for anyone out there watching or anyone here in the audience joining us, if they want to find out more or get signed up, how can they find you, or what's the best way to get on board?
Well, they can definitely go to NADA.com. If you're here on location, you go to our booth and we can sign you up. We can give you brochures. We can give you information. You can contact me. It's VasquezA@NADA.com, and I respond pretty quickly.
There you go. I love it. Well, Augie, before we get out of here, we got just under a minute left. Anything that you want to give or share, any golden nugget you want to share before we get out of here today?
You know, this is about connection. This is about growth. And NADA is very enthusiastic, very excited about this program, and it's going to be a big hit. Earlier, we had another NADA representative talking about the women's group, talking about all the webinars and classes that we have. This is just one other facet that NADA, we're here for the dealers, and it's all about you. It really is.
Yeah, that's great. And it's really good to see, because it's one thing to say it, but it's another thing to be able to have the programming, the education, the groups, the podcast, all the things that support everything that we say. So when we say, hey, we're here for you as the dealer, there's a ton of track record to back that up, and that's really exciting. Well, Augie, thank you so much for being here. And once again, another shout out to Boris Lopez, our dealer principal that could not be here with us. Hopefully you're watching online. We appreciate you being here online with us. Sorry you couldn't make it here in person, but next year, right?
Gracias, Boris.
All right. Thank you all for being here as well. Really appreciate it. Augie, thanks again.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Today is Saturday, January 25th, and day 3 of NADA 2025. And we have a busy day ahead of us, so let's put the pedal to the metal. This morning, get ready to laugh out loud as hilarious Frank Caliendo takes the main stage. Known for his spot-on celebrity impressions, Caliendo is sure to deliver a performance that will leave you rolling in the aisles. Then,
presenting the Time Dealer of the Year nominees.
You won't want to miss it. Plus, incoming NADA Chairman Tom Castriota highlights exciting NADA initiatives to keep dealerships running like well-oiled machines through 2025 and beyond. Then, head to the expo. Discover innovations and solutions that can rev up each department. Everyone's favorite charity auction is ready to rumble at noon today at the Open Lane booth, number 3713 on the expo floor. Help us support this important program that helps provide service dogs to kids, adults, and veterans. It's a great cause and a lot of fun. Stop in the NADA Pavilion to test drive NADA offerings, from education opportunities to regulatory issues. Then it's time to shift your career into high gear. Our top-notch workshops and exchange sessions start at 12:30 p.m. and again at 3:30. Today's Spotlight series features Michael Dunn. He'll talk about China's advancements in EVs and how automakers and the U.S. government are responding. You won't want to miss it. New this year, Ask the Experts connects you directly with subject matter experts on topics such as tax laws, CRMs, compliance, and social media. Don't forget about the dealer franchise meetings beginning at 3 p.m. Check the mobile app for time and topics throughout the day. And remember, share your photos on social media using the hashtag NADA Show. All right, so once again, I know everyone's looking. It's funny, whenever I say, oh, it's day 3, I see some of you looking like, is it really? It's like kind of day 2 for me, right? Obviously, there was some fun getting here. I had 2 flights. I had my iPad in one hand, my phone in the other, and I was basically playing a game of whoever could get me here first. That was who I was going with. I canceled my other flight while I was on the flight that I was actually on my way here. So, again, we want to thank each and every one of you that made it here. Is there anyone here that's local to New Orleans? Welcome. All right. How was your travel in? Okay, so we don't have time to talk about that because she was like, no, I'm just teasing. I know it was new for you, snow. I'm from Detroit, so when they said it was 12 inches of snow here, I was like, but I understand it's a completely different world when you don't normally deal with it. So again, thanks for being here. All right, guys, we're going to continue with the live stage. We're excited. We're going to hear next from Car Cutter, and what we're going to talk about is the automotive retail, digital merchandising, and the symbiotic duo between the two. To help us do that, I'd like to welcome up Jason Dowry and Brian Free. Gentlemen, stage is yours.
Good morning, everybody. So, as we just talked about, I want you guys to take a step back and think about any of the last interactions you've had with buying something. It can be shoes, it can be a purse, it can be groceries. One of the central driving factors of that purchase has been the visual content. And again, the important thing is it doesn't matter what the price point you were shopping for. If you come to a site looking for shoes, Nike's the example here. If you look at this site behind me, it looks really similar to an automotive site. You have a carousel of images, you have a search bar on the left. That's a site you want to interact with because that's what you've been accustomed to. That's what you see, that's what you interact with. Now, keeping Nike in mind, what happens if you showed up to Nike and it looked like this? Who's buying from a trusted brand like Nike that nobody's questioning the products when they display them in this way? It does it at different price points. Are you going to take it to like this picture, the sideways picture, or are you going to take ones that have taken merchandise? Sites today. You invest dollars, millions of dollars creating these sites. It's essentially running towards the goal line. You've got the, and right when that, this is 20, 30 dollars, and we a pair of shoes with car going to review with Brian is how to take that past something like this. I'd like to stage.
Good morning, everybody. I was so everything we're talking about was super critical in the world, right? So managing 300 tier 3 web, having the right merchandising for our products was key. We went through this, that journey of missing photos, not having a consistent photo order. So mission one was made sure we all, if we didn't have actual photos, we had stock photos, and then we had a template to follow. So there was a set order of exterior photos, interior photos. So we did the basic blocking and tackling phase one. Now, in this world, and where customers expect this on all e-commerce sites, right? They want to see the products. They want to live those products. We really needed to stand up. With 300 different dealerships, 300 different locations, some didn't have the right staging areas, not the right lighting. You see, a truck in the background, a panel truck. We wanted that consistency you see on other sites like a Carvana, where every car goes through a booth. AutoNation couldn't afford that, right? Having a booth in 300 locations, that just does not scale. So we hooked up with CarCutter and really made sure that all of our vehicles, no matter where they are on the internet, had the same look and feel. And in addition, we also included branding elements. So, when you look at, say, AutoNation.com or you go to Cars.com, AutoNation vehicles because they all are consistent, first-class imaging backgrounds.
And so that element that made you realize that vehicle imagery was essentially the key priority. So it was being able to get consistency. And as you mentioned, it wasn't about doing this across 300 dealerships, because each of these dealerships is a unit in of itself. So you had to convey the necessity to scale with them, and doing it in other ways that aren't digital, and especially with the integration ecosystem. Can you tell us a bit about that?
Sure, absolutely, and it's a great point. It's whether you're a 300 rooftop dealership or a single dealership, right? You all have invested in your technology and your processes for your inventory and for distribution of it, right? So you don't want to add another vendor to the solution that makes to change that, right? That makes it complicated. We were able to plug in CarCutter right into our existing infrastructure. They worked with all of our vendors, worked with all the integrations, website, third parties, really made the job easier, right? That's everybody's dream, that you're not introducing technology and introducing a whole new set of problems. You have a vendor and a partner who's working to make sure that they can do that work for you.
Perfect. So when you're looking at this, and again, this doesn't matter if you're the size of AutoNation with 300 at-scale projects, or a 1 or 2 rooftop organization. What were the main roadblocks you faced when looking for a solution to bring better imagery?
Sure. And so the roadblocks are few, right? All this is hard, right? When we opened up and said, image coming soon, having blurry photos, right? We all know the importance of having quality images, but why don't we in the automotive industry? Because it's really, really hard, right? I think you all agree with that. There's lots of different players. So the roadblocks are, as always, consistent photography, using templates, right? Making sure that if you're doing it in-house, right, that you have a tool and products that make sure your photographers are doing it the right way every single time. So it's not like, hey, one guy comes on one day and another guy comes on another, and the photos look completely different, right? Or if you're using a lot service vendor, making sure that they follow the processes that you set up. So all these are roadblocks to getting it right. And then again, the last one is, most dealers don't have the space or the opportunity to have a proper staging area with the right background, with the right lighting. A solution like CarCutter solves that for you and gives you that professional quality image across all of your vehicles. We had 100,000, that's great, that's a lot, but a single dealer, the same concepts apply. You want that same quality image so your vehicles stand out against your competitors.
And I think that's one of the most interesting things is what you're telling me is your dealers quickly recognized the impact that having all of their images looking the same, no matter if they were taken in California or in Florida or in Maine, they were able to create that AutoNation look that I think a lot of people are very familiar with today with that gray slate background.
Right, exactly. And that's it. And making sure that no matter where it is, right, it's your own dealer websites. It could be portals. It could be, the automotive partners, your advertising partners. the Cars.coms, the KBBs of the world, right? You want that same look no matter where your customer's traveling. You know they travel, right? They're on all these different websites, but they know your inventory. And really the big thing is when you're looking at it, right, is what do you want? Not only do you want professional looking inventory, you want people to engage, right? That's the whole key. And that's what really, you know, when we were looking to say, how do we take it to the next level, was we wanted more engagement, people clicking through cars, clicking through the photo galleries. That tells you they're invested, and what does that lead to? Website conversions, which is what we're looking for here.
Perfect. And so now the big piece, because all this is great, but what about the impact?
Yeah.
If it doesn't drive something, and again, think back to the example with Nike. There is something we are all predisposed to do today, is we want to operate in the same visual space. If we're looking at something, and every time we change what we're looking at, we have to reset our minds to disregard the noise in the background. That's one of the big pieces with AutoNation.
Absolutely. And again, you know, you use the analogy of Nike, right? That customers, anywhere else they shop on the internet, right? They expect that, right? If you went to a site and you said, hey, I'm looking at sneakers, and the photos of the sneakers were blurry, or they were dark, right? Or they were kind of like, just didn't look right, you'd be like, you wouldn't accept that with a sneaker, but would you accept it with a $50,000, $60,000 car? You really wouldn't, right? And then again, is you're spending all this money to drive eyeballs to your websites, right? Whether organically or paid, right? And you want people not to bounce, right? You want them to convert. How do you do that? You have to engage them, right? You have to showcase and merchandise your products, your vehicles, and excite the customer to go further into that buying experience and ultimately converting.
And we all know that the GMs, we have a very healthy king of the castle mentality in a lot of these. And what we often see is there's a resistance to changing in processes. So what's interesting with AutoNation is we took a step back and we did a kind of a second level process that we didn't impact the GM's day-to-day lives. They were able to continue what they were doing. But what was the impact that the GMs brought you after they got used to this change?
Yeah, I mean, what they were, they're just happy that it's one less thing to do, right? We all know that. You know, my day as the VP of Digital Marketing was handling the stores, right? They're saying, hey, I'm not happy with my photos, right? I don't think we're merchandising correctly. Well, when you get a solution like this, and when you have a partner that works with you, right? Those calls disappear, right? That you have partners that get the job done, right? That's what we're all looking for. Again, you know, going back, it's really, really hard, right, to get this right. There's a lot of steps from, hey, this vehicle landed on my lot today, to getting it to getting it recon, to getting it photographed, to getting it onto your website, to getting it onto third-party websites. Right? There's a lot of hoops in this world, this ecosystem that we're in. So having a partner that helps you and gets automotive, right? It's not like, you know, hey, we're in this other industry, but you know, we're going to apply this to cars. CarCutter is automotive. That's what we do, right? We do it here in the U.S. We do it internationally as well. We do it with the manufacturers. That's what's important.
And you mentioned a little bit earlier, a big part that pulls any organization back is not only the fear of change, but the perceptive difficulty to integrate. And as you were just saying, our deep knowledge of the automotive industry and our connections in there allowed AutoNation to seamlessly move from a disjointed process to one that's completely uniform.
Exactly. And again, it's having those vendors, right? Vendors work with vendors too, right? That it's not like, hey, if something breaks, it's like AutoNation has to call, say, a dealer.com, right? We're looking for partners to say, hey, the relationship is between CarCutter and dealer.com. They solve these problems, right? Back to that analogy of a General Motors. We don't want our stores having to figure that stuff out, right? We want stores to focus on selling cars, right? The marketing, the presentation on websites, the working on conversion, all that should be done by others, right? And that they're focused on again, selling cars. That's the key thing. So having vendors that understand the ecosystem, that work with each other, that are agnostic, right? If you said, hey, you know, I was using HomeNet for my inventory distribution, but now I want to use vAuto, right? That doesn't trip anybody up. It doesn't break everything. It doesn't make you start from the beginning, right? It's just plug and play, off you go. Another thing we haven't mentioned about CarCutter, and what was really important for us, is live support, right? It's not like, hey, it's an AI engine looking at vehicles, right? Things happen, right? 100,000 cars, and even if you have 50 cars, right? One or two bad photos, get through it. It's just a fact of life. But how do you get those fixed? And do you have to do that? Like, do you really want every morning a GM or somebody to look at every photo on a website, right? That just doesn't work, right? So having partners that have live people that are supporting you and fixing things without you having to pick up the phone and say, you know, this image is horrible, right? If there's a bad image out there, guess what? It's a detect it and correct it. It's really important.
Perfect. So I think a big point of this, and it's really the piece we were driving home, is there has been a disconnect between the behaviors we expect as consumers when we're consuming anything. And again, it doesn't matter if it's groceries, it doesn't matter if it's a $100 pair of shoes, doesn't matter if it's a television sold at Best Buy. There is a behavior that we expect to interact with live on websites. And that is driven through the quality and the power of the images. And the interesting thing is, again, dealers do so many things right. If you think of the time and the investment spent walking the lot, making sure all the bumpers are aligned, making sure that cup that's floating out there disappears. And what we often talk about is how many times does somebody push the door of a dealership on a Monday morning or on a Tuesday afternoon or even on a Wednesday, versus how many people are constantly hitting your site. They're constantly seeing what your inventory online looks like. The days of somebody putting the family in a car, going down, spending an entire Saturday, driving the auto mile, seeing what's there, having 50 conversations, those don't exist so much anymore. They might do it, but they're coming with the armor of seeing everything you've already had online. And a coming soon sticker and a bio of what that car is isn't going to get anybody to land and push the door of your dealership. So again, the effort that's put making everything spick and span lined up at the dealership for the few hundred people that could push through the week versus the thousands, if not 10,000s of people who are going to judge you not on the size of your dealership, not on the visual aspect of your showroom, but they're going to judge based on what you're showing online. So always keep in mind that the behaviors you have as consumers, and it doesn't matter what you're consuming, are the same that people have in dealerships, but the costs are enormous. The investment for a vehicle and the ability to, again, treat that as it should be is something that historically has been very, very difficult for dealers to capture in, but CarCutter has, through technology, through support and service, been able to capture. So a couple things here. 67% of people say that the quality of a product image is very important to their decision. That's basic. 92% of shoppers say that clear and detailed imagery are the most important feature when shopping online. Again, who's buying the blurry picture on Amazon or on Nike? And 65% of people say that the quality of the product image is more important than the product description. And we often talk about this internally in a bit of a joke of a dating application. If you've ever been on a dating application, what is everybody shopping for? Is everybody spending hours reading every single person's bio to find out what they do and what they believe in? No. You're making a judgment on what's in front of you. And that judgment is the images and the quality of those images. And the importance of that, to do it in a scalable way, like AutoNation did, and to be able to roll that out consistently, is, in today's world, one of the true game changers that's left in the automotive industry. So, thank you guys very much for your time. We hope you enjoyed it. If anybody has any questions, we can do live demos at the booth that's down on to the left, 8650. If not, check out our website. Have a great rest of the show. Thanks for making it.
Have a great show, everyone. Thanks.
Imagine putting your car ads on autopilot with engaging videos of your entire inventory. Create your ads in seconds and publish automatically on Meta and all online channels. Take photos with our app and unlock all the Firon features. Embrace the future of automotive advertising. Get your cars online faster with Firon's AI and automation.
That's great. All right, once again, welcome everyone to the NADA Live Stage Living Room. My name's Errol. We're excited to have you here. In case you missed it or you don't know, we only have a few house rules. First off, make yourself comfortable, cozy, all that good thing. If your feet don't stink, kick your shoes off. If they do stink, keep them on. Whatever you bring, take with you. It's that simple. We want to keep the living room clean, so if you're enjoying your beverage or your snack, whatever the case might be, we do have trash cans all surrounding us, so make sure you take your trash with you. Other than that, we're glad that you made it here. We know there was a lot of adversity in getting here, so we're excited to see your face. And for those of you that couldn't be here and are watching us online, welcome. House rules apply for you too, so make sure you keep your living room clean also, all right? All right, we're going to keep the live stage going. And next up, NADA is going to have a conversation with NAMAD Chairman Damon Lester. To help us lead that conversation, I'd like to welcome up Myra Dandridge, who is our Executive Director of External Relations. Myra, where are you at? I know she's back there hiding. I was tired. There she is. Let's give her a round of applause. Hello, welcome. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Thank
Absolutely.
you.
Do you need the clicker at all?
I don't know.
All right, perfect. Enjoy.
Good morning. Good morning. I am Myra Dandridge, and I am the Executive Director of External Affairs and Public Policy at NADA. I'd like to welcome Damon Lester to the stage, and Damon is the chairman of the National Association of Minority Automobile Dealers. Thank you, Damon, for joining me this morning at Live Stage. So I heard from a little birdie that you actually give new meaning, your story behind how you got here to New Orleans, new meaning to the phrase planes, trains, and automobiles.
Yeah, that's
Is that
exactly
right?
what I did too. I don't know if you can, but yeah.
I don't think Damon's mic is on.
Can you hear me now? How about now?
I think it's on.
It's on? All right. Yeah, so I had to take, from Maryland, I took the train to Philly, and the 4 flights canceled from that, and wound up catching a late flight out of Philly Thursday night, and I got here around midnight.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing, but I want to thank you for your tenacity and for actually being here.
Oh, thank you.
So let's get into this. Let's start with you telling us just a bit about NAMAD, especially for those who don't know what NAMAD is or who you are. And then tell us a little bit about yourself and how you got into the automotive industry, because you're not legacy, nor have you worked on the retail side. So,
No. Yeah, NAMAD is a National Association of Minority Automobile Dealers. We were founded back in 1980. We're a nonprofit 501c3, and we represent and advocate for ethnic minority new car dealers in the U.S. The goal of the association is to increase the number of minority-owned dealerships in the U.S. Out of the 19,000 new car dealers, there's about 7% or 1,300 are ethnic minority-owned, and that's African American, Asian, Native American, and Hispanic.
and Damon owns a very successful Nissan dealership.
Yeah, I own Nissan of Bowie. We're located in Bowie, Maryland. That's an unplug for the store. Anybody want to look for a Nissan, please come see me. But yeah, I've been a Nissan dealer for the past 4 years, and it's been going well.
Great. Just thinking prospectively here, Damon, with the change in leadership at the White House, within the regulatory agencies that oversee the automobile industry and on Capitol Hill. How do you see NAMET navigating issues like consolidation and mergers, as well as DEI and the push to roll back a lot of DEI efforts, not only by the federal government, but also in the public sector?
So I'll start with, we've historically have worked with all administrations. Any new administration that brings change, no matter what political affiliation you're with. And so we adapt and have those relationships that we continue to build with any new administration. With this administration here, you're seeing a lot of change that's affected as it relates to our industry. We have tariffs, which is a very scary situation for our industry and every manufacturer out there, as well as it's going to affect the consumers. So we're looking at how does that affect Mr. and Mrs. Customer and their bottom line and being able to afford a vehicle, to purchase a new vehicle. We're looking at the rollback on, you talked about the FTC and all the other regulatory things that we were dealing with the previous administration. That will have an effect. We don't know how all of that's going to change yet, but the DEI piece, or diversity, equity, and inclusion, has been over the past, 6 months or so. You're seeing companies roll back their DEI efforts. Although it's disappointing to see it, I think we have to go back to the root of the why, right? And if those companies originally felt that was important as part of their business imperative, why change it now? Right, and so ultimately, as you see the changes of companies, we want to see that, how does the consumer feel about that, right? So within the auto industry, 41% of all new cars and trucks are purchased by an ethnic minority. 41%. That's a significant amount of market share for any brand, any manufacturer out there. And so when you have that significant amount of market share, which equals dollars, which equal capital, which how it all flows around the economic incubators of auto, our dollars have to make a lot of sense. And we need to look at how our dollars are representative in those respective industries who decided to make those decisions. And kudos to those organizations and companies who have stayed steadfast as it relates to their diversity efforts. It's key. And what we're looking at with NAMED, right? You're looking at it as we want things to be unbiased. We want to have access with fair opportunity. That's really what this is, right? But historically, historically for minorities, we weren't allowed to become dealers. We didn't have that access because we weren't allowed to. We didn't have the opportunity to have opportunities because we weren't allowed to. But once we were able to get in and have those opportunities afforded to us, more so because of the law, right? We weren't allowed to until the post-civil rights movement. And you are seeing that the diverse dealer body, we typically outperform and outpace the majority dealer body based on sales. And a lot of it has to do, 95% of us are first-generation dealers, and we are the ones that are opening and closing our doors and opening and closing their stores. And so, that's a key component to our success. And it's a viability issue that shows why that 41% representation of consumer buying power is important.
So we talk about DEI and the rollback. How exactly will your members be impacted by this, in terms perhaps with the banks and the captives?
I don't think we've seen any effect of it yet, or if there will be an effect on it. Look, if you look at data, and that's what we base all of our information on is data, the data shows that if you don't have an intent or an initiative in place, and that there's a lack of opportunities that are afforded. And when you have the intent and you have the business imperative and you have the want to versus got to or have to, that means that those companies have have taken on this initiative because they feel as though within a diverse body comes growth, right? So diversity is not something that we take for granted just because, or you're taking away from someone. Diversity in and of itself is growth, and so you're growing your diverse mindset, you're growing your diverse dealer body, you're growing your diverse consumer base, and diverse mind, and so that's we haven't seen any effects of it yet,
Right.
but you're seeing folks roll back or not wanting to do surveys, but surveys equal data.
Mhm.
NADA has a big survey that all dealers we all have to do, right? And that data matters, and that data does show what the feedback and what the mindset of the respective person that's doing the survey is. And so, those type of data points are crucial for us. It's crucial for the industry, and it's crucial for every company that does surveys.
And I really do think that you have to look at intentionality. Also, why is this important to roll back something that helps not just one sector, but the general public and the general community? So you really do have to wonder, what is the intent behind certain things?
Well, from some of the news articles that I've read and some of the interviews that I've seen, they're looking at it that each company needs to focus on its initiative of selling a good, a widget, or a product, right? Where does the diversity piece come in? It should automatically come in anyways, right?
Yes.
But that may be true. However, if you look at history has shown that if you didn't have an intent or a goal or initiative or a want to, things typically don't happen unless there's a want to. And so, you're seeing the post-George Floyd incident a couple years back, I guess 5 or 6 years ago.
5 years ago.
Right? And you've seen corporate America really dive into the importance of civil injustice. And whatever the reasons were, whether it was just because they saw their competitor put their logo up, right? It was this big rush and to it. Didn't mean that they had the intent or really want to have that infrastructure. And so, we're hoping that everyone who still is staying steadfast, and those who aren't, that they do use diversity as a business imperative. If they not want to use diversity, we just want to say it's an unbiased selection, right?
Exactly.
And that's what we want to have access to.
Because it really is good business. So let me ask you, what are some of the issues that keep you up at night?
Oh man, let's see. For dealers, and I can speak for me personally. The interest rates have definitely been a challenge on my business. The increase of interest rates has definitely been hurting, particularly small dealers, and I'm one of those. The consolidation, and you're seeing larger companies taking over. That puts a lot of strain on us smaller folks trying to have to make sure we compete. Right? You're not just competing in market share. You're also competing with trying to find good qualified people, right? And so you're having that tug of war as well. But ultimately, look, we provide every small business. We provide, in the history of dealerships, we provide that access and opportunity for people of color, people who are not of color, to provide a decent living for their family. That's what we do. That's exactly what, no matter what your color is, or race, ethnicity, dealers are the incubators of every community out here. And so we are here to be the funders of all of those Lions clubs and Boys and Girls clubs, and everything that we do, we kind of feed that community, from the eateries to the banks and so on and so forth. And so the effort of the dealership and the importance of the dealership is very key to any city, any local rural area, because of the amount of tax dollars that we provide to those areas.
That's exactly right. I agree with that wholeheartedly. The follow-up question to that, conversely, what new developments in the industry have you optimistic?
I think AI is going to be real cool. I think that if we can all figure out a way how it really works, and those of us who have ChatGPT, we play around with it a lot, right? I think AI is probably the most efficient thing that has ever been launched that we've never really, or at least I have not figured it out in its entirety, because it's so efficient. And how that algorithm picks up your language on how you write or what you think is very cool on how to see that work. I think the AI piece for this industry really is going to be the next gen of next gen futuristic thing for how our industry will operate, and being able to think on behalf of not just the dealer and the dealer's employees, but also think on behalf of the customer and what their trends are. And so that's going to be the key, and that's going to be the future and the future.
So with AI, if you had a crystal ball, how would you project, how would the industry look in the next 15 to 20 years?
15 to 20 years, we're going to have autonomous vehicles. Those autonomous vehicles will be AI-based. So if you picture it, I think that the goal was, you have a daughter and it's time to go to school. You would call your Uber up, and the vehicle would come pick you up with no one in that vehicle. It would already know exactly where to take your kid, either to school, to play, or whatever. It'll know what kind of music you like to see. By that time, they probably have video screens you can watch and play games, whatever, during that time. And I think that's where we are going ultimately, where it won't be a complete driverless society, but it will be a driverless society based on convenience for the customer, right? And I think that will be the coolest thing to see.
So when I was a little girl, there was a show called The Jetsons that I absolutely loved. So it seems like what you're saying is that we're moving towards the Jetsons. The Jetsons.
Knight Rider.
Okay. Knight Rider.
We're Knight Rider, right? And you got the Jetsons, you got Knight Rider, you got all of those shows that went back in the late 70s, early 80s, right? And they're coming back to the future, so to speak. The only thing we haven't seen yet is Buck Rogers. But those things are going to happen. So you're already going to having vehicles being programmed that you can push a button and it'll park itself, right? And so those things that technology is here, and it's still being tested, and it's not as popular now, but yeah, it's coming.
Great, thank you. Is there anything else you'd like to add to the conversation?
I would say that, first, thank you for having me, and thank you for having this discussion. It is very important. And I want to just re-emphasize that, being a person of diverse background, the way that I look, or if you're Hispanic or Asian or Native American, we're not taking away anything. We're just trying to add. We're adding to. We're adding to increase opportunities and access for your families, and we're here to provide and live all of the fruits that America can provide, right? And that's what we want, right? No matter what color you are, no matter what race or ethnicity, we're here to provide that for our families, and that's what this is.
Thank you. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Again, Damon Lester, who's the chairman of NAMED, and also a dealer principal at Nissan of Bowie in Bowie, Maryland. Thank you so much for joining us.
Today is Saturday, January 25th, and day 3 of NADA 2025. And we have a busy day ahead of us, so let's put the pedal to the metal. This morning, get ready to laugh out loud as hilarious Frank Caliendo takes the main stage. Known for his spot-on celebrity impressions, Caliendo is sure to deliver a performance that will leave you rolling in the aisles. Then,
presenting the Time Dealer of the Year nominees.
You won't want to miss it. Plus, incoming NADA Chairman Tom Castriota highlights exciting NADA initiatives to keep dealerships running like well-oiled machines through 2025 and beyond. Then head to the expo. Discover innovations and solutions that can rev up each department. Everyone's favorite charity auction is ready to rumble at noon today at the Open Lane booth, number 3713 on the expo floor. Help us support this important program that helps provide service dogs to kids, adults, and veterans. It's a great cause and a lot of fun. Stop in the NADA Pavilion to test drive NADA offerings, from education opportunities to regulatory issues. Then it's time to shift your career into high gear. Our top-notch workshops and exchange sessions start at 12:30 p.m. and again at 3:30. Today's Spotlight series features Michael Dunn. He'll talk about China's advancements in EVs and how automakers and the U.S. government are responding. You won't want to miss it. New this year, Ask the Experts connects you directly with subject matter experts on topics such as tax laws, CRMs, compliance, and social media. Don't forget about the dealer franchise meetings beginning at 3 p.m. Check the mobile app for time and topics throughout the day. And remember, share your photos on social media using the hashtag NADA Show. All right, we are back. We're excited. This is the NADA live stage. My name is Errol. I've got a special guest, Skylar, here with me. What's up, man? You got to use the mic.
I'd like to introduce my
Well,
mom.
Not yet. First off, how are you? Good. Use the mic.
Oh, good.
There you go. Perfect. So what you're going to do is you're going to hold the mic just like that so that way everybody out there can hear you, okay?
Okay.
Sounds good. So, Skylar, I've got an important question for you, and this is for everyone else out there as well. You know who Will Smith is, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you know Will Smith as a rapper or as an actor?
Rapper.
Oh, that's good. A lot of people, and this is a generational question, right? A lot of people know Will Smith as an actor because he rapped a long time ago. Did you know he was here on Tuesday? I didn't either, right? Do you know how they found him?
How?
They looked for Fresh Prince.
Oh.
It's a dad joke. Yeah, see? You guys got that. That was good. That's for all the ones that know him as a rapper. All right, so we're here and doing an exciting time, Skylar. What we are charged with is we're going to talk about the Vehicles Change panel discussion, but we're not going to leave that. I'm going to introduce two people, and then I'm going to have you introduce our special guest, okay? So first up, I'd like to introduce and welcome Jared Allen, Vice President of Public Affairs at NADA, and also Marty Schwartz, who is the President of Vehicles for Change. And who's our special guest?
My mom, Adriana Boyer.
All right, say it again one more time. You're who?
My mom,
And say her name.
Adriana Boyer.
All right, let's give them all a big round of applause. Thanks, Skylar. Awesome job, buddy. All right, we're going to head this way. Come on over. Grazie.
Errol, you're recruiting your replacement. Be careful. Watch yourself.
The good thing is, the way I see it, let's see, I've got, Skylar, how old are you? 11. So I've got at least 10 years.
Yeah,
right?
10 years.
So, you know.
He's coming
good.
fast, though, so
right, that's it.
watch out. Thank you, Errol.
Thank you.
And thanks, everybody. Like Errol said, my name is Jared Allen. I'm the Vice President of Public Affairs for NADA. And we're here to talk a little bit this morning about NADA and the Auto Dealers of America's involvement in a wonderful organization, Vehicles for Change. And we have along with us Marty Schwartz, who is the president of Vehicles for Change, which is a wonderful organization based out of Baltimore. And as our partnership has allowed us to meet wonderful people like Adriana and your son Skylar, who is he's feisty. I like it. So let's start off the conversation. Marty, I'd like to turn it to you quickly. If you can tell us a little bit about what Vehicles for Change is, what you guys do, your focus, and how you make a difference in the community.
Yeah, absolutely. Happy to. And thank you for allowing us to be here. Thanks to NADA for their partnership. And Skylar, great job introducing your mom. That's something she'll never forget, I guarantee you. Yeah. So Vehicles for Change, we're a 25-year-old nonprofit, and we established the program to address the #1 issue that families living in poverty have in gaining and maintaining employment, and that's transportation. So if you really think about it, you can't get a job, you can't get to and from employment, you can't get your kids to football practice or after-school activities without a car. It's just the way our society is created. So we take donated cars and we repair them, and then we work with partner agencies to identify families who need that car to get to and from employment, like Adriana and her family. And then we've been doing this for 25 years. We're the largest low-income car ownership program in the country. We've awarded more than 8,000 cars to families since 1999. And then in 2016, we launched what we call the Full Circle Auto Repair and Training Center, where we train individuals with multiple barriers to employment, many with a criminal background, to be auto mechanics. So we're putting auto mechanics in the field, auto technicians. And then most recently, we developed our virtual reality auto mechanic training, so now we can expand the number of technicians that we're training across the country using virtual reality. So we're really excited to be here, excited about our partnership with NADA.
Yeah.
Couldn't do this without partners like them.
Well, we've been very proud to have been a partner of Vehicles for Change for as long as we have. And just to let everybody know, within the last couple of years in particular, we've grown that relationship. And the role that NADA has taken on is helping match, Marty, your organization, with local auto dealers around. We started in Washington, D.C., where we're based, so those dealers could donate vehicles,
Yeah.
and you weren't as reliant on personal ownership donations. It's been a fantastic partnership so
It is.
far.
And actually, we were supposed to do one here on Wednesday. Unfortunately, Mother Nature decided that we were going to have to do that in Shreveport.
She sure did.
But we're still going to do it in Shreveport. We have a great dealership there, Hebert, Chrysler Dodge.
Yep.
We're going to award a car next month, probably early next month. So wanted to kind of kick that whole partnership off.
So in March of last year, NADA hosted an event at our headquarters in Tysons, Virginia, where we invited Vehicles for Change and 4 recipients of awarded vehicles that were donated by NADA dealer members who are in our surrounding area. And we had the award ceremony and the actual vehicle handoffs at the NADA building. And Adriana Boyer, who is here with us today, was the recipient of one of those vehicles.
Yes.
And we're going to check in with you in just a second. But first, I want to show a quick video that's a bit of a recap of the event we had in March and explains our partnership with Vehicles for Change a little bit further.
My name is Adriana. I didn't have a car for like almost 2 years. Back in March, I was very fortunate to receive a vehicle from Vehicles for Change sponsored by NADA. It's changed my life drastically. I don't need to borrow a car. I don't need to spend hundreds of dollars on Ubers or Lyfts. We can just get up and go, going to doctor's appointments, dropping my daughter off to daycare. When I have projects I need to work on at work, I can go into the office now. Not having a car was a very, very big issue. My son wanted to go to football practice, so now I was able to finally sign him up. He won the first game. He scored 2 touchdowns, and he is very, very excited. It's made a big, big impact for us. And I don't ever want to go without a car ever again. A car is mobility, a car is freedom, and most important, a car is a blessing.
So what you just saw was actually a look back that we did with Adriana about 6 months after you received your vehicle. Let's take a step back. Talk to us what life was like before last March, and just pause to put everything in context. So many of us, myself included, really take for granted that we have access to vehicles that we own and that we can utilize them in our everyday lives. And it's just, the reality is that not everybody experiences life the same way. So I want to remind everybody what that is like by asking you to talk about what life was like for you before you had your own car, trying to get your family around and for you to get to work.
It was very difficult. Going to the grocery store was a hassle. I had to pay for memberships to the grocery store apps and get my groceries delivered, or I would have to Uber or take Lyft, and sometimes that was hectic because it would be a lot of groceries, and then I would have to take my daughter with me in her car seat. It was just going back and forth. It was trouble getting my daughter to daycare at times because I either didn't have enough money for the week for the Ubers. There were situations where my son, he has gotten hurt at school, and they had to call the ambulance because I didn't have a car to go to him straight away. And the principal would have to go with him in the ambulance ride and take him, and that was very devastating for me. Also, where I work, working from home, but there are times where I had to do projects in person, and not being able to do that was a little stressful, and just certain trainings I needed to get done. It was very chaotic. It was always having to plan in advance, and there were times where if we had doctor's appointments and my ride would take me, but sometimes they would be like, oh, I can't do this at the last minute. So it was very difficult. Sometimes plans don't always go, as they need to, and so it was very hard, and it was very stressful, a big burden on my shoulders. I was always stressed out, so having a car I didn't realize how much I needed a car, especially in the area that I live. We don't have bus transportation, and so it's just either you have a car or you have to have a friend or family member take you somewhere, or Ubers and Lyfts. So, and that can always go down the drain as well. So that was a little bit.
And things have improved?
A lot.
For you?
Yes, a lot.
Give us an example. Talk about work or your children and how things have just been made easier for you.
So my son, as you saw in the video, he is finally taking on sports. Football is one of the first sports that we, got him enrolled in, and he loved it. He still loves it. We plan on going back. He's able to stay after school for certain practices, and even like band rehearsal. Recently, I was able to pick him up after school. And that was a blessing because I wasn't able to do that. And there's been a couple times where he's gotten sick at school, and the nurse can call me, and I'm like, okay, I'll be right there. So that's just been a big relief off my shoulder.
And it's things that so many of us do without thinking about it.
Exactly.
It's so automatic to all of us. And it's Marty, I know you've been dealing with stories like this for years and years now.
Long time.
Talk about what I know it never gets old, but talk about what it's like for you to see when the keys are turned over and somebody drives away with their own car for the first time or the first time in a while.
Yeah, so I think like Adriana mentioned, we always knew that when we put this program together that we were going to impact people's lives from a financial standpoint. We knew that people were going to be able to get to work. But as we started doing some research around the folks that got cars, and we started to find out that it impacted their entire life. And you think about it, in our country, if you don't have a car, you're stuck in poverty for generations and generations. I mean, literally, with a car, you can drive yourself out of poverty because it gives kids opportunities that they would never get if mom and dad didn't have a car. I mean, we all take our kids to sports. We take our kid to cultural events. We take them to museums, and they get those opportunities to grow and to build on their education. And so they have greater opportunities as they get older. And so Adriana and I were talking about her son and playing football. And I was a coach for 40 years, and the opportunity that playing sports and the education that playing on a team gives to a young person, female or male, learning how to be a team member, learning how to sacrifice for your team, discipline, all those things that you learn in athletics that you may not get while you're in school. And so, I tell people, and we do car awards all the time, and I still get the chills that, and the hair on the back of my neck stands up when we see, because we know the impact that car is going to have on that family.
Well, I can tell you that we got chills in March when NADA and our dealers were involved in the donation award ceremony for our first time. One of the things I want to look, personal mobility is so important to us as dealers because it's what we do. It's our job. But we also see firsthand how vehicle financing can be a cornerstone of somebody being able to build up their personal credit. And I don't think the world knows about that aspect of personal vehicle ownership as much as it's apparent to us. One of the things that I think makes Vehicles for Change so special is that is built in to what you do. It's not just the donation of a vehicle to a person or family in need. Here's your car, best of luck. There's an additional aspect of this that gets into how vehicle ownership can help with your personal financial situation. Can you talk a little bit about that, Marty?
Yeah. So when we designed this program, we actually wanted the families who got the car to have a vested financial interest in the program. We wanted everybody to have some skin in the game. So we actually sell the car. We don't give it away for $950. Adriana got her car for $950, but Vehicles for Change guaranteed a loan for her so that she could establish credit while she's paying for her car. So we kind of add that piece into it. So when we looked at it, we also provide them with a 6-month, 6,000-mile warranty. Adriana, they're about to celebrate by bringing the band down for you getting your car.
We're replacing your car with a float.
But so we wanted families, and you know, we know that credit is vitally important, and so to be able to establish that credit while they're paying for their car, while having Vehicles for Change guarantee that loan, is almost as big as having the vehicle, right? So we wanted to add that piece to our program right from the get-go.
Adriana, how have you felt about the whole idea that you are personally financially invested in this? And how do you look at that as part of what makes this important for you?
It makes me appreciate the whole everything more. I'm able to actually budget and look at all my finances every month.
You have to speak really loud.
Okay.
Just go, power through.
Yeah, so basically, I'm able to just manage my money better. And then also, I was able to be able to have savings for like car maintenance and stuff. And also, I was able to, when I learned about how to take care of a car, that was a big deal as well. So, yeah.
We have lots more to talk about, but we're also running out of time, and we're running out of audibles.
Right.
So I'm going to wrap it up here. I want to thank everybody for coming to hear us at this important discussion. Marty, thank you so much. Adriana, thank you so much. I know you made a special trip to be here.
Yes.
And we're so happy to have you. Go ahead, Marty.
I know there's a number of dealers here. We are very interested in expanding this program with NAD across the country. We have a Vehicles for Change booth right next to the NADA booth. I'm around if you'd like to get a card. We'd love to talk to you about doing this program. The need for transportation and people living in poverty is all over this country. And we can work together to impact that need and reduce that poverty. And we'd love to work with you all to put that program together in your neighborhood.
It's such a good point, vital point. And I can tell you from our experience doing this last year, you're going to have more hand raisers than you know what to do with. We see dealers every day. We know how invested they are in their communities. Many dealers do these types of things on their own. But your program really is, special because it helps project message and the values that all dealers really do stand for. So thank you for putting the word out. Yes, if you're watching, if you're interested, follow up with Marty. You can follow up with us at NADA, and we'd love to help you put you in touch if you want to be a hand raiser and help find people like Adriana in your own communities. So listen, thank you very much again. Enjoy the rest of your time in New Orleans. Marty, thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Congratulations, everyone. Today, we're diving into a crucial life skill, buying a car while staying within your budget. Transportation typically ranks as the second largest expense for households, right after housing. The average cost of a new car is $48,000 with an average monthly payment of $732. And the average cost of a used car is $27,000 with a monthly payment of $555. When you buy a car, it's not just about the vehicle price. There are various costs to consider, like fuel, insurance, maintenance and repairs, registrations and inspections, and parking and tolls. Depending on your car and driving habits, these costs can range from $200 up to $400 each month. These figures may seem daunting, but with careful planning, you can choose a vehicle that makes the most sense for your budget and lifestyle. Consider your daily commute and other activities, family size, and typical driving conditions. While thinking about how you will afford a car, you're also probably thinking about careers. As you go through the process of buying a car, you will enter the world of car dealerships. which are full of great career opportunities for people with a wide range of education, interests, and personalities. If you're a people person who likes to build relationships, you can make a terrific salesperson or even service advisor. Do you like working with your hands? Today's service technicians, they work with both classic engines and the latest technology, including electric vehicles and sophisticated software. Are you more organized and detail-oriented? Dealership parts department staffs find fulfillment in overseeing extensive, complex inventories and supplying the correct part at the correct time. If numbers are more your thing, think about an office manager position where you would coordinate the financial reporting of the dealership. Dealerships offer abundant opportunities for growth and development, and dealership positions allow employees to lead lives where they can pursue their interest and support their families. Parts consultant is an entry-level position that does not require experience or higher education and has an average income of over $59,000 annually. This puts the other 8 key dealership positions higher than the national average. Many dealership leaders have stories about how they started in entry-level positions and grew into leadership roles, sometimes even dealer and ownership positions. Most dealership positions don't require a college degree. So why work in a car dealership? Because here, you're not just starting a job, you're embarking on a rewarding career path filled with growth and opportunities. So, join us at your local dealership and let's drive success together.
All right, well, what a great segment that last segment was. Awesome to see. Once again, welcome everyone to the NADA Live Stage Living Room. My name is Errol. We're super excited to have you here. You know, I'm in New Orleans, so I got beaded, right? Can you say you went to New Orleans if you don't go back home with beads? And the good thing is, I was here at the conference when I got beaded, so I don't have to explain anything to my wife. I was at work, and they just were throwing beads at work, wife. It was good. So we're excited to have you here. I know a lot of us, of course, as I mentioned before, had some adversity in getting here, so we appreciate you making the extra effort, taking the extra time to be here with us live. For those of you that are watching, thank you for tuning in and streaming online. We appreciate your presence as well. Next up, we're going to have a sit-down conversation, and what we're going to focus on is really looking at the series spotlight of China's automotive dominance and the global challenge that we face. And to help us have that conversation, I'd like to welcome up Michael Dunn. Michael, where are you at? I know he's in the area. Let's give him a round of applause. Hello, welcome.
Great to see you.
All right, good to see you as well. Please come on and have a seat. All right, Michael, so starting right off from the title, China's dominance. Now, I don't know about anyone else, but I've only seen the Chinese automotive industry online through YouTube or social media. So when you say dominance, tell us what we need to know.
That's right. Why should we be talking about China at all? On the way here, I walked from the hotel. I didn't see anybody see a single Chinese car on the road? No. Do we have 100% tariffs on Chinese cars? Yes. Is there any sign of Chinese companies coming in here anytime soon? No. So we can make this a very short conversation today. Right. There's nothing to worry about, except there is.
Okay.
Yeah. Did you ever see the movie Blind Side?
Absolutely.
Yeah, the quarterback goes back and the left tackle's supposed to protect him. The quarterback's feeling good. Oh, he gets taken out by a big, bad linebacker on the other side.
Right.
That's China.
Okay.
It's out there. It hasn't come to the United States yet, but it's on its way. It's in the Chinese automakers are going to virtually every other market in the world except for the United States and China. Super competitive. We need to prepare for the day when they come here.
That's a very good point. And when you look at, so you mentioned they're going to every other market. So we can kind of use those markets as indicators of potentially what could happen here in our market. What are some things we're seeing in the markets that they're currently penetrating and making their way into?
Mexico. Let's talk Mexico. Last week, I went to Mexico, visited a BYD dealership. I don't know how many people are aware, but the #1 supplier of cars to Mexico today is not the United States.
Okay.
It's not Europe, it's China.
Okay.
1 in 3 new cars sold in Mexico last year came from China.
Okay.
And when I went to the BYD dealership there, the sales consultant said, "What do you Americans think about these BYD cars?" "Oh, we don't have them there." "Ooh, right. You should have them. They're really good cars." So they're lining up on our southern flank. They would love to enter the U.S. from Mexico. That's the plan. And under the Trump administration, you can bet that Washington, D.C. will do everything in its power to block that door. That's the Chinese way, sort of end around.
Okay. And so when you talk about, because some of these brands we're not even familiar with, unless, like I said, you're online and social presence and kind of following along. When you talk about it's a good car, what are the things that we're seeing with their automotive industry that kind of separates them and is helping them gain that traction?
If I ask my friends to imagine a Chinese car, typically they'll think, oh yeah, something like a golf cart, goes low speed, low safety, low reliability. That might have been true 10 years ago, but today China is making some of the most high quality vehicles in the world at 25% lower cost than we're able to do. That's why we have the 100% tariffs. You may have heard Elon Musk say last year, without protection, Chinese automakers would pretty much demolish most legacy automakers. Those are very strong words from an automaker himself.
Yes.
So high quality, low cost, they're moving very fast, and they're exporting globally. So they're legit.
Okay.
Their leading company is a company called BYD. Yes, they do have the $10,000 car called the Seagull, but they also are making supercars priced at $225,000.
Okay.
At CES earlier this month, I was there in Vegas. They had a show car called the U8. It's able to jump in the air over potholes. So
unbelievable. So it's literally like the Jetsons on a small scale.
Jetsons on a small scale. It's like
that's amazing.
Mind-blowing, and it's misleading for us here in the United States because we wake up in the morning and go, yeah, another good year of profits for the Detroit 3. I got my bonus, nothing to worry about. Take my word. I lived and worked in China for 26 years.
Okay.
They've gone from the outhouse to the penthouse in terms of capability.
Absolutely.
They're for real.
And switching gears a little bit, and no pun intended, or maybe it was, right? Obviously, we have this year our EV pit right down at the NADA across from the pavilion. And so speaking of electrification, they also have kind of some of the leading technology when it comes to the EV market, right? Is that something that we need to be concerned about? Because they're manufacturing batteries and then also producing the vehicles that they're manufacturing the batteries with, you know?
They are. The two largest battery makers in the world are Chinese, that's CATL and BYD. And what's even scarier is China today has capacity, enough capacity in batteries to supply total global demand. And they have an ambition to do so. They want to become the new center of the automotive industry. And if you check the boxes, they may already be there. They're number one in capacity. They're number one in production. They produce 3 times as many as we do here in America. Electric vehicles, they produce more than all the other countries combined. Batteries, they own that space. So when it comes to competing in electrics, China is the heavyweight champion right now.
All right.
And we're playing catch up. We're the underdogs.
Okay, so this is our Rocky moment, right? This is our
It's our
training
Rocky
montage.
moment.
So, and we got a little bit under 2 minutes. What do we need to do to prepare so that way when we get in the ring, we've got a fighting chance?
Number one, we have to do our homework. Sun Tzu in The Art of War said, know your enemy and know yourself. So let's be honest. Chinese automakers, when I talk to them, they know everything about the U.S. industry, who the automakers are, who the suppliers are. When I ask people in America to name the top 5 Chinese automakers, blank stare. Yeah. We need to do our homework, find out who these guys are. Then secondly, you go, well, that's not going to be easy because I have to fly over China. No, you can fly to Mexico, Brazil, UK, Australia if you want to take a vacation there. Go there, test drive the cars, talk to the dealers. What's that relationship look like between the Chinese automaker and the dealer on the ground? How good or bad is it? And you'll be able to learn a ton, much better than sitting here at home and waiting and hoping that we don't get blindsided.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we have to face it, right? We are in another automotive revolution. You know, I think about back before cars existed, right, over 100 years ago, and we had horses, and then we had automobiles. Fun fact, if you didn't know, you used to have to purchase gas from the pharmacy. Before gas stations were a thing, you would go into the pharmacy and purchase your gas. Could you imagine that today? Like, yeah, let me get toothpaste and 3 gallons, right? So my point being is that change is inevitable. It's coming. And like you said, we want to prepare ourselves by education, by looking in and investing the time to learn more and not just sit back pensively. So
that's right.
Before we get out of here, Michael, anything else, any other golden nugget or information you want to share with us before we get out of here?
There's going to be an upside and a downside to this equation.
Okay.
If I'm a dealer in the United States, I'm looking like, who's the next Toyota or the next Hyundai? BYD would be it. Another one name is Geely to watch for. Then there's a really impressive set of tech companies that you can also get together with. That's the good news, plus business. The bad news is that the Chinese compete in ways that we haven't seen before. Nothing like the Japanese or Koreans, which were their own shocks. The Chinese play to win it all. So anytime you enter into a relationship with a Chinese manufacturer, go in not naive, eyes wide open. What are the terms? How am I going to get paid? Are we going to be partners for a long time? They're tough, tough business people, so prepare ourselves. Don't be naive.
That's it. I love it.
Right.
I wish I had the theme music, because this is when I would cue the Rocky theme music. So for everyone out there, just imagine I've cued the Rocky theme music. This is your opportunity to get your training, get in the snow, do the training, running through the woods, all the stuff that they do in those Rocky movies, right? Michael, I want to thank you for your time. Are you here at the conference? If people have more questions, where can they find you?
Absolutely. I'm camped here. I was here to come to do this event and to watch the Lions win. Lions are no longer.
Don't.
Oh my God.
He knows I'm from Detroit. Don't.
I'm from Detroit. I'm sad. I've been depressed all week.
Right.
So yeah, I'm here today and tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Fantastic. Welcome.
Yeah. Thank you. Once again, Michael, thank you. Appreciate your time. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it.
Hi, Dean Martin here with Affinitive. If you're a dealer grappling with changing customer expectations, I'd like to personally invite you to my NADA live stage presentation, Creating an Effortless Customer Experience. We'll take a deep dive into the biggest changes in consumer mindsets, discuss some modern ways dealers can level up these experiences, and walk through some key strategies top dealers are implementing to win the customer. Find me at the live stage and let's elevate the customer experience together.
You can think of a recent deal you lost because your customer couldn't get approved on the car they wanted. But your lot is full of vehicles they can finance. What if you had a tool to instantly show you which ones? Save those deals with SelectFi.
Today's dealers expect excellence, and Zurich delivers. With over 100 years of experience, we support more than 2,300 auto dealerships nationwide, providing unparalleled service and solutions. From F&I products to sales and leadership training and profit participation to business insurance, Zurich helps dealers increase profits, protect their business, and enhance the customer buying experience. That's the power of the Zurich Advantage.
All right, once again, great segment there, learning and knowing about what's happening abroad throughout the world, obviously keeping ourselves informed. I want to thank you all for being here, hanging out in the NADA Live Stage living room. Remember, if you haven't done so already, make sure that you download the NADA 2025 app. It's a great way to keep abreast of things that are going on. Also, you can book out your own schedule and also see what's happening on the live stage and the main stage. If you need anything or you have questions specifically about things that you hear here on the live stage or maybe something that you've seen on the main stage, the NADA Pavilion is right down the main corridor here. So the NADA Pavilion is on the right-hand side. And then new this year on the left, we actually have our EV pit as well. So Michael and I kind of touched on EV. If you have questions about electrification and things that are going on, the EV pit is another great place for you to stop. We're going to continue the live stage programming. And next up, what we're going to do is we are actually going to talk about the new administration and its impact on dealers. To help lead that conversation, I'd like to welcome back Jared Allen, who is our Vice President of Public Affairs, and he is going to be joined by Paul Metre, who is Executive Vice President of Public Policy at NADA. So let's give them both a round of applause. Gentlemen, how are you?
I know. Maybe we'll have another band.
Right, exactly.
No, good. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome to the live stage. I am Jared Allen. I'm the Vice President of Public Affairs with NADA. Very happy to be joined today by Paul Metre, also with NADA. Paul is our Executive Vice President of Public Policy, And we're here to talk about the new administration, the new Congress, NADA's engagement and involvement with them, and obviously the impact that that is going to have on franchise dealers across the country. So as we get into 2025, we have a number of public policy priorities that we have put on the top of the list. If we can get that next slide up. So when we're talking about public policy, we're talking about things that the federal government does, whether either regulatory or legislatively, that have an impact on how dealers operate. And really, what we're talking about is advocacy. We're talking about NADA's advocacy to Congress, the courts, the administration, on the things that are important to dealers. You know, our mission from the NADA standpoint is we want you to focus on doing business, and we can focus on helping satiate the environment that you operate in a little bit of a better, easier, more productive way. And that's basically all we do here. So we have a number of priorities that I'm going to ask Paul to walk us through. And Paul, just introduce yourself, if you will, before we start, and tell us a little bit about your role here at NADA.
Yes, Paul Maitre, pleasure to be with you. I've been with NADA since actually January of 2001, so just hit 24 years. Always worked in our regulatory shop. More recently, NADA brought together NADA Regulatory Affairs, Legislative Affairs, Public Affairs, put it in a public policy group, which is the team I lead. We got some great leaders, great people in each of the departments, and we're very committed to pressing the things we're going to talk about today.
All right, let's get into it. Paul, run us down the list of the priorities from a public policy standpoint that NADA has for 2025.
Yeah, absolutely. And first, it's important to note we have all kinds of priorities that do not show up on this slide. There's any number of things that are being pushed before the federal executive branch and also Congress. But here, this is really the key points of emphasis in 2025. So as you look at the slide, at the top, first and foremost, the FTC vehicle shopping rule. Many of you have heard this referred to as the CARS rule. This is the rule that the FTC finalized in January of last year, so a year ago, and that we are challenging in the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals along with the Texas Auto Dealers Association. What we are seeking to do, plain and simple, is have the rule completely rescinded. If that effort is not successful, then what we hope to do is have an appropriation rider that would deny funding to the FTC to enforce the rule. And we hope to have an answer on the appropriation rider by mid-March. EVs. EVs, obviously a huge issue, very central part of our advocacy. As you can see, there's three main components to it. Now remember, with EVs, on both the light, medium, and heavy-duty side, there's all kinds of rules out there, all kinds of things going on. But to simplify it, first and foremost, many of you are in what we call the CARB states. So you have federal emission standards. 12 states are allowed to have higher standards and have done so, and they have put out requirements that are absolutely unworkable. There's recognition about that from OEMs, there's recognition about that from dealers, and there's certainly recognition from that from consumers. We want to see the waiver that allows those states to have heightened standards to be revoked. And the reason they're allowed to do that is President Biden's EPA in December of 24, so this just happened, it granted permission to these states to have higher emission standards. We plain and simple want to see that revoked. Next, as for the other 38 states, they are governed by the federal greenhouse gas standards that EPA finalized last March. Those two are unworkable. They are a real problem. They are causing havoc, again, across the industry. OEMs, dealers, consumers, we want to see those substantially pulled back to a level the market can bear. We're not there now. Those need to come back drastically. And then EV tax credits. Dealers right now, I don't have to tell you this, have very bloated EV inventories and very reduced customer demand for EVs. Something has to help close that gap. Any type of incentive money is helpful, but we recognize that the administration and Congress, the direction they're going is to eliminate them. What we have asked for is an off-ramp to help you manage that issue, manage your inventory while these are pulled back. As for tax legislation, this is a big year. 2017, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that Congress passed, the President signed, very beneficial for dealers. A number of those provisions are expiring this year. We want to see them continued. We hope there's a reconciliation package to do that. We'll talk about that more later, but that is a short-term goal, is to try to preserve that tax benefit, tax relief for small businesses like dealers. Right to repair, that's something that has us concerned. We think it's unnecessary. It raises a host of concerns for consumer privacy and otherwise. We want to see right to repair legislation defeated if it's introduced in Congress. And catalytic converter theft remains a very big problem. Again, I don't have to tell dealers that. We want to see federal legislation that would help combat that problem. Those are the main ones. Many other issues. Tariffs obviously is big. We're very concerned about general tariffs going up. We recognize China's a unique situation. Again, there's a flurry of other issues too.
Right, a lot going on. You just ran through our top 8 priorities. I will note that the list you're seeing is not randomly placed. 2 in particular that are at the top. Paul, I want to ask you to dive into a little bit the vehicle shopping rule and the EV issue. These are NADA's top 2 priorities. What makes them so important to dealers on the ground?
Yeah, the vehicle shopping rule, when you really get to understand it, and it's not easy to understand because it's a very complex, convoluted rule, is something that would really wreak havoc for dealers and customers. And why is that? Let's revisit very quickly what happened. 2022, the FTC proposes a rule. They do nothing in advance. They don't gather facts. They don't get information. They don't try to learn how things are operating in dealerships. And they throw out a series of requirements. And those requirements were done very hastily. There was a short comment period. The FTC would not extend it. They took limited information. And then ultimately they finalized the rule they proposed. The final rule was better than the proposed rule, but still a huge problem. And what are some of the problems with it? Well, we could talk about that for a long time. I will just tell you first, it imposes a series of disclosures that dealers have to make throughout the shopping process. We're not talking about just at the end of the transaction when you close, where we're talking about an additional form like an odometer disclosure statement. It is much more thorough than that. There are multiple disclosures that have to be made. They are time-consuming. They are convoluted. When they're convoluted, that's a big problem because there are massive penalties for noncompliance. You take an unclear mandate and heavy penalties with it, and there's a lot of exposure for honest businesses. We are hugely concerned about that. So they're time-consuming, they're convoluted, and amazingly, they were never tested by the Federal Trade Commission. It is a routine practice of federal agencies, anytime that they put out a new disclosure statement, to first and foremost make sure it's going to aid the customer's understanding of whatever's being disclosed. Sometimes they think naturally it will, but it does not. And so there's a testing process for that. They skip that entire process. They assume it will help. And if we have time later, we can talk about just some of those disclosures and why they are so unworkable. But they have probably at least 5 disclosures dealers would have to build into the shopping process. They also have a lot of convoluted requirements. Now, you cannot sell a valueless finance product to a customer, nor should you ever. But it's also currently illegal. What are they saying? They're saying in the case of something like gap waiver, you have to do a calculation and base your decision on the calculation. Well, what's the threshold? And also, do dealers know certain things that happen in the future? How much is a car going to depreciate? Think about 2019 trying to make that call and what happened to vehicle valuations after that. No safe harbor there, no level where they say you're in a safe area. Again, a convoluted, ill-defined requirement. They also have massive record-keeping requirements, which really many people do not understand and cannot contemplate because they are so far-reaching. Case in point, any written communication with a customer that ends up in a consummated lease or a sale has to be retained. That's anything in writing. That's your text. That's your emails. Your salespeople with their personally owned cell phones that are trying to work with a customer, even if it's after hours. All of that has to be retained. How do you do that effectively? Remember, a violation for a single violation can be well in excess of $50,000. And you rack it up for multiple customers, you're talking about massive liability exposure. And what's so concerning about that is the FTC today can get to what they consider to be bad actors without putting all these extensive burdens on the honest businesses out there that are doing everything they can to comply. They have the authority. There is no regulatory hole to fill. So we could go on and on about the vehicle shopping rule, but that's a huge concern. Now, EVs, again, I think you're experiencing this every day at the dealership. These standards were put out there, and quite frankly, they're just not achievable. Dealers are fully committed to electrification, and it's just not a matter of orally saying that. Look at dealers' investments. Look at the charging stations you've invested in. Look at the inventory you've purchased. Look at everything you've tried to do and continue to do to move the metal. That is real, tangible commitment to the sale of EVs. The problem is the standards are set at a level that consumers are not accepting. You have that massive gap, you don't get to it, and it wreaks real havoc. So we've got to address these 12 CARB states with their incredibly inflated standards that are not achievable, and the federal standards we also have to push down to a level the market can bear. That becomes incredibly important. We also got to consider lower income consumers. They're really not often part of this discussion, but when you think about it, if you have EVs that are at a very high price point and you're a very budget challenged customer, perhaps you do not live at a place where you have your own charger, how is it that you're going to manage to have an EV and have it take care of your needs, even some of the things that were talked about in the earlier live stage sessions? So real concerns about that. What really has to happen here, and we think that there's increasing recognition, we have great discussions with the OEMs on this, we've got to bring things to a level of sanity here where this can be achievable. Move forward with electrification, but do it at a pace that works in the marketplace, not some artificial place that's going to create all kinds of problems throughout the industry.
Yeah. It's safe to say that dealers everywhere are feeling the effects of EV policies that have been enacted on the ground right now. I want to go back quickly to the vehicle shopping rule. The threat is very real, but can you talk a little bit about where that is headed, just generally, so the audience has an idea of how quickly this could potentially manifest itself?
Yeah, so certainly. So the situation now is this. The rule was finalized January 4th of 2024. That's when it showed up in the Federal Register. That's when it became an official final rule. The day that it was issued, NADA and the Texas Auto Dealer Association brought a direct challenge before the 5th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals that challenges that particular, that challenges the final rule. Now, where is it? In 2024, the case was completely briefed. We had oral argument. Right now, we are waiting for a 3-judge panel to make a decision on that. So that is what we are currently waiting for. Obviously, we could win the case, we could lose the case, or there's something that could happen in between. They do not strike the rule, but they remand it back to the FTC to take corrective action. So that's where it stands now. As I said, Jared, there's also an appropriation rider, and the appropriation rider is something that would deny funding to the FTC to enforce this. So we have a judicial challenge, and we have a legislative challenge.
So we're obviously doing quite a lot. Let's talk about our engagement with the new administration and the new Congress. But before we do, I want to ask about the environment right now that we find ourselves in after the election. What's been the effect on the regulatory climate that you've seen so far?
Certainly. So there has been
We gotta just power through.
Yeah, we'll deal with it. Just pause for a second.
No, just power through.
So there. Should I wait or just go on? Give it a second.
We're gonna pause for a second. Enjoy the music. So I know we've all had significant logistical challenges this week, to say the least. we've had, I don't know, 45, 50 segments here on the live stage. I've moderated 2 of them, and I've had the band come through for both. So I get to add that to my my 2025 show bingo card.
No question.
So Paul, if you needed me to repeat the question, I certainly can. What has been the effect of the election on the regulatory environment in D.C. as you see it so far?
Yeah, so the election, we think, presents some opportunities. We do. We're encouraged. Obviously, it was a trifecta, so you do have Republican control of both houses of Congress, and the president has come in, and based on some of the agenda points that they've talked about, these are things that are really in line with what we've discussed here. Things like tax legislation, certainly EVs. We think that there's a lot of opportunity there. And we hope ultimately, even with the vehicle shopping rule, we can make some headway. And we think the new group in there gives us those opportunities. We do have to manage expectations, however. Realize that, there's something called the reconciliation process. You hear about that. That's where typically tax-related legislation can go through with a simple majority in Congress and the president's signature. So that's something that can be very helpful. Not everything can go into reconciliation. You may say, okay, you have all these things out there you want done, put it into a reconciliation package. There's a limit to what you can put into it. But we do think some of these tax provisions that will be very helpful with. Also, there's something known as the Congressional Review Act, a CRA. The Congress can disapprove an agency final rule if it's signed by the president, and that knocks it out. That provides great opportunities, but that's limited as well. You only can get to rules that were recently finalized. Most of the rules that the president's EPA finalized, or FTC for that matter, were done outside the window to use the CRA process. Why do I mention CRAs? Simple majority and signature by the president. So you have the reconciliation process, you have the CRAs that gives us some opportunities. We think we can make some headway there, but everything else has to go through the Senate where you have a filibuster in place, or a possible filibuster. Remember, you need 60 votes to overcome a filibuster. Republicans have 53, not 60. They're going to have to work in a bipartisan fashion to get everything else done. Now, you might say, okay, well, can you do things administratively? The president just issued a series of executive orders. Yes, several things you can do, but remember, in many cases, an executive order is really a start of a process. It's not the end to a process. So, for example, trying to roll back those federal EPA emission mandates, that was a final rule. It takes a final rule to undo a final rule. So EPA under President Trump has to propose new standards, take comment on them, finalize the rule, set an effective date, and in all likelihood survive a legal challenge, because most certainly there will be one. That takes some time, and that's true of many other areas. So we're encouraged. We think many of our priorities can be advanced. However, it's going to require, in many cases, bipartisan support and also some time on the executive branch administrative side.
We've had a new president for 4 days, but we did have the election in November. So we knew the outcome, and they had a transition team that was put together almost immediately. Can you walk us through NADA's engagement with the new administration and then the new Congress, which was sworn in on January 3rd?
Absolutely. So we have a superb legislative team, superb regulatory team, and what we are doing is right after the election, there is a transition team really for every federal agency. So on the executive branch side, what we are doing and what we have done is you meet with the transition team. So we have had meetings with Department of Transportation, EPA, Department of Labor, and so forth. A lot of meetings to go ahead and explain these and other priorities, make sure that seed is planted. And I will tell you, new administration officials come in every month. It will actually happen throughout 2025. We will keep those meetings up, but at every opportunity, we want to make sure they understand what our priorities are, what our concerns are, and why it's important not just to dealers, not just to others in the industry, but also to consumers. On the legislative side, incredible initiative. All kinds of meetings, actually over 100 since Election Day, meeting with committee chairs. Remember, the Senate flipped. You have new committee chairmen. You also have John Thune of South Dakota, the new majority leader. These require contacts. These require discussions. They are definitely on it, and that will continue.
We can't get into details, but can you talk about the mood that we've been experiencing when we have these conversations with incoming officials and legislators? What do the conversations feel like?
Yeah, the conversations are encouraging. There's a real recognition that there have to be things done to make sure the regulatory state is not strangling the industry, and that dealers and consumers can go ahead and conduct transactions with a minimum of governmental interference. And there's a real recognition for that. The real question is mechanics. How do you get there? How do you take what's in the system, potential legal challenges, how do you actually get from A to Z? And that's critically important. So right now, a lot of the focus, we certainly think the intent is there. We've got to make sure we translate that into tangible results by coming up with strategies and tactics that will help see that result.
And, we talk about advocacy, but there really is an entirely additional aspect to all of this, which is the dealers advocating for themselves in their home states with their own members of Congress, which can be vital in many instances. Talk about, looking ahead to engagement with this next Congress and the new administration. How important is this grassroots lobbying to this whole campaign?
Yeah, I cannot state enough how essential it is for dealers to be involved. But I wanted to share one thing with you that I think drives it home. We have a Washington conference every September. Leaders from the different states come in. They're briefed on issues. They go to Capitol Hill. They meet with members of Congress. And again, they advance these and other priorities. We have that happen. So a frequent speaker in the past has been Charlie Cook from the Cook Political Report. One comment he made has always stuck with me and stuck with many others. He said, what is unique about NADA and its members, unlike most other trade associations, is the fact that you're everywhere. If you think about it, an OEM or a supplier, maybe they have a headquarters here, they have a plant there, they have a lot of clout in that immediate area, but not elsewhere. Dealers are present literally and in large numbers in every congressional district in the U.S. So the ability to engage, regardless of what political party we're talking about, develop those contacts, explain the priorities, connect locally is critically important, and we have that ability with our grassroots network. So it is incredibly important that dealers continue to meet with members of Congress, have them out to the dealership, connect with them, explain to them our concerns, educate them, so that when these issues come up and they're setting their priorities, they can do so in an informed manner and hopefully advance common sense policies that benefit the industry and consumers.
All right, how can NADA help with that effort of getting dealers in front of their members of Congress?
So we have a great grassroots network connection. Our legislative office has it. We have a PAC office that has it. We have several others that reach out and try to make sure they connect with members so they can know how to go ahead and deploy the type of things we're talking about. And what we'd encourage you to do, always talk to our legislative office, make sure you're plugged in with them. They're always looking for good contacts. Sometimes we need to meet a particular senator, member of the House of Representative, or others, and knowing who's there and what they've done locally is very beneficial to us.
That's great. And of course, all of this information about the issues we talked about and about contact can all be done on nada.org. So be sure to go there if you have questions or you want to get in touch with somebody in, like you said, our legislative office to see how you might be able to help us help you, et cetera. So,
absolutely.
Paul Mitri, Executive Vice President of Public Policy with NADA, thank you very much.
Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you all, and I'm going to turn it back to Errol.
Thank you.
Today is Saturday, January 25th, and day 3 of NADA 2025. And we have a busy day ahead of us, so let's put the pedal to the metal. This morning, get ready to laugh out loud as hilarious Frank Caliendo takes the main stage. Known for his spot-on celebrity impressions, Caliendo is sure to deliver a performance that will leave you rolling in the aisles. Then,
presenting the Time Dealer of the Year nominees.
You won't want to miss it. Plus, incoming NADA Chairman Tom Castriota highlights exciting NADA initiatives to keep dealerships running like well-oiled machines through 2025 and beyond. Then, head to the expo. Discover innovations and solutions that can rev up each department. Everyone's favorite charity auction is ready to rumble at noon today at the Open Lane booth, number 3713 on the expo floor. Help us support this important program that helps provide service dogs to kids, adults, and veterans. It's a great cause and a lot of fun. Stop in the NADA Pavilion to test drive NADA offerings, from education opportunities to regulatory issues. Then it's time to shift your career into high gear. Our top-notch workshops and exchange sessions start at 12:30 p.m. and again at 3:30. Today's Spotlight series features Michael Dunn. He'll talk about China's advancements in EVs and how automakers and the U.S. government are responding. You won't want to miss it. New this year, Ask the Experts connects you directly with subject matter experts on topics such as tax laws, CRMs, compliance, and social media. Don't forget about the dealer franchise meetings beginning at 3 p.m. Check the mobile app for time and topics throughout the day. And remember, share your photos on social media using the hashtag NADA Show. All right, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. Of course, we're excited to have you here in the NADA Live Stage living room. My name's Errol, and we have a lot of great programming for you this afternoon, so we want to make sure that you continue to follow along. As I mentioned, there's some great new additions to the NADA programming, so make sure if you have questions, you visit the pavilion, and of course the EV Power Pit, another new addition, along with Ask the Expert. So some great things that you can walk away with this weekend. We're going to continue our live stage programming, and next up, we're going to have a fireside chat with Mark L. Wahlberg. So I'd like to welcome up Mark right now. Give him a round of applause. Mark, come on up. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. I'm well, thank you.
Good to see you.
Nice to see you as well.
Please come on up, have a seat. All right, so first and foremost, of course, some of us, and this is why I always say the age, demographic. Some of us know you from Antique Roadshow, right?
Hopefully some know me from there.
There you go.
I always have to clarify when you introduce me that there's two Mark Wahlbergs. I'm not the one with a hamburger place.
Right, that's a very good, yeah. I'm sure you get people like, hey, can I get a burger? Can I get
all the time?
Like, no, not me. I love that. So we'll just talk a little bit briefly about Antique Roadshow. We won't spend too much time there.
I hosted that for about 14 years.
Yeah.
It was a great experience. The people always ask me, Errol, what I learned on Antiques Roadshow.
Yes.
And what I learned is that I don't own anything of value.
Absolutely.
That basically is what they told me right off the bat. Everything I thought was valuable, I brought up there, and they're like, nah, dog, take that home.
Right, like no, not that, like that. And that does happen, too. It's so funny because I've watched the show, and I remember, seeing stuff, and then you go to a garage sale, or you find yourself looking at stuff around the house, or, for me, it was my great-grandmother, she had, all these, and I'm like, I wonder... but then, like you say, you take it and you find, no, this is actually a replica or a copy or a duplicate. So it is very rare, and I think sometimes people think, oh, I go to a garage sale and I'll be rich.
That's everyone's hope.
Right.
And to give you an idea of how things go on Antiques Roadshow is that to let you know how legitimate it is, we would do 3 episodes in a city.
Okay.
And to get enough appraisals that are a story to tell, that are valuable, they would see 5,000 to 6,000 people.
Wow.
Each having 1 to 2 items. So out of 10 to 12,000 items, it culls down to maybe 55 that are worth putting on TV. So that numbers game is something you don't see anywhere else in television. I don't know how they pull it off.
Right.
And that's pretty amazing. And nothing on that show is seeded. Everything is just somebody walking in the door. There's no prep beforehand. Nobody's been asked to bring an item in. So everything you see is completely legit.
I love that. Now, I know there wasn't a huge automotive presence on Antique Roadshow, right? Nobody ever pulled up in a vehicle and said, hey, how much is this worth?
People have tried, but Antiques Roadshow doesn't do cars.
Okay.
They don't do coins and cars.
Okay.
But I got to do a lot of pieces with different appraisers that would take us off campus, essentially, to different locations. And one of the places I went to was the Gilmore Museum in Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Yes.
And so we did a whole piece, amazing museum if you have a chance to go there. But we did a whole thing on hood ornaments because they're very valuable.
Yes.
Another automotive-related piece that we did, and I think this was in Oklahoma.
Okay.
In Tulsa, I think, was the antique globes that are on top of the gas pumps.
Okay.
Those are highly collectible.
Wow.
And so there are some things that are automotive related that come through the doors, but cars themselves we leave, to Bartlett's or those guys. And
absolutely.
Bartles,
yeah. And it's funny you mentioned some of those automotive heirlooms, right? Later on, we will be having our Century Award winners, so dealers that have been 100 years plus in the industry. And it is amazing. I think about when cars actually had emblems, and then it became a problem because people would lose their emblems because somebody would walk by and say, oh, I like this emblem. Let me take that with me.
That's right.
So it's amazing that those things that we didn't think about or that were everyday now have that unique value. So, and I know this isn't your first NADA, right? So.
No, a couple years ago, they invited me to come. I was able to be on the main stage. I interviewed Michael Strahan.
Yes.
He was the keynote speaker and got a chance to speak with him. I'd done that before for another organization, so it was really great to come and be a part of this gigantic in Vegas. I had a great time.
Yeah.
And Michael's a great guy. And so I love that my work, like your work, puts me in places where I get to insert myself into somebody else's whole culture.
Right.
And I become a student.
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
pretty great.
Speaking of which, have you had an opportunity to walk the show floor at all since you've been here?
I have not, but I will.
Okay,
I'm
good.
going to walk around and see if I can steal free things.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. There's a lot. There's a lot of giveaways there, right? So what about you in your personal life from an automotive standpoint? I know you don't necessarily directly work in the automotive industry, but is there anything that, from your perspective, you're excited about or you have questions about or that you're seeing that you're like, oh, this is an interesting topic?
I live in Southern California.
Okay.
So that's a car area.
Yes.
People will get in the car and drive 2 doors down to their house. And it's also a big status thing. And my wife and I, we vary here. I drive a pretty, standard car. I drive a Subaru Outback. I'm about as boring as they get. She's got the little Sportster.
Right.
She's got a little TT Roadster that she told me is very important for her to have. And I said, honey, I think it's a great car. We have 2 big dogs, and our kids have moved out. But before the kids, I said, we had 2 kids and 2 dogs, and you want a 2-seater.
Right.
She says, well, you've got the car for all of that. So, one of the things I love about Southern California is that you see incredible cars driving down the road. Jay Leno, who is famous for collecting just, the big steam car he drives.
Yes.
I see him on the road. You see him just going around Burbank, which is not far from where I live.
Yes.
So I always get a kick out of when I have people from the Midwest and I'm from South Carolina when they come and visit, and we're just going, the shopping center or something, and they're like, oh, my God, look at that. There's a Maybach. There's a this. There's a that. And I'm like, that's what rolls around in the neighborhood.
Right, like this is Wednesday. What do you mean?
That's right.
I love that.
Now get in the Outback and be quiet.
That's it. That's right. All right, that's right. And I think it's great, too, because you are right. Like the automotive industry itself, there's so many variants, so much variety, and it is a little bit of everything for everyone. So I think that's one of the great things. Now, I'm glad that you were able to make it here back to NADA. It's always good to have you. And tell us what you have upcoming, right? Because I know, obviously, we talked about Antique Roadshow for 14 years. What's new? What's next? What are you working on now, if you can share it?
I'm not supposed to, but I will.
There you go.
I can trust all of these people here.
We're only recording and streaming worldwide, so it's fine.
It's all good, so I'm not allowed to say anything. So I do a lot of corporate work. I've been speaking a lot. I've got a book I'm writing that'll be coming out soon about the power of connection, so I do a lot of that stuff. But I do have a TV show that I'm not supposed to talk about that I've hosted for. The story is I hosted a show on Fox in 2001.
Okay.
A highbrow show called Temptation Island.
Yes.
And then it went away. And then I did Antiques Roadshow for all those years. And then 18 years later, they brought that show back.
Wow.
And I'm like, well, they're not going to call me because I'm now old.
Yeah.
And they did. And so I did that for 5 seasons on USA Network. That just ended its run a year ago. And now, I'll just say it. It's coming out on Netflix.
Uh-oh.
So we have a new season coming out on Netflix. And we're streaming worldwide. So I may have just... This is what's called breaching a contract right here in live.
No. So how you do that is it may or may not be.
Allegedly.
Rumor
has it.
There you go. The possibility of.
On a big streamer.
Yeah. There's a possibility it could be coming to a streaming platform such as Netflix.
Exactly.
Yeah.
A streaming platform such as Netflix. It could be coming relatively soon, and it could be hosted by somebody that looks like me.
Absolutely.
Actually, he doesn't look like me at all because of the makeup and everything. He looks great.
I love that. So somebody that has your similar image and likeness.
And name. But everybody's got my name. So.
Yeah, I mean, there's the other guy that has the burger place, like we mentioned.
That's
that's easy. All right, well, that's exciting. That's great.
I'm excited to do that. It's been a joy to do that show. I get to travel with my wife.
Okay.
Spend some time in a jungle paradise. And
Wait. Jungle and paradise. How do those go together? You got to explain.
It's Hawaii.
Okay.
It's fake jungle.
Okay.
But it's all real paradise.
Right, absolutely. Okay, I declare, because I'm like, when I say jungle, I don't think paradise to
That's
follow.
Survivor. I let my friend Jeff Probst deal with that.
Yes.
I need, like, room service.
Right, that's it.
I'm not trying to do like they do.
Right, I like walks by the,
That's right.
by the jungle. I
Not
don't
to
wanna live
survive.
in
I don't
the
want to have to
jungle.
live in the jungle to survive. I'd like to visit a jungle on an excursion.
That's it. I agree. I'm the same. I agree.
Yeah.
My wife loves to travel. We both love tropical places, so we are very excursion heavy. But sometimes you see those things. We're like, oh, we're gonna spend 7 days in a tent and I'm like, no, that sounds good for you, but not for us. So I agree with you.
As you can tell by the cars that we drive,
Yes.
I drive the Outback. I'll do the 7 days in a tent.
Yes.
But my wife won't come with me.
Right.
Right. So
Because she's in her two-seater.
that's right.
I love that.
Parked at the Ritz.
That's great. Well, we've got about 5 minutes left. I know you haven't had the opportunity to visit around on the show floor just yet, but I definitely encourage you. There's a lot of cool things that we have going on, obviously. And I'm excited to hear about the new show that you have coming up. Anything else you want to share with us that you have going on, or anything else you're excited about?
No, but I'll circle back to Antiques Roadshow a little bit. I no longer host that show. It's been a few years since I've hosted it, but I do want to say I do think it's possibly one of the best TV shows on PBS and on television. So for those people who are still watching it, it's still going on. It's a great show, and I'm always a champion of the people who produce that show, because coming from the world of commercial television, where reality TV, I say with quotations,
yes,
I can tell you that Antiques Roadshow currently and always has been absolutely real.
Right.
As a matter of fact, all those estimates you give and all the appraisals that you give are so conservatively done and so triple checked so that no bad information. And if something changes from the point that they tape the show to the point where it airs,
yes,
it gets pulled.
Oh, wow.
It's very, very litigious about that. I will share one story about
Yes, I love it.
first day I was working on the show. I was very nervous. They'd all been there for years. I was the new guy.
Right.
And at the end of the tape day, it was Saturday, and thousands of people had come through. I finally got the nerve to ask one of the collectors a personal question. And the gentleman is a doll collector. He's a doll appraiser, knows everything about dolls. And so I said, Richard, I'm sorry to bother you. Do you mind if I ask you a quick question? He doesn't look up from his bifocals. I said, my wife and my mother have been buying these highly collectible dolls for my daughter every year.
Right.
For every holiday. I have maybe 20 of them, and we've never taken them out of the box.
Yes.
They are in pristine condition. We've never played with them. They're Madame Alexander dolls, collector's edition, never been out of the box, never been played with.
Yes.
He doesn't look up. He doesn't acknowledge anything I said. He simply says, take them out of the box and play with them.
Oh, wow.
So that was the end of my collection.
Right, that's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
And that's amazing. It's so funny, too, because that means they had very good marketing. But the
Oh, yeah.
attraction was,
I learned that if it says collector's edition,
yes,
it's not as valuable as you think.
Right.
But another story, because what they say is things are as valuable as someone will pay for them.
Absolutely.
And I remember sitting there and watching somebody come up to the table with a really incredible violin. And on the back it had inlaid ebony and ivory and all this stuff, sort of a seascape, and it looked like this, the owner thought it was like this 15th century violin.
Okay.
And the appraiser quickly looks at it and says, this is a 19th century copy of a 15th century violin.
Wow.
And it's worth, $1,000 or so. And she was pretty dejected and puts it back into the violin case and goes to close it. And the violin case looked like she picked it up last week. There was nothing about it.
Right.
And the bow was in there, too.
Okay.
And the bow literally just looked like any bow you'd see. And the appraiser says, stop, and pulls the bow out and says, this is very rare. It's worth $15,000.
Wow.
And she would have just had no idea. So
Yeah.
it's really funny what becomes valuable, what we think is valuable. So, and when you see things on the show and you say, I've got that at home, so it must be valuable. To give you another example, art glass. Somebody shows up with this vase, gets appraised for $100,000.
Yes.
You have the same vase at home. Yours is in amber, theirs is in red.
Yeah.
The red is the one you want, the amber isn't. So
Right.
it's these little details you learn over the years that highly drive up collectible value.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
And I think some of what you mentioned can be antidotes even for the automotive industry.
For sure.
'Cause some of the things that right now, like we took for granted, the emblems and the car ornaments and things of that nature that are now worth value. And I think we're going to see that, here in the future.
During these fires, my family evacuated out to my house.
Okay.
And my niece parked her Ford Shay,
Okay.
which is a Model A frame car, and it got stolen
Oh, wow.
because they thought it was very valuable. But it's a replica on a Ford Pinto frame, I believe.
Yes.
On a Ford Pinto chassis. And it's great, but it's only worth, $15,000, $20,000. Good news is it was some kids that stole it. They were joyriding around, and you can't really hide in a Model A Ford. We found it 2 days later, and they got the car back. So that's a plus. But that's a perfect example. Even in the automotive world, you need to know what you're collecting if you're collecting.
That's good.
And I think that's the key is that you really have to research because things look alike and not everything is as valuable as you think it is.
Everything that glitters isn't gold, right?
Well said. Is that yours? Did you write that?
No, I did not.
No?
That was a replica of someone else that I borrowed.
Still valuable, though.
That's still valuable.
Very good.
Mark, thank you so much for your
Errol.
time. Thanks
Pleasure.
for being here.
Yeah.
Awesome. Great to have you. Again, ladies and gentlemen, Mark Wahlberg. Let's give him a
you.
round of applause.
Have fun, you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
All right, I am here with Chris Walsh, president of Reynolds & Reynolds, in what looks like to be a bigger booth than last year.
It is a bigger booth than last year. It's a newer booth and it's a bigger booth. It's about, the whole village is about 22,000 square feet. And we weren't really going to have the big, I don't know if it's the biggest booth here. Wasn't really our goal, but we just have a lot of companies
adding
that we've
things.
acquired. So we really want to showcase kind of the breadth of our products and all the things that we're doing to help retailers, be more successful.
When we were back with you all at the Amplify event, we got introduced to Spark AI, and AI, obviously, huge topic of conversation at this NADA show. And you seem to have been working on this for quite a while, and Spark seemed pretty impressive when we saw it, but that was a number of months ago, and you've had more time to develop and roll it out. Tell us a little bit about Spark and how the rollout has been so far.
Yeah, well, the rollout's been fantastic. So we did take it in phases. So we rolled out, there's really 4 pieces to Spark, 4 engagement, levels, or 4 pieces of AI that we've come out with. So we took, a little bit of a slow approach to make sure, we got it right and it was as robust as we wanted it to be. So we, I think in Amplify, we released engagement and conversational. So the idea is, phone calls, transcribe and tag them, kind of a digital assistant for a general manager. You can kind of capture customers who are ready to buy, or those kind of buying signals or words that they're using that tell you they're ready to buy, or maybe the opposite. Maybe they're upset about an experience they had at the dealership. Either way, you can move those kind of to the top of your to-do list.
Right.
Then on the engagement side, how can we better engage consumers, through a lead, that doesn't necessarily require a human being, so you can be a little bit more consistent and accurate with your approach and quick, back to the customer.
Right.
And then merchandising and prospect are the other pieces that are out now. So merchandising is, a lot of that has to do with AutoVision, which is our used vehicle platform. So how can we help dealers merchandise their vehicles a little differently and leverage AI? So an example would be, if you're listing a used vehicle, what are the right description words that you should use that that is going to convert? Or what are the right images or videos to use? In the media that you can use there that's going to cause the customer to convert. So selling the car is great, but getting them to buy the car from that dealer. And then the prospect side is, leveraging like service lane marketing, type things. So all of those.
So it's really all 4 are available now.
Correct.
Tell me about how dealers are responding to just this general principle of starting to layer in AI tools, because there really are a lot of different groups of dealers. Some that will try anything, right? Because they're wired like that. A middle bunch that feel like is just starting to implement a few things, and then there's a group who are saying, you know what, we're just going to keep selling cars and not really worry about it. What are you all seeing from your clients? Because you have quite a few, and you probably have all 3 types.
Yep,
right?
Yeah, we do.
And so how do you unpack that a little bit?
You start with, the conversation starts with, how do they view, leveraging AI technology in their organization. And some, like you said, they're all over it. They want to sign up for it, now. Others are a little bit more hesitant. I think one of the things that's been helpful for us is to give them use cases. This is how you can practically use, artificial intelligence, because it is this massive subject when you think about it.
Right, it's
and
overwhelming. You think it's all these things. So you're saying, like, let me give you one example of how you would use it.
Yeah, this is a practical usage, and I like to keep things simple myself, so that's kind of how I internalize, things. So I think it makes sense to kind of communicate it that way. I think it's also important to understand, we don't view AI as a replacement of human capital.
Right.
We view it as an augmentation, of human capital. I mean, I think the car business is and always has been a people business, and so how can we help the people be more effective? In many cases, it's salespeople we're trying to help be more effective.
Well, it makes sense because that activity is what generates the revenue. There's also a lot of interaction. There are a lot of leads and all that. So it makes sense that you would lean there first.
Yeah.
So there have been a lot of partnerships. Stella, UVI. Am I missing one?
Skyvision.
Skyvision. Tell me about some of the partnerships and what kind of the mindset is between announcing all these new partnerships and pretty close concession.
Yeah, so we had Stella, Skyvision, and TrueSpot is the other one that are investments that we made. And I would say 10 years ago, we wouldn't do these kinds of things. We were either going to acquire something or we were going to build it ourselves. And as we've evolved, we've gotten more into partnerships sometimes, or just relationships with other vendors, and sometimes we want to invest. And I think with those three companies, the purpose of the investment was we think they have really smart people. We think they have really cool technology. They're better at that than we are. Let's let them do their thing and just enable them to do their thing, to learn from them, about things like AI, and that'll help us get better.
Right. And so of all those partnerships, which one do you feel like has gotten the fastest traction?
Well, I think Stella's probably got the fastest traction just because there's so much talk about, that kind of phone AI that's out there.
Yeah, right. That's a topic of conversation, not just in the auto industry, but across retail, across sales.
Yeah.
Salesforce is talking a lot about it. So I think maybe there is just a broader awareness of hey, you can deploy these tools right now for massive efficiency.
And I think, people know, we've all, done business with dealerships. I mean, sometimes going through that phone tree, when you call a dealership is not the most pleasant experience in the world. So streamlining that, phone ups are, a huge part, of a dealership. So, I mean, it makes sense to do it, and I think it's being adopted pretty quickly.
So I'm trying to find out, see where it is. Oh, right behind us. I don't know if you guys can see this robot. Oh, there's a robot right here, and he's on his charger right now. I don't know if it's a he or she, but you all surprised me when I heard that you had been developing a parts robot that's AI powered to help the service drive, moving parts from service techs to the parts department. Tell me where that idea came from.
Yeah, well,
because now you're making the full, you make paper and paper invoices and things all the way to a very progressive Amazon warehouse looking device.
Yeah. Well, it was our CEO's idea to do it, and I'll be honest, I was a little bit hesitant at first about having it here in the booth because I thought it would get in the way, but it really doesn't. It knows when something's in front of it, it goes around you. But the idea is that we could help a dealership, instead of using people to run a part from the parts department to a service bay, we could use something like a robot to do it. So I think it's been pretty well received so far. We've got quite a few dealers that are all over. I don't know if you know Ed Roberts from Bozard Ford.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so super progressive guy, really, cutting edge fixed operations area, a department that he runs. He wants to try it out, and he's the one I said, that's the guy we should go talk to and show him this and let him try it, because he will stress test it and he will tell us, what's good about it, what we need to go work on. So we're excited to see where this goes.
They have two very large service facilities. We were just there probably 6 weeks ago, and they have one that's just commercial service, and then they have one that is retail. And I didn't even think about how it might even be a better initial fit in the commercial area because there's not customer cars, there's a little less motion going on. But I think you think about efficiency, and you think about a company committed to the overall efficiency of a dealership. You're talking about sales tools, but how much time of highly paid, highly sought after technician hours are we after? And to know that you could cut down, I mean, how many trips does a technician make to the parts department every day? And if a part is wrong or whatever. So it's been fun. I've been watching it walk around. It's picking up tables, moving them around. And then you also, I don't see this one, but you also retrofitted the same tech into a little water bottle delivery robot.
Yeah.
and it just kind of sits in it, wants you to, it's like a little puppy, like, I brought this to you. And
Your dad.
I know, it's amazing. Well, look, I think you guys are always full of surprises as you continue to grow and evolve as a company. The booth is a representation of that. Your people, honestly, are a representation of that. And I think the robot is a representation of that.
Thank you, Brent. We
so
appreciate
thanks for
it.
the work you're doing, and thanks for giving us some time today.
You're welcome. Thanks for all you guys do.
All right.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks once again to the guys over at ASOTU More Than Cars. They are actually out on the floor doing their thing. It's great to be able to cover here from Live Stage, but also to have them out and about. So it's great. There's an expansive amount of territory to cover, and it's always exciting because I truly don't know where they're going to be next. So it's always great to see them. Great interview. Thank you once again to the guys over at ASOTU More Than Cars. Again, thank you for joining us, hanging out here in the NADA Live Stage living room. My name's Errol. I'm hosting you here with you all week, so we're going to have a lot of fun and continue to have a lot of fun together. Next up, what we're going to be doing is we have the Assurant Foundation, and they're going to do a donation to the NADA Foundation's Workforce Initiative. To help us do that, I'd like to welcome up Jeff Strickland, Anita Sequoia, and Andy Coblins. Please, come on up. That's right, round of applause. I heard a few. There you go. All right, don't be stingy. Don't be stingy. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. It is my honor on behalf of the NADA Foundation to welcome Assurant for the 6th consecutive year. They are here to give us a donation to the foundation, and this is our shared values, knowing that a modern, diverse automotive workforce is crucial to our industry. And so I'm here to just say thank you to them, thank you to all of you, and with that, I'll turn it over to Jeff.
Thanks, Annette. Well, good morning. For those of you not familiar with Assurant Global Automotive, we're a leading provider of F&I products and services across the globe, where we've been supporting our dealer clients' growth for the last 60-plus years. We currently support over 5,800 dealers across the U.S. market and thousands of others across the globe. And our Assurant Foundation works to support communities, to strengthen them through partnering with nonprofit organizations that have similar alignment to our focus areas of both connecting, protecting, as well as inspiring. Our sponsorship of the NADA Workforce Initiative is right in line with our Inspire focus area, where we're looking to build industry leaders for the future of our great industry in diverse and inclusive communities and workplaces. So with that, for the 6th consecutive year, as Annette mentioned, would like to deliver a $30,000 donation on behalf of the Assurant Foundation to the NADA Foundation Workforce Initiative. This brings our total contribution from Assurant to $165,000 over the time frame. And I can tell you, Annette, Andy, the entire NADA Foundation team, I want to thank you for your hard work in truly molding the future workforce of our great industry. We at Assurant are thrilled to be a part of it, not only this year, but we're looking forward to the partnership again in the future. Thanks again for your time.
This year's NADA conference in New Orleans is set to really be a star-studded event, if you will. The three main speakers are very inspiring, very educational. First up, we have Ryan Leake, best-selling author, esteemed executive coach.
About how to be the CEO of your own development.
C-
Take our life and our career to the next level. Things you need to know about me from the get-go. Number one, I am married.
Of my development.
This is a picture.
Next, we have the hilarious and talented Frank Caliendo, actor and impressionist.
This is my best known impression.
Yeah, let's
Gotta
see
put the stash on.
The new stash.
Looks good, right?
Yeah.
Government bids. They're so tough.
So many deliveries
Oh,
that I don't know what to do.
What am I gonna do? Okay.
Oh, I can't have lunch.
What's going on in here?
Oh, hi, Dylan.
The mustache.
Coach K himself, Mike Krzyzewski, former head men's basketball coach at Duke University and a 3-time Olympic gold medalist. Yep, that's what's up. You guys know that Coach K is speaking at NADA this year?
Yeah, Coach K. Duke, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Coach Krzyzewski? Right?
No. Coach K. Kvetchki.
Krzyzewski. Krzyzewski.
Zuski.
Actually, it's Krzyzewski.
Hey, Ben, heads up.
I don't know about you, but I'm dying to go.
Today is Saturday, January 25th, and day 3 of NADA 2025. And we have a busy day ahead of us, so let's put the pedal to the metal. This morning, get ready to laugh out loud as hilarious Frank Caliendo takes the main stage. Known for his spot-on celebrity impressions, Caliendo is sure to deliver a performance that will leave you rolling in the aisles. Then,
Presenting the Time Dealer of the Year nominees.
You won't want to miss it. Plus, incoming NADA Chairman Tom Castriota highlights exciting NADA initiatives to keep dealerships running like well-oiled machines through 2025 and beyond. Then, head to the expo. Discover innovations and solutions that can rev up each department. Everyone's favorite charity auction is ready to rumble at noon today at the Open Lane booth, number 3713 on the expo floor. Help us support this important program that helps provide service dogs to kids, adults, and veterans. It's a great cause and a lot of fun. Stop in the NADA Pavilion to test drive NADA offerings from education opportunities to regulatory issues. Then it's time to shift your career into high gear. Our top-notch workshops and exchange sessions start at 12:30 p.m. and again at 3:30. Today's Spotlight series features Michael Dunn. He'll talk about China's advancements in EVs and how automakers and the U.S. government are responding. You won't want to miss it. New this year, Ask the Experts connects you directly with subject matter experts on topics such as tax laws, CRMs, compliance, and social media. Don't forget about the dealer franchise meetings beginning at 3 p.m. Check the mobile app for time and topics throughout the day. And remember, share your photos on social media using the hashtag NADA Show. That's right. Not only can you share your photos using that hashtag for NADA Show, but we're also looking for unique travel experiences. That's right. We all have a story to tell, and we want to hear your story as well. So if you should choose so, go ahead and tell us a quick story. Use the hashtag NADA Show. That way we can see the story. We'll be checking those out because we are definitely interested. I know we all used all forms of transportation. I seen someone on a horse trying to get here. That's how bad it was out there. We're going to continue to have fun at the NADA Live Stage. This is our NADA Live Stage living room. My name's Errol. I'm always excited to have you here hanging out with us. We only have a couple house rules. It's very easy. A, whatever you bring with you, take it with you, right? We have trash cans everywhere, so if you're enjoying your beverage or your snacks and you're finished with those, don't leave it in the living room. Just make sure it's find its way to a trash receptacle. B, if you want to get comfortable and take your shoes off, do that. If your feet stink, don't do that. That's it. Those are only house rules. Same rules apply for all of you out there watching online with us. We're going to keep the live stage going. This next gentleman that I'd like to welcome up, he is no stranger to the live stage. He's going to give you a workshop preview talking about leaky profits and the cost of acceptance. So please do me a favor and let's welcome up Joe St. John, Chief Customer Officer for AutoFi. Joe, there he is. How are you, brother?
Errol, it's good to see you, man.
Always great to see you.
No, pleasure's all mine.
Always with the water. I love that.
Got to, bro. You know it's second day. My voice is almost gone, man.
That's it. It's actually third day, right? It's crazy.
It is third day.
It is third day. It's crazy.
Almost gone. Hey, what up, NADA?
Try it again. Do it again. Do it again. They weren't ready. They weren't ready.
What up, NADA? Woo! That's what I'm talking about. All right. My name's Joe St. John, Chief Customer Officer at AutoFi, and I'm here to take you on a journey with me. Now, I started selling cars in 1998 in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Spent 15 years in retail, worked through every channel in variable ops. Was a GM of a couple of Toyota stores. Actually got out of retail in 2013. And so I was challenged at AutoFi by the automotive icon, Carrie Wise, that's in the back taking some pictures right now. She was like, Joe, I got a crazy idea. I was like, all right, Carrie, I love crazy ideas. What's your idea? She's like, I want you to go out on the road, and I want you to sell cars at dealerships today, and I want you to tell us what's different today than what you saw selling cars back in the 90s. And so what I did was I loaded my pregnant wife and our 5 kids in a Sprinter van, and I drove all around America, and I sold cars at dealerships everywhere. I literally would get like the company polo golf shirt in the new employee packet, and I would fill it out, and the GMs would laugh because they were in on it. And then a salesperson would ask me to go pull up a car for them because they had an appointment coming in. I'll tell you a couple stories. That's the worst walk around on a Subaru probably ever given. I opened the hood. I was like, ladies and gentlemen, this is the all-new Subaru Boxster engine. She was like, this engine's not new. It's like 20 years old. I was like, newly installed in this one. All right, let me go read the sticker here for a moment. I started at a Mazda store in California, and I was going to be at the Subaru store across the street the next day, and they have a shared lot where they keep all the Mazdas and Subarus together. Bro, I look like a washed-up extra from Sons of Anarchy. Like, I'm going to stick out. They're all going to recognize me at Subaru. So that weekend, I shaved my beard into a mustache, showed up at the Subaru store, and not a single person recognized me. It was fantastic. And after weeks of working car deals out in the field, I got with Carrie, and I said, okay, like, who here's in retail right now? Show of hands. Who's working at a dealership? All right, there's a bunch of y'all out here. Imagine for a moment that you were out of it for a while and you came back and you saw it with new eyes. You would see stuff that you don't see when you're like in the stuff all day, every day. And here's what I saw. I think there are 5 main problems that are eroding profits for us right now that we just accept as the way that we do business. Number 1, any sales managers out here? We got any sales managers? All right, man. Sales managers are absolutely exhausted. Like, sales managers be smoked today. Like, literally, we keep putting new jobs on sales managers, and they're just like drowning under it. And I'm telling you, it's costing you money. Secondly, first thing that I learned selling cars, I was working a car deal. Manager yelled at me, son, you got to hurry up because time kills what? Deals. It doesn't just kill deals, it also kills profit, and we're going to talk about that. Third, I don't know why, in my head, I was like, you know what? Customers today are going to be really nice and easy and much better than they used to be. I think the customers today are going to be really great. And I went out and I took it up, and customers today are harder and meaner and nastier than they were when I was selling cars in the 90s. And the last thing is, you see it now because I'm not in it every day. When a salesperson sits down across from a customer and they slide a sheet of paper across to them, the walls go up and that customer gets highly on the defensive. And the last piece of this is that we got a completely new generation of salespeople hitting, and I hear a lot of people up here talking about like the demographics and all that. I'm gonna say something controversial, which ain't my nature. I think Generation Z has more sales potential than any of the last 10 generations to come into the sales option. And I see the face, you're like, oh, I don't believe none of that. Bro, I'm telling you, I've seen Gen Z kids that are the absolute most dynamic salespeople I've ever seen. I've seen dealerships that have nothing but Gen Zers, and they're all selling 20 cars a month per person. And I think we just haven't figured out how to unlock it. And so let me break this down for you. If you sit any time on a desk, this is the face you're going to see managers making constantly. I call it manager face. And I know why, because they're sitting there like this, and they're like, on the phone with a dealer trade driver who's like, all right, I need your red one. I'm like, I only got one red one. What are you trying to give me? I'm trying to give you a white one. I got 6 white ones. I don't want your white one. While that's happening, I got a 23-year-old standing here going, you remember that Tacoma you bid a couple weeks ago? You think you could do 25 on it? While that's happening, I got a service manager walking up giving me bad news on some trade-in I took in a week ago. And in the middle of that, I'm trying to work a car deal. And here's why managers feel like this. They feel like this because of the way our brains operate. And I'm going to give you all a little brain science breakdown here. This is your brain. Not technically yours, but this is what it looks like. And you have 2 parts of it that you use at work. You have the inside part of your brain called the limbic system, also known as the lizard brain or the monkey brain. It's where your gut instinct comes from. It's where you feel feelings. It's where joke timing comes from and good stories. And then you got the outside part of your brain called the neocortex. And this part of your brain, it's what you use for math and heavy decision making and thinking through data and facts and figures. It's also the part of your brain that you feel uncomfortable in. When you use your neocortex, it literally makes you feel uncomfortable. Now, who do we typically promote to sales managers? Our worst salespeople or our best salespeople? Who do we promote? Best salespeople. And who is typically your best salespeople? Is it I really love facts and figures and data and I'm super well organized? Or is it bro, I'm a C student, but people say yes a lot? You know what I'm saying? It's that second one. So we take people with highly developed limbic systems and we go, here's your new job. I want you to sit still, do math, and make hard decisions all day, every day. And when we do that, it actually causes their brains to revolt against themselves. I'm going to prove it to you. I'm going to make everyone here test your neocortex in this moment. Everybody get out a sheet of paper and a pen. I see all y'all with your notebooks. Get out a sheet of paper and pen. We're going to make you use your neocortex right now. You ready? All I want you to do is solve this simple 8th grade math problem. Go. I like that a couple of y'all I ain't even gonna try. I heard somebody over here go, ugh, and make a moaning noise. Now, you don't have to do this, but I want to take a survey real quick because I got 10 minutes left. And here's what I'm going to ask you. For the next 10 minutes, would you rather do 8th grade math, like algebra and geometry, with a pencil and a sheet of paper, or would you rather us prick your finger, draw blood, and then you can play on your phone for 10 minutes? Who's getting blood drawn? Let me see some hands. Okay, that's a bunch of y'all, right? So think about that. You would rather have blood drawn than do math for 10 minutes, yet this is the job of sales managers. And what's wild to me is it leads to a psychological phenomenon called decision fatigue that is absolutely destroying your desk. What is decision fatigue? Well, it's a mental strain that comes from making too many choices from day to day, which reduces performance and efficiency. What does that mean? More choices you make, the worse you are at making those decisions. And if you graph it out, it looks like this. There's a ton of science out there on this. One of my favorites is pro tip. If you're ever defendant in a court case, be first on the docket, not last on the docket, because judges are way friendlier earlier in the day. And as the day goes on, they're like, nah, throw the book at them. Same way with sales managers, right? You ever work a car deal 10 o'clock in the morning? They're like, hey, what do you got? Same manager, 10 o'clock at night, what do you got? Oh, I got a car deal. Bullshit, what do you got? I got a car deal. No, I'm serious. That's because they're at the end of that decision fatigue. Now, I'm going to make all y'all be a sales manager for the next 30 seconds. All right, here's what you got happening. I got deals in front of me. I'm doing the dealer trade drive. I hang up, and now I got a guy standing here working a car deal, and here's what I got to figure out. You ready? Here's my customer. You ready? Why is it not showing up? Whoa, it ain't showing up right. All right, it's a 2021 Elantra. It's got 17,000 clicks on it. They're a 689 TransUnion score. They got $1,200 down. They got $1,000 in trade equity. I think that's what it says up there, right? I'm at 118% LTV, 4% payment to income because they got good job time and they make good money. Now, here's the question. Top 15 lenders out there, who's the 3 you're going to submit it to? Put it in your head. I want to hear some answers. 689, 118% LTV, 4% payment to income. Who you submitting it to? What you got? Oh, hey, how are you guys? What up, y'all? Hey, who you submitting this to? Let me hear some answers. You guys are super interactive. Who you submitting it to? Chase? Bank of America? Maybe Ala. I'm going over here to another manager. Who are you submitting it to? What you got? Cap One. Who else? You get two more. Santander. Who else? And Chase. So think about this. You all are doing what managers in America do. Basically, you know how we decided who we're going to submit it to? Like this. Well, I don't know. The TD guys got a good program, they say, brought some golf balls by. And if you look at the data, you can have 3 managers on the desk, and on this customer, all 3 would submit it to 3 different lenders. Now, when I was a finance manager back in 2005, who submitted the majority of car deals at the dealership? Finance. Who submits them today? Sales manager. Why? Because finance took too long, so we moved it out to the desk. You know what the desk has become? By the way, here's the answer today. Here's the answer 3 months ago, because their programs are constantly changing, and nobody's staying on top of it. But you know what? Finance isn't the bottleneck anymore. The desk is the bottleneck, which is a kink in a system that slows it all down. And let me ask you all this. Do car deals happen one at a time, every hour, on the hour, on our schedule, or does it come in waves? Yeah, you got nothing going for 4 hours. Next thing you know, it's boiler room, and I got a bunch of car deals working, and it's me and another guy on the desk. He's out bidding a car right now. I got 3 people standing in front of me. First one's a 500 score with $1,000 cash. I got to find a car to land them on. Second one, we're switching to a lease because they're on way too much payment. Third one just got back from a test drive, dropped their customer on the showroom, and they're waiting for a pencil at most dealerships in America. If you're salesperson number 3, how long does it take you to get that first pencil? 15 minutes? 20 minutes? 30? Okay, think about this. When's the customer's buying temperature the highest? Second they get back from the test drive, they're laughing at my jokes, they're licking the paint off the car, and then we bring them onto the showroom and we set them down for 15 minutes while we go visit at the desk. What happens to that buying temperature in those 15 minutes? Let me ask y'all a question. You sit anywhere for 15 minutes not knowing what's going on. What does it make you want to do? Leave. So before I present the information to them that I'm going to ask them to say yes to, I'm psychologically pre-programming that customer to want to get up and leave? How's that make any sense? Doesn't make sense at all, John. Now, there's a reason why customers have memes that look like this, right? And here's the scary thing to me. Anybody out here a dealer principal? Show hands. We got any real dealers sitting out here? See a couple of y'all with some hands up? Okay. If you were a dealer or a GM, and you tell a buddy what it looks like to buy a car at your dealership, this is the picture you describe. If you're at the golf club and someone's like, so what's it like to buy a car at your dealership? This is the story we tell ourselves about what it looks like to buy a car at our dealership. Is this the story the customer tells themselves before they show up to the dealership? Hell no. You know what story they tell themselves? They imagine it's going to look like this. And now I got to overcome that and get them to say yes to me. And at most dealerships in America, you know what unbelievable tool and technology we use to overcome this perception? When we present the most important information, we present that information on something that looks like this. And you know what's terrifying to me is that at most dealerships today, you know who we're asking more and more and more to take that information out there? Basically a 23-year-old that was working at a Starbucks 3 months ago, or in an Amazon warehouse moving boxes around, that was raised by the internet. And you know what we're all doing? We're all praying they're magically going to turn into Don Draper and go close this guy spending $70,000 on a pickup. Or the worst is you reverse it, and now I got that guy trying to sell a $70,000 car to that kid on the slide before it. So what's the solutions? Well, if you look at the data in the industry right now, it's very clear. Today's salespeople are selling the same number of units they were selling in 2016, but our costs are up 45%. Let me let that sink in again. Today's salespeople are selling the same number of cars they were selling in 2016, but our costs for that salesperson are up 45%. And I think that as an industry, we have to start getting really creative in how we think about solving this problem. So let's talk about solutions for a moment. I'm going to run through them because I got 2.5 minutes left. Solution number 1, we got to start automating more of our lives. You automate your life right now. Who uses like maps or Waze or anything to get where you're going? Okay, that's automating your life, but it doesn't make you think you're a bad driver. We start automating things for F&I or for the sales managers. They're like, well, they're coming for my jobs. We got to start working way smarter deal processes. I remember the first deal I was working, salesperson was freaking out. I was like, I'll take the numbers out. I go out, I sit down with the customer. It's a mom and her daughter. Daughter just graduated college. I set the numbers down. They go, okay, it's 60 months with 10% down. You're at a $680 due payment. Is that what you would like to do? She goes, oh, I forgot to tell Miranda I wanted to put $5,000 down. What would my payment be with $5,000 down? Now, what do I have to do? Go back to the desk. So I get up and I walk back to the desk. Now, Henry, the manager that started me off, isn't sitting there. I got to go to Brenton. Hey, Brenton, will you write this deal up with $5,000 down for the customer? Brenton goes, okay, hey, what customer? I'm at the desk for maybe 5-10 minutes. I get the information. I get back to the customer. All right, with $5,000 down, good news is you're at a $595 payment. Is that what you would like to do? What would it be at 72 months? I know you guys have 2.9 for 72. I just want to see what the payment would be at a little bit longer term. I'm going to overpay. Now, where do I have to go back to? I have to get back up, I have to walk back to the desk, and I have to ask the manager to give me the information to take back out. And no BS, when I went back out there, there was a third chair pulled up, a dude was sitting there, and I was like, hey, welcome to the party, third baseman, let's have some fun. And this is what takes time in car deals. It's the slow data rate between my show floor and my sales tower, and the fact that salespeople have to go back and forth for any information that the customer might ask them. Now, secondly, bridge trust with technology. You're 10 times more likely to give your credit card number to a computer than you are to a human being. So why do we keep using human beings and sheets of paper to try and ask customers for their money? And then I think when you do that, you actually leverage transparency and give customers agency so that they start closing themselves. I went to F&I school back in like 2005, and the thing he said to me that stuck with me to this day is if I want somebody to say yes to an idea, whose idea does it have to be? Theirs. Okay, well, how do we present a car deal? Here's what my manager said. Do you want to take it or not? Okay, whose idea is it? My idea. Now we're fighting on it. We got to stop that. And then last, man, when you've got digital natives like Gen Zers, and you take away a pencil and paper and you give them a computer to check out a customer on and to work a car deal, the results are insane. This is a before and after of a Gen Z sales force using technology to check out a customer versus using a sheet of paper. And all this stuff's crazy. Time to transact down by 74%, profitability up by 911. Turnover's gone to nothing. But you see that number right there, 48% increase in productivity? That's a 48% increase in the number of units per salesperson. The number one driver of net profitability and variable ops is units per salesperson. And let me show you what I mean by that. If you use NADA pre-COVID averages, and you're doing 170 units a month, and your average salesperson goes from 975 to 18, that's $500,000 a year in net. Not $500,000 in gross, that's $500,000 in net. And what I'm here to tell you is that if you empower Gen Z with tools that help them to stop worrying about negotiating and worry about getting a customer in love with a car, the results will be absolutely unbelievable. Hey, if y'all want to come see me, I'll be at booth 4219 right over there. It's been real, it's been fun. Thank y'all for this time.
Congratulations, everyone. Today, we're diving into a crucial life skill, buying a car while staying within your budget. Transportation typically ranks as the second largest expense for households, right after housing. The average cost of a new car is $48,000 with an average monthly payment of $732. And the average cost of a used car is $27,000 with a monthly payment of $555. When you buy a car, it's not just about the vehicle price. There are various costs to consider, like fuel, insurance, maintenance and repairs, registrations and inspections, and parking and tolls. Depending on your car and driving habits, these costs can range from $200 up to $400 each month. These figures may seem daunting, but with careful planning, you can choose a vehicle that makes the most sense for your budget and lifestyle. Consider your daily commute and other activities, family size, and typical driving conditions. While thinking about how you will afford a car, you're also probably thinking about careers. As you go through the process of buying a car, you will enter the world of car dealerships. which are full of great career opportunities for people with a wide range of education, interest, and personalities. If you're a people person who likes to build relationships, you can make a terrific salesperson or even service advisor. Do you like working with your hands? Today's service technicians, they work with both classic engines and the latest technology, including electric vehicles and sophisticated software. Are you more organized and detail-oriented? Dealership parts department staffs find fulfillment in overseeing extensive, complex inventories and supplying the correct part at the correct time. If numbers are more your thing, think about an office manager position where you would coordinate the financial reporting of the dealership. Dealerships offer abundant opportunities for growth and development, and dealership positions allow employees to lead lives where they can pursue their interest and support their families. Parts consultant is an entry-level position that does not require experience or higher education and has an average income of over $59,000 annually. This puts the other 8 key dealership positions higher than the national average. Many dealership leaders have stories about how they started in entry-level positions and grew into leadership roles, sometimes even dealer and ownership positions. Most dealership positions don't require a college degree. So why work in a car dealership? Because here, you're not just starting a job, you're embarking on a rewarding career path filled with growth and opportunities. So, join us at your local dealership and let's drive success together.
All right, once again, thank you to Joe St. John. A great workshop preview. Make sure, again, if you have questions on where that workshop is taking place or when, you can definitely find that in the NADA app. So make sure you download the app for 2025. It's a great way to stay in tune with what's going on because it's a lot to take in. So we're going to continue our live stage. Next up, we're going to hear from DAS Technology, and they have an important question. The question is, people or AI? But the good thing is there's no need to choose because the future is hybrid. So do me a favor and help me welcome up Cliff Banks and Scott Peckstein.
He goes by anything. You can call him anything. Go by both. Thanks, man. Scott, good to see you.
Cliff, we made it.
Yeah, you made it. How many NADAs for you now?
This is my 23rd. Right back at you. How many?
26.
All right, we're going to start
my hair's
losing
a little
count.
grayer than yours, so it's showing. All right, so what are we going to talk about today?
We're talking about a buzzword. So the buzzword for 2025, AI. You know, some of the buzzwords that went back a couple years, what was it? We've been at this for a while.
Couple years.
Transparency.
Transparency.
Big data.
CDP.
Digital retailing.
Remember, you guys remember digital retailing?
If you build it, they will come.
Yeah. I think we're still waiting for them to come, right? Anyway, so, all right, moving forward. Bad joke, guys. Moving forward.
The clicker.
AI. Oh, yeah, let me give you the clicker. If you let me have the clicker, it will be a disaster. So as we talk about the future in AI, a lot of conversation around AI replacing humans or dealers turning over a lot of their operations to AI agents or AI-related software. What's your perspective, Scott? How do you see this?
So the question is, do you hand over the keys of the castle to AI? And the answer is yes, but no, right? So you still need your human capital more than ever. It's a relationship business. People that are buying a $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 vehicle, 95% of them are going to do so through a relationship, through a handshake. But it's both. Right? If you're not embracing the technology, your competition is, and it's getting them to the consumer a lot quicker. So let me just take a step back and let's define AI because it's pretty loosely defined, right? So AI's been around for decades. AI really is any programmatic algorithm is AI. What they think when they think AI, they think machine learning, right? The generative search like they see on Google right now. So to answer your question, it's both, Cliff. It reminds me a little bit of digital retailing, right? Digital retailing was a buzzword a couple years ago. It still is to some extent. And the old saying, if you build it, they will come. And the people up on this same stage, they were correct. There's tens of thousands of vehicles that were sold via digital retailing. Cliff, you're the industry expert. Today, what percent of cars are sold through digital retailing versus the traditional means?
Depends who you talk to, but it's really 3 to 5%.
3 to 5%.
Yeah,
If I were to
a little
argue
bit
with you
more,
and tell you you're wrong, it's 6 or maybe it's 2.
True.
95% of cars and trucks are still sold the traditional way. The same thing with AI, ladies and gentlemen. Don't give up the keys to the castle just yet. You still need your manpower. You still need your personnel.
So why can't we move forward with all AI? I mean, why is it hybrid right now?
Well, it's dangerous. It's dangerous. So when you and I, a couple weeks ago, right, to some extent, it's a little bit scary. When we found out we were going to be speaking, we're on the phone, and we did a generative search on Google, right? I think you used ChatGPT.
Yeah.
And what did we Google? We asked who was going to win the Super Bowl.
Right.
So I live in Southern California. Cliff lives in Detroit. We did the search at the exact same time from 2 different geos. I got a 3-peat for the KC Chiefs. Who'd you get?
Lions.
Ladies and gentlemen, we did the same search from 2 different IP addresses, and AI gave us 2 different results. Now, as of this morning, it's AI's got Philly taking the Chiefs by 1 point. I don't know how much money I'd put behind that, but there's still, it gets a little bit scary. You had a conference a couple weeks ago where there was a horror story up on stage.
Yeah, we talked a lot about AI and just some of the horror stories with relying solely on the generative or large language models to engage with your customers. And some of the stories we hear are just, if they weren't so bad, it would be comical. But I think the point, to your point, is that we really can't give the keys to the
don't
kingdom
hand over
to
the keys
use
of the
your
castle just yet, but embrace it. Embrace it.
So let's talk about some specific use cases. You guys, DAS, are leveraging AI in specific areas, but how can dealers, let's talk about reputation management first. Let's talk about ways dealers can leverage or should leverage AI in reputation management.
Sure. So reputation management's been one of our core competency dating back 12, 13 years now. Candidly speaking, we rely on AI, on our responses. Now, hold on. The robots aren't controlling the conversations. They're not responding at 2 in the morning. If I don't have somebody live at 2 in the morning to respond, we're waiting till 7 o'clock till the doors open. Having said that, again, candidly, we are running every single answer through AI, right? AI is like a built-in thesaurus. It makes us sound smarter. It makes us sound smoother. So they will reference, our agents will reference that AI, but still a human being is typing in the answer. And I'm sure a lot of our kids are doing it on their book reports, and I'm sure we've done it maybe on some job interviews or what have you when you're interviewing, or you want to sound crisp and you want to be smart. But it does a few things, right? One, it gets rid of errors, right? There's no malapropisms when we're typing through AI. 2, it allows us to answer a lot more quickly. Our OEMs are happy with that. So it helps us scale. So we utilize AI to help scale, but again, we've resisted the urge to replace our people with AI. We're not there today, and quite frankly, it's going to be a while before we go that far.
Yeah, it certainly seems like it. I mean, look, there's a lot of experimentation, a lot of pushing the edge, maybe pushing the envelope a little bit with some companies and players. But I think having that rational, on the feet on the ground, keeping your head out of the cloud, so to speak, approach. I reinforces your point of staying with hybrid. What about lead response?
So lead response, for over a decade, we've been harnessing AI. We've got a programmatic algorithm for years that helped our clients respond back to leads as soon as they come in within 4 to 5 minutes. The OEMs are really happy with the 4 to 5 minute response time. So AI allows us to do that. And then what we also do is we don't take the actual request, the vehicle requested, too serious. And what I mean by that is any given Sunday, 10 people come in to buy a new Silverado. 4 or 5 of them may end up burning gas in a Colorado or a slightly used car. And we're okay with that stat. We're excited about that stat. A lot of times dealers don't take that into consideration when a lead hits the CRM. So our AI not only responds with a price, with a payment, it also responds with alternative vehicles and pre-owned vehicles. So that's an example where we've embraced AI for our lead response product for over 10 years running. We're always enhancing it. And again, you're beating your competition to the punch, and you're winning the trust. So right. AI, the analogy I like to use, it softens the beachhead to get to the relationship first. Doesn't sell the car for you. In some rare cases, 3, 4, 5% of the time, maybe it does, and they come in from all the information they got, and I'm ready to buy. But there's always questions.
Sure.
If I'm a doctor and I went through a divorce and maybe there was a BK within 10 years, good luck that doctor asking the AI, do I qualify for the 0.9%? You might get a scary answer.
Right, right. Let's talk about chat. And because this is where a lot of this battle, or not battle, but all the activity seems to be going is on the chat. And creating agents or AI software that can have legitimate conversations with human beings.
So this is a good example. We've had AI chat as a service for many, many years.
Yeah.
Ironically, or not ironic, we recently just had our 10th acquisition in 10 years, and we bought a chat company with real-life chat agents. So what did we decide to do? We didn't lean one way or another. We combined the two. So it's kind of like, the analogy I like to use is when you're on the phone with Delta, right, or American. Delta or American in the phone tree can get you a lot of what you need. You could change your flight, cancel your flight, rebook your flight, what have you. But there's that point in time, happens to me maybe once a quarter, where I've got to hit zero. I've got to talk to somebody. I'm not getting what I need.
Right.
So we took that exact same concept, applied towards websites. At 10 o'clock at night, you don't need an agent to serve up inventory, right? Or do a soft pull on the chat. So our AI chat serves up inventory, gives directions. But if somebody specifically, let's go back to the doctor with the BK and the divorce, has a question if he or she qualifies for the 0.9%, the AI chat bot's going to put their hands up.
Right. I would say, too, one of the key points for me as a customer, if I'm engaging with a chat bot online, I want to know that it's a chat bot right from the word go.
That's a good point.
Because I want to know what I'm dealing with. And I think you can always tell the companies that try to hide that fact from the customer and try to disguise it as a real human being. But at some point, that chatbot is going to fail. Or
So
chat agent, whatever we want to call it, is going to fail in that conversation. And
that's a point of contention right now.
Yes.
So there's a lot of AI solutions. Be careful. There's a lot of them. But if they're trying to come off as a real person, the customer's going to start digressing and doing one thing and one thing only, trying to trick the bot. So now instead of buying, leasing, servicing a vehicle, they're sitting there trying to trick the bot to prove that it's not a real person. And then where are you with the trust?
Right.
Where are you?
Certainly.
You never have a second chance to make a first
And
first
it's about managing the expectation, too.
Yeah.
I mean, right up front, hey, I'm Cliff. I'm your friendly chat bot from ABC Motors. How can I help you?
Right.
Well, so from the word go, I know what I'm dealing with, and that I can probably X out of that conversation into a real-life person at any time. So, all right, interesting. All right, another thing that you guys kind of coined back in the day, another buzzword here, but CDP.
Yeah.
We're going back a few years. But, all right, so let's talk about CDP and how AI, or how you guys are...
What does it even mean, all these acronyms? Another acronym. We need another acronym like a hole in our head.
Customer data platform, I think.
Consumer data platform. If there's an X, it's a consumer data experience platform, which is what we have. In layman's terms, everybody, that's making the most out of your data, right? Making sure that you are communicating to the different types of consumers that are in your database, whether it be fixed ops oriented, variable ops oriented, is it somebody ready to buy? And again, AI in this example helps soften the beachhead, right? It helps move folks down that funnel. So dare I say, to allow your folks to better cherry pick, right? Any given Monday morning, you come into the dealership, the internet team has 80 leads overnight. Okay, so do we treat them all the same? No. The AI can dictate, okay, 10 of them were online this morning, 8 of them are online right now. Start with those 18. And then over the weekend, right, the AI will log who raised their hand, this, that, and the other. So the CDXP solution is interesting. At the end of the day, you still need that human capital to take the TO, right? To take the handoff when to pick the low-hanging fruit that the AI determines. But there's examples right now with CDP. Heck, we just rolled it out a couple weeks ago where there are videos, AI videos specifically to Cliff. So maybe it's for service decline. Maybe you got your brakes done, but you didn't do your rotors. By the time you're home or in a text and email cadence days later, you're getting AI notifications. Hey, Cliff, you did your brakes, but you didn't do your rotors. You could really only resurface your rotors effectively once before they eat through your new brake pads. By the way, Cliff, also in your 2021 Silverado, you didn't change the cabin filter, which we suggested on your last 2 visits right now.
Right.
And then we show a picture of a dirty cabin filter, a clean cabin filter, and we pose the question, what kind of air do you want your family breathing on the next trip? So what's cool with AI, it's very, very specific. In that example, it could call Cliff out by name. It's a video with a voiceover, and not only for decline codes, but what's really cool is for recalls as well. Right, recalls is obviously a big moneymaker. We like recalls as Tier 3 dealers. It could call out your Silverado that it may have a defective airbag at absolutely no cost to you. Cliff, let's make an appointment.
Right. Let's talk a little bit about the future. I mean, we're talking about the present right now, but where do you see this playing? I mean, and you've been coming in NADA 23 years now.
Done a couple.
Yeah, and you've been on the cutting edge with some cutting edge companies over the years. Where are we today with this technology?
I think I'll answer that question with a story. So we've both been to Phoenix a few times, right? Back and forth.
Yeah.
You've done the autonomous, what do they call them, the Waymos?
I do Waymo all the time.
Waymo,
I'm
right?
in Phoenix, yeah.
So you've all heard the horror stories. First of all, I like Waymo because when it takes me 20, 25 minutes to get to the airport because the Uber is so backed up, there's always a Waymo available.
Yes.
Right, the Waymos are the autonomous driving cars that drive around Scottsdale and downtown Phoenix.
And
so
San Francisco and...
what's that?
In San Francisco and Los Angeles.
Los Angeles has them. San Fran has them. The big cities are starting to get them as well.
Right.
So if anybody hasn't done it, it's a pretty cool experience. A little scary at first, but let's talk about some of the horror stories, right? Some of the, I don't know. We've all heard about the Waymo that got stuck in the traffic circle that kept going around and around and around with the family in the back. When there's an accident, Waymo hasn't exactly figured out what to do when there's a car pileup and you've got Waymos driving through the accident scene. So I tell that story to say, I personally like Waymo. It's efficient. Yeah. It gets me to the airport when an Uber there's a 20, 25 minute wait, but still 95, 96, 97% of the ride shares on the road are not Waymos.
Well, no, all right, hang on. Little fact for you that's this week. I saw in San Francisco, Waymo rides for the first time exceeded Lyft rides.
In San Fran.
In San Francisco, yes.
So the machines have taken over in San Francisco?
They're starting to, yes. And I'm a little different than you. I don't use Waymo as a backup. I use Uber as my backup when I'm in Phoenix. So
you're embracing the AI?
Yes.
Again, you've got to be careful. You can't hand over the keys across the nation, right?
Right.
Waymo's running out of electricity in Montana or what have you. But let me throw it right back at you, Cliff. So we've got Vegas next year. I think they're pushing back a little bit, so we're getting out of the snow. And then we've got Orlando in 2 years. So hypothetically, if you and I are on stage having the same discussion 2 years from now, where are we at?
I think it's a safe bet to say that the buzzword next year in Vegas will be AI agents or agentic AI. We're starting to see a little bit of that here already. A couple companies have been talking about that on the show floor and made some announcements. A lot of advancements in the technology. Listen, the robots are not taking over. I agree 100%. It will be I think, from my perspective, very exciting to watch over the next 2 years to see where we are with the technology. I think it's going to spur an era of innovation in our industry. We mentioned earlier, there's going to be companies pushing the edge. And I think as dealers, you have to be careful because you are dealing with customers. You're dealing with regulatory issues. So you have the data, you have the conversations with customers that you have to be very careful who you're turning your data over to or your operations to. So probably, having that rational, measured approach to AI, leveraging the hybrid approach is probably the way to go.
Yeah, in closing, right, AI is going to help you be more efficient, more effective, and it's a race to the relationship, and it's going to knock down the boundaries to get to the relationship first. At that point, again, your human capital has to make that connection. Win the trust, get the consumer into the dealership, whether it be for sales or service.
Right. Fascinating. Well, we'll see where we are in a couple of years.
Good seeing you, Cliff.
Thank you, Scott.
Always a pleasure.
Enjoyed it. Thanks.
if you could make more money in less time? Meet Jerry, your all-in-one conversational AI employee who sells, schedules, and communicates with customers day and night, while still sounding like the human you are. With Jerry, you'll be the first to respond to new leads from email, text, phone, and websites, turning meaningful customer conversations into more appointments and sales. Get more leads, make more money, faster with AI with Podium. Try a demo today.
Own the customer lifecycle with strategic solutions for sales, service, and retention by Affinitive. Set the standard for sales excellence with the Affinitive Sales Suite. Create the ultimate service experience with the Affinitive Service Suite. Grow relationships that reinforce engagement with the Affinitive Retention Suite. Reach in-market shoppers with high-impact campaigns from Affinitive Advertising. Then bring it all together and consolidate your metrics with Dealer Lens, our all-in-one dealer performance dashboard. Affinitive, elevating the dealership experience.
All right, welcome once again, everyone, to the NADA Live Stage Living Room. My name's Errol. We're excited to have you here. One of the great things about this weekend is just the interactions that we're able to take back with us. So I've encouraged each and every one of you, if you didn't hear it already, I'm going to tell you again, go home with 3 new connections. There's a lot of us that went through a lot to get here, so make sure, we all have our name badges on, so it makes it really easy to walk up and introduce yourself. Make sure you visit the booths, but also leave with 3 new connections. That's your charge for this weekend, all right? So one of the other things about the NADA Live Stage Living Room is, of course, we like to have fun. So we're going to definitely continue to have fun. Let me ask you, sir, you right here. Yes, you, sir. Would you like to hear 2 short jokes and a long joke? Wonderful. Joke, joke, joke. There you go. You can take that one back with you. It's free. I'm here till tomorrow. All right? So not all week. But again, some other things that we want to do is make sure that you download the NADA 2025 app. When I was on my way in after the 3 hours that it took me to get from the airport to the hotel from getting a Lyft or an Uber, so I was telling someone about the app, and they still had the 2024 app. Now, while that app was great, it's not going to tell you anything you need to know about New Orleans, right? So make sure you download the 2025 app. It's great because you can set your schedule. You can also find and navigate everywhere that you need to go within the conference, but you can also stay on task with what's going on, not only on live stage, but also on the main stage as well, all right? So speaking of live stage, we want to continue the live stage programming, and we've got some good stuff coming up, so I want to make sure that you're comfortable hanging out with us here. I've said it earlier, if your feet don't stink, you can kick your shoes off and make yourself comfortable. That's why we have the furniture. If your feet do stink, please keep your shoes on for everyone. All right, sounds good? All right, next up, we're going to have some fun, and we're going to talk about stopping the need to juggling. So stop juggling and start managing multiple franchises. To help me in that conversation, I'd like to welcome up Jeff Penn, who is the NADA Dealership Management Consultant. Jeff, you ready? You don't know? Yeah, that's all right. You're ready now. You're on stage. Lights are on. It's time. Jeff, come on in. Have a seat, please.
Thank you.
All right. So first off, I'm going to just start right off the bat. How, right? So we know we want to stop the juggling, and we want to start managing well.
Right.
How do we do that? What are some things that we need to do to stop juggling?
Good. I think the main thing is setting up your day. So for me, my first hour of the day, no phone calls, no nothing. I'm setting up my day, and I'm making sure I'm touching hands with all of my managers to make sure we're ready to be successful that day. No phone calls, no meetings the first hour of the day. So I'm setting up my day. And then the other thing is understanding what's important versus what's urgent. And a lot of times we think everything's urgent. It's not. So making sure you clearly understand what's urgent. So if Johnny goes out and wrecks a car, we understand that's going to happen. Is that the most important thing that I need to do to get my day set? So I'm real critical about making sure that I set my day up for success.
That's great. I mean, it sounds very practical, but, the hard part is with the world that we live in, it is the management of exactly that, right? Because not only do we have our phones, but now most of our automobiles are going to route our phone calls through the speakers. So even when we're doing that, we've got to be very diligent about, not doing that. What are some practical ways that you've been able to implement that, especially with all the technology we're inundated with?
Good question. So I put do not disturb on my phone. When I go in my office, I don't even cut my computer on.
Okay.
Don't even cut it on. And if there's any phone calls, I'll have all those phone calls to be put on hold until my first hour of the day.
Okay, good.
Right? And I'm not dealing with mundane stuff. I want to know exactly where we are, what we need to do today to win. So I'm real, driven by the priority of that day, and I don't let anything get me off of that. So those 5 things I'm going to accomplish every single day.
Right.
It's pretty simple. How many leads do we got? How many appointments we have? How many hours we have available for service? How many people came in yesterday that didn't buy from us? What's our parts availability? And who owes me money?
I love the who owes me money. That's it. That's important.
That's it.
So understanding that, I agree, setting up the beginning of your day is imperative, right? And having that and then executing that plan. What are you doing at the end of the day? Like, how are you reviewing that footage to see, hey, how do we execute on what we set out to do?
Yeah. So I look at it 3 times. First, in the morning, I'll reassess where I'm at noon, and I'll reassess myself at 6 or 7. And then when I'm doing from 7 to 8, I'm setting up the store, my managers, to be successful the next morning. And that's kind of how you get some continuity. And then if I'm managing multiple franchises, we should have the same sales process. You should be able to move one manager from one store, and that person should be 80 and 90% successful.
It's a very good point. So not have it to where you're reinventing the wheel at each separate franchise or rooftop, but having to where, like you said, you have a system in place where anybody could run the play, so to speak.
That's right. Same thing with service, same thing with parts. So we have a systematic approach, and that's about culture. How do I build a culture built around the same processes that drive success? When we start altering our processes on any given day, then we get in trouble.
That makes sense. So let me ask you, I mean, the discipline that you're talking about, how did you get there? Like, was it something that you always have just been part of you, or was it something that through experience? Because normally that's how it happens. We knock our head and bump our head, and then we're like, wait, I got to change some things. So how did you get to this point, and what are some of the changes that you've seen by implementing and executing these disciplines?
Good question. This business will kill you, right? Every day there's a fire. Every day somebody's upset. Every day there's something. And I just start saying, how do I train my managers to put out those little fires so I can deal with the big stuff?
Yeah.
And if it comes to me, I didn't do something right as a leader.
Okay.
If it gets to me, there's something broken in my process. So I said, you know what, I need to train my managers to make sure they can handle that. And normally when it gets to me, if it's a customer issue, it's going to cost us money because I'm probably going to give it to the customer anyway. Right?
Yes.
So I started doing that, and then I just said, you know what, I can't continue to herd cats. Right? So every day I'm running over here, and next thing I know, it's 3 o'clock, and I've got nothing done.
Right.
So I said, I can't do that. I need to manage my people to be able to manage that stuff and constantly push those issues down to their level.
That's great. So, and what you're speaking about, I think sometimes is hard, right? Because especially as a dealer principal or things of that nature, you want to be involved and have hands-on and oversee. And so being able to step back and, trust the personnel that you've put in place, I think is a big testament of what you're speaking to.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the tough part, right? So I always say, who are you training to take your place? And if I got hit by a truck today, what happens?
Right.
Right? So I need to make sure that all of my managers knew exactly what was needed, what was expected, and they could operate without me being there.
Okay.
And that's the goal.
Yeah.
And really teaching them what I'm looking for. So that hour that I spent every day was doing that.
Okay.
Here's what I'm looking for. Here's what I need. Here's what we're measuring. All this other stuff is just white noise.
Yeah.
It's just noise.
That makes sense. How long would you say, so let's say I'm on the other end and I'm either here in the audience or maybe I'm watching online and I'm saying, you know what, that's practical, it makes sense, I want to do that. Walk us through the length of that process that it took you to get the managers on board, to kind of gain the discipline yourself, to not waver. How long did that kind of take you to get it stable?
It takes about 6-8 months. I mean, for example, if you start with the sales department, every morning I would have a huddle with my salespeople.
Okay.
And I would pass out their workflow for today. Here's how many phone calls, emails, things you have to do every single day. And I'd have them check in at noon, and nobody left the store until they checked out before they went home.
Okay.
And we could measure what they were doing. So that's how I started training my manager to be able to do that. Same thing on the service side, right? How many hours we have available today? How many did we sell? Who did not buy from us yesterday? And what's our process to get those customers back? If we ran You know, the new car department, like we ran the service department, we would scream.
Right.
So if I said in a new car department, what customer walks out without getting a TO? Doesn't happen, right? But we allow a service customer who we spent all that time to walk out. And the other thing I say is, why aren't we sending service advisors to sales training?
Yeah.
So I started teaching that to my managers, and all of a sudden, they started getting it.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, we could start raising the bar where we wanted to go. Now that we know what we want to do, is the process tight enough to produce the result?
That's great.
Right. And once we start producing the result, then we start getting our employees to start doing it.
Yes.
And so it takes 6-8 months to do it, but it's every single day. I did not let anything stop me from doing that first hour of every day. Didn't matter what.
And sounds like it's paid off, right? You look pretty non-stressed right now. Your phone hasn't gone off. You're not running off to answer any or put out any little fire. So I think what you're speaking to is something that we all can identify with, and that's dealership culture, right? Cool. Being able to create and maintain and sustain a dealership culture that you ultimately want to see that, A, it sounds like you have your employees holding each other accountable, and B, you being the main one that's able to hold everyone else accountable.
Yeah.
So,
it's like baseball, right? There's only 3 things you do in baseball.
Yeah.
You throw it, you hit it, and you catch it.
Right. Yeah, pretty simple. That's
right?
it.
So I want to be able to put my employees on third base.
Okay. That's great.
I just want them to run 90 feet.
Right.
Right? That's all I want to do, right? But Johnny's going to start off on first base, right? And I got to coach him a little different than Billy, who can hit a double or a triple.
Right.
So making sure I'm able to do that. And the biggest thing is, do I trust them? I shouldn't have hired them if I can't trust them.
It's very big, yeah. And I think we've seen that. We talked about that a little bit earlier. Obviously, coming out of the pandemic, it was very hard to hire, and so personnel has become a very big, important thing, being able to check to see, do I have the right people in the right places doing the right job? I think that's a very important piece.
Yeah, I think that's critical, especially now. I think all of you would say that the people that we have who went through COVID, we got lazy in training them and developing them. Because now we got to get back to selling and servicing vehicles.
Right. That's great. Jeff, before you head out, any last golden nugget you want to share, or anywhere that folks can find you if they have more questions or want to hear more from you?
My email is jpenn@nada.org. The thing I would tell you, slow down so you can speed up. Just slow down so you can speed up.
I like it.
Because once you do that, it'll get clear. You'll see the road.
That's it. Invest the time to make it work. So, Jeff, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for the golden nuggets.
Yes, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Attention car dealers. 90% of car sales start with a click. A click on a clean, professional image. Increase your click rates by up to 52% with professional, high-resolution, sleek, crisp, eye-catching images, specially designed to turn more viewers into buyers. But getting those images is time-consuming, expensive, challenging? Wrong. Create stunning car images, fast, easy, and fully automated.
Imagine putting your car ads on autopilot with engaging videos of your entire inventory. Create your ads in seconds and publish automatically on Meta and all online channels. Take photos with our app and unlock all the Firon features. Embrace the future of automotive advertising. Get your cars online faster with Firon's AI and automation.
All right. Thank you once again. We're back. I wanted to thank you for playing along with me. I really appreciate it. I really do enjoy telling dad jokes. Every now and again, he laughs, too, so works. See what I did? Yeah. Threw another one in there, all right? So we're going to continue our conversations. Again, I want to thank Jeff. Just some great, really just simple stuff, right? Simple things, but always sometimes the simple things are hard to implement. So just continue to stop juggling and start managing, right? So next up, we're going to hear and have a conversation with Affinitive, and we're going to talk about creating an effortless customer experience. I think the customer experience has definitely changed in the last few years, and so I'm excited to sit down and talk about how we can create an effortless customer experience. To help me do that, I'd like to welcome up Dean Martin. Dean, come on up. There you go. Round of applause. Don't be stingy. Don't be stingy. There we go. How are you, Dean?
How are you?
Good. Welcome. Please come on up. Glad to have you.
Sure.
All right. Oh, yes, clicker. I'm glad you reminded me. Thank you. Boom. There you are.
All right.
All right. So the customer experience has changed, obviously, over the last few years. How can we make it more effortless in today's world with what we're facing?
Absolutely. And one of the things that we're really seeing is a difference in customer communications and like the preferences of those and speed, right? And
Okay.
when we say speed, we're not always talking about like as fast as possible, because we're now in an age where like the immediate nature of these communications are happening on the fly, right? So we're talking to customers, it's coming quickly. Sometimes having a little bit of extra time allows the customers to make a more educating buying decision, right? And just to give an example of that, like my daughter, sometimes when I try to call my daughter directly, it'll ring twice and go to voicemail.
Right.
And then she'll text me back and say, "What's up?" Right? So customer preferences in their communications is a big one. We're now also in the show me culture,
Okay.
meaning we can have a conversation with someone standing on our front porch and we're 1,000 miles away on vacation, right? And if you've been in an Uber or a Lyft, every interaction within that vehicle is captured at all times. So video and photo are critical for communicating with your customers. And really it comes down to removing a lot of that friction out of each of these communications consistently. And now we live in what a lot of people recognize as the experience economy.
Okay.
Right? And the experience economy, it's something that's grown in popularity over time. Some people are familiar with it. Some people not so much. But it's really defining what those expectations are, and they're really greater than ever.
Yeah, and I think it's funny you mentioned your daughter. So first off, let me ask, how old is your daughter?
30.
30, okay, so I have a 19-year-old. And it's funny that you mentioned that because it's that same way. So my daughter's the opposite. I text her, and then I wait. Because for whatever reason, I don't know, and then she'll finally text back, and I'll be like, oh, you're just now seeing your text, but you're always on your phone, right?
Yep.
So I get what you're saying. It's knowing who your audience is, who you're talking to, and how they're going to respond, and you not panicking or freaking out or jumping to take action, kind of like you said, sometimes slowing down and giving them time to actually process or deal with the information or what it is you're presenting. So what are some practical ways, because you mentioned video and the inundation of that and being important into our culture, what are some ways that we can do that in a practical sense that'll help us?
So when we talk about the experience economy, I think it's important to truly understand like the origin and where that sort of came from. And it really looks at the overall perception of market value and customer need, right? So when you look at the market value of something over time, and then the customer need goes from generic to very specific.
Right.
And I like to use the kind of the explanation, the example of something as simple as coffee, because we're all familiar with coffee, right? And when coffee became popular in the 15th century, it was, harvested, it was, ground, and then created, a beverage, and then people would, kind of gather to enjoy this energizing beverage. And over time, that turned into the coffee houses of Europe, which then turned into, the coffee houses in America, where you would have intellectuals like, Thomas Jefferson, Ben Franklin, who would frequent these places and talk about philosophy and science and politics. But then you have, in 1971, you have a brand new concept on the cobblestone streets of Seattle that we all know as Starbucks, which created a brand new concept, right? This is a place where they invited their customers to come in and linger and enjoy soft music and sit in really comfortable chairs, and they could order a plethora of different caffeinated beverages and teas from around the world, maybe some kind of breakfast item, right? And so what Starbucks did was they created a distinct identity for what they did. And as dealers, we know this as your unique selling proposition, your brand promise that you're making to your customers. And so when you take that and you combine it with the repeatable experience, right, then you're repeating that experience for not only that customer that comes to see you consistently, but you're also creating that repeated experience for all of your different locations.
Right.
And we all know Starbucks has done that incredibly well, because you go to a Starbucks in Houston, or even of course Seattle or Jacksonville, Florida, that experience is always the same. So they've done those things incredibly well. So as dealers, we have to ask, how seamless is your sales process for your customers? So if you have customers who are filling out all of their personal information online, and then they show up in the showroom and they have to do that all over again, not an ideal experience, right? Same thing when we talk about your service scheduling process. Can your customers schedule within 2 minutes? And in that process, can they see their declined services that maybe they saw from their previous visit? And can they see offers and discounts and coupons which would apply to that, right? And then you look at your service check-in process. It's the same thing. Like, you want the logjam every single day. I know a lot of dealers can't avoid that, but there's technology that can help with that process.
I agree, and I think a lot of what you mentioned is imperative, because even with the customer experience, talking about that customer that fills out everything online and then comes in, the idea of being able to fill it online is almost like a warm transfer, right? Like, I should be able to come fill it out online, and by the time I get to the dealership, it's, oh, hey, Steve, how are you? Welcome, good to see you. We start. But instead, sometimes it is, oh, you did what? You filled out? And that automatically makes, as a customer, I would feel like, well, where did all my information go that I pulled up? And same thing, obviously, with service, right? Bringing our cars in for service is already something that we don't want to do, So when I do bring it in, I want to have that warm feeling where somebody, like you said, is expecting me, or I know what to expect. I have an expectation before I arrive.
Right.
So I think what you're talking about is great. The other thing you brought to mind when you mentioned Starbucks, the importance of being able to adapt and grow. It's funny, when you mentioned Starbucks, I thought about Folgers. You remember Folgers and the commercials?
Yep.
What happened to them? Like, what I mean? Like, I don't know if they still exist, so no disrespect to Folgers at all, but I just was thinking about it, like, they had a whole jingle, best part of waking up, all that stuff. But now the culture is everyone is waking up and going to a location or on their way to pick up their coffee.
Yep.
So being able to adapt what you're doing in your customer experience, especially because obviously we've come out of the pandemic, people were doing a lot of shopping online because they couldn't, service departments were the only thing that were open in some cases. So now we're seeing that experience change and emerge. You mentioned technology earlier. How is some of the emerging technology impacting this customer experience that we're seeing as a whole?
Yeah, and I want to kind of go through the 4 pillars and how that applies to technology, and really walk through, each of these and kind of touch on some of the technology. And the first is really channel stickiness. We talked about that as being able to communicate to your customers at the channels that they're most familiar with and they're most likely to, respond to. And that's always going to vary. In fact, sometimes there's a slight advantage to having a little bit of time between the time that let's say you tell somebody that they have a $2,800 transmission repair. If you tell them that on the phone, automatically they're thinking, I can't afford that. How do I do that? And the reason for that a lot of times is because that information goes through, the primitive part of the brain first, and then it, hits the amygdala, which is their, fight or flight response, and they think, I can't do that, I can't afford it, I can't do it. So sometimes just having a little bit of time there for like cooler heads to prevail, and it goes to the neocortex part of the brain, and they think, okay, well, I got to get this done, right? I have to have a vehicle. Yeah. So, and then another one is next issue avoidance. And that's specifically looking at some of the areas where you can get ahead of the customer that is absolutely going to need a loaner every time they come in, right? And it could also be a next issue, but could be an opportunity where you have a customer coming in for service and they are able to see an opportunity for a new vehicle that they could purchase, because now you've got equity mining technology that can point to that and say, hey, you know, you're paying $790 a month currently. There's an offer where you could pay, you know, $620 or something, right? And then we look at experience engineering and creating effortless interactions and really providing them clear instructions, right? And that really comes down to giving them photos, providing the evidence of what they've found during an inspection, right? Really having the technician walk around and say, you know, Mr. Johnson, this is what we found, here's what we recommend, and being able to show that to them, you know, is like, a picture's worth 1,000 words. Well, a video's worth 1,000,000 words, right? If you truly think about it. And then frontline control. Making sure that the dealership staff is equipped with the information to know exactly how to engage those customers the right way. And then going through and making those decisions that reduce the customer effort.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's great. And so in looking at imploring some of these 4 pillars, and specifically the experience engineering, one of the things you mentioned that was really intriguing is I never thought about it, but just from a service standpoint, it's one thing to say, hey, we found a leak or a cracked hose or whatever the case might be, but then showing someone that I've never had that experience where I just kind of have to blindly trust that whatever the report that I get is what it is. So how, if I'm a dealer and somebody's thinking out there like I am, how can I practically implement some of these 4 pillars in a way that's going to give me that traction or reaction that I'm looking for?
Sure. And I will say, historically, on the sales side of the dealership, they were ahead of the curve, because a lot of times they would, you know, if you're interested in a vehicle, I'm your salesperson. I can walk out to the lot and actually do a walk around. I can show you the, you know, the features in the vehicle before you show up to the lot, right? I know you're interested. We know the success of that. And now with, you know, that technology, with technicians and service advisors being able to leverage the same thing, it creates trust and transparency, so that, you know, not only are you able to show them what your recommendations are and you're providing the evidence, but you're teaching them something. And when you teach someone something, there's you know, chemicals that kind of change your brain, where you know you're in active learning. And if they're, you know, kind of learning how something works, they're more likely to trust you further.
Absolutely. And then it allows them to ask questions that they may have or want to know, because sometimes you don't know the questions to ask, especially if you're not the technician or you haven't worked on your vehicle, especially the way the vehicles are set up today. So what will we move to next? So after we work towards using the technology that we have at our disposal, and then identifying the channel, like you mentioned, that's a very important thing. Like, how am I going to communicate this? What would be the next step after I've kind of worked to get these pillars in place?
Sure. The best things to keep in mind moving forward is, number one, you really have to think about the frequency of the experience. You know you're going to have your customers for service in a few times a year. You might have some warranty work or recalls. So you're seeing them way more often than when they make that new vehicle purchase.
Right.
So you're looking at every 5 to 7 years for that new vehicle purchase. So if you really think about it, they're voting for the new president more often than they're coming in for the new vehicle.
Yeah.
Right? So it makes it that much more important for that experience to be an absolute home run every time, because as we know, this sales experience defines how likely they are to come to you for service.
Right.
Because if that's the culture they're used to with your sales staff, then they'll expect that with your service staff as well. And you really got to think about what the product is you're delivering, right? If you get a vehicle in that they're coming in to replace a starter, right? You have the cost of the starter, you have the labor, you have the shop fees, you have all of the things associated with that service. But what you're really providing is, you know, like shown here, you're providing the peace of mind for maybe a single mom to go out every morning and her vehicle is going to start so she can get her kids to school and get to her Pilates class and, of course, get to Starbucks, right?
Right.
You got to throw Starbucks in there. And then hyper personalizing the experience, right? And part of that could be using like what we call pizza trackers, right? Knowing every step of the process for service. So you know when you arrive in the service lane, the status of the vehicle, all the way up until they cash out. That's a big factor. And then one of the big things I like to focus on is, as dealers, we think about selling cars and writing service and driving revenue with the dealership. But really, the role is being the trusted advisor to your customers, right? And allowing them to be able to make an educated buying decision. Because that's what it comes down to, right? They need to be secure in the make, model, vehicle trim level that you're recommending to them, but also the services that you're recommending. So being the trusted advisor allows you to really, show them exactly how you are the trusted advisor, and then, then they'll trust you over the long term.
Yeah, and I think a couple of great points that you mentioned is specifically about how your experience in sales can help determine you're coming back for service. But I think the other side of that too is that experience in service can also determine if they're going to come back for another sales opportunity.
Yep.
I've seen a lot of times when you talk to dealers, and even from a customer standpoint, there's a pride that comes in saying, well, I bought it here and all my service has been done here. Like people make a point in an effort to say that when they've gotten their service done at the dealership that they purchased it from, as almost as if like this is a selling point. Like all my service has been done here. You don't have to guess. You don't have. They've done everything.
Right.
And that it creates that relationship and that trust. So I think to your point, it's important to have these pillars in place so that way the sales supports the service, but also service supports the sales.
Absolutely.
And that cycle just continues.
Yeah, and there's an interesting study that we performed at Affinitive last year on that specifically, where we looked at customers who purchase vehicles at a dealership. When they rated that experience as an excellent experience versus just an average experience, those customers were 3 times more likely to repurchase from that dealership, right? And likewise, the same holds true for the brand or OEM, right?
Yes.
They're twice as likely to repurchase from that same OEM.
That makes sense. That's great. Now, we've got about a minute left. Dean, anything that you want to share, like any other great information nuggets or things that if people want to contact you to find out more about implementing these pillars, how can they do that?
Sure. So I would just invite everybody to come by the Affinitive booth at 226. So we're way on the other end. And our mission here at NADA is really elevating that dealership experience. And we say that because our focus is making life simpler for dealership staff, of course, and elevating the experience for the staff, but also elevating the experience for the customers they serve.
That's great. I love that. And the good thing is, even if they're trying to get to the other side, you've seen the golf carts. Just hop on a golf cart and get over there. There's no excuse. We make it easy for you, right? So, Dean, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for telling us about the 4 pillars and all the things to help make that customer experience effortless. I really appreciate your time.
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
Glad to be here.
Appreciate you joining us.
So Vehicles for Change is an opportunity for people who don't currently have safe, reliable transportation.
We take donated cars and repair them, and then we identify families who need a car to get to and from employment to escape poverty. I'm Martin Schwartz. I'm president and founder of Vehicles for Change and been working with the folks at NADA for a couple years. Transportation has been identified as the #1 barrier to employment for low-income families since back in 1999. Without a car, you really can't access life. NADA is an amazing partner for Vehicles for Change because they understand how important a car is to transforming the life of a family.
Well, Vehicles for Change has been something that NADA has been actively engaged in over the years in helping needy families throughout the country.
You know, it really shows just the value of being a car dealer and the services that we provide.
The National Auto Dealers Association has always helped dealers find ways to give back to our country and to our industry in really impactful ways.
This is what dealers do. We give back to the community. And I truly encourage all the members of NADA to get involved.
I think every dealer should participate in this.
We look forward to dealers all around the country getting to know and participating with Vehicles for Change.
We always say it's very expensive to be poor, and a car provides them the opportunity really to alleviate some of those expenses.
Vehicles for Change and the dealership, my dealership that I got my car from was from Bowie. I want to say thank you for everything. And I hope that you can give this opportunity to more single moms, single dads, anyone that's in need.
We have families that are in desperate need to get out of poverty. So if you have a dealership and you can donate 1 car a year, boy, that would be hugely impactful for the families that we serve. When you get to see the families get cars and see the opportunities in front of them, it's by far the most impactful thing that we get to do.
All right, so I've got to do a quick poll with the audience before we get into this next segment. If you're a dog lover, raise your hand. Okay, good. If you're a cat lover, raise your hand. Okay, you did both. You're like, I like both. I love that. You're like, both is fine with me. Okay, so the dog lovers are more in abundance here in the house, so that's great because for this next segment, we're actually having our K9 companions join us, and we're going to have our NADA Foundation auction results. If you're familiar, every year we do an auction for our K9 companions. There they are. They're coming up front. So every year we do an auction for our K9 companions, and it's always a great thing. We get a lot of awes, so you can feel free to go ahead and do all the awes. I'd like to welcome up with me Annette Sequoia as well, so we can talk about the auction results and the why behind doing this. And don't worry, if you're a cat lover, still hang out and stick around, right? Don't leave just because you like cats better than dogs, right? We don't have a feline companion just yet. But we do the auction, and the auction is great because it gives an opportunity. It's just another philanthropic arm of NADA, always looking to be active in the community and help raise not only funds but also awareness for great organizations that do really solid work within the community. And so we have a few of our K9 companions here. Do we want to take some time to introduce not only ourselves but our K9 companions as well? All right, please take us away.
Awesome. Okay. Hi, I'm Chandler Stokes. I'm the Puppy Program Manager for K9 Companions in the South Central region. I oversee Texas, Oklahoma, Louisiana, and Arkansas in their puppy program. So every dog in yellow that has from 8 weeks to 18 months. This is Snickers over here laying down with me. She is a 17-month-old female golden retriever. She is my 10th puppy to raise for K9 Companions, and she's a little tired right now. But I oversee all the puppies here in yellow within prison programs, high school programs, college programs, which we have 2 of us sitting in the audience today, and then also in the community as well, too. K9 Companions is the largest national nonprofit service dog organization. We cover all 50 states, and we cover all of these states with our volunteers and our campuses. So we have 6 campuses nationwide, and we have 1 field rep office in Seattle, Washington. So we cover all those 50 states with our campuses in California, San Diego, Medford, New York, Orlando, Florida, Irving, Texas, and then near Columbus, Ohio. I always forget the town over there. 100 is in training right now within our 50 states. In our 4 states, 140-ish, give or take. And so what it takes to raise a K9 Companions dog is, right? So dogs start with our volunteers at 8 weeks old, where they start as a tiny little puppy that was bred by our national departments, as well as loved by our breeder caretakers too, who start the training at that little tiny age. If you don't believe puppy raising starts at the moment the dog is born, you're lying. This starts from the moment they're born into these breeder and caretaking homes, where they start to learn to be an active service dog. And so when they get into our raisers at 8 weeks old, it's not very easy, right? They're not sleeping through the night. They're having accidents. And our raisers are taking them from this 8-week-old puppy with very limited skills upon them, and they're turning them into 35 commands at 18 months old of age before they enter professional training. And so it is amazing what our volunteers do. They do this at the kindness of their heart, and they also do this for our clients as well today. And so I always say that our program is built into 3 parts. We breed, raise, and train our own dogs before they meet our service dog users as well. And so when we breed our dogs, we have a national department in California where we have statistics and all these skills needed and temperaments and medical tests done to our dogs before they're allowed to be a part of our breeding colony. It's pretty cool if you're into genetics. we go back all the way to 1990. So if I look up Snickers right now in our profile, I can pull up her great-great-great-great-great-great-grandpa and kind of figure out who I've raised related to this dog. Pretty cool if you're into that. And so once our breeding department breeds these dogs, they are looking for the best temperament possible. They're trying to create the best dog moving forward. We're growing with each generation of our dogs. And so they get into our puppyhood, and then these raisers train them. And so they're that training part lasts the longest part. That lasts about 24, or that raising part lasts about 18 months. That 18 months is a long time coming, right? You're doing this to prepare them best as possible for a future client. And so our future clients are going to take them everywhere with them, right? This is their new lifeline. Our puppy raisers are now making them their new sidekick. And so Snickers here has accompanied me with 5 conventions. She has seen over 80,000 people on a stage before. She has gone across all of the world with me in the last 8 to 10 months that I've had her. And so she's a cool program dog. She was actually a prison dog at one point. And so she was in one of our federal prison programs here. And then I broke her out. She got to be released with me. And we have taken on life together. And so I know in 2 weeks when I turn her over into professional training, I'm giving her the best foot forward. And that's what us puppy raisers are doing. We're putting all of our might into this dog so one day someone can live a more independent lifestyle. And so that raising part ends at matriculation. It's the saddest time for the puppy raisers where they're handing over the leash to a professional trainer. We have about 8 professional trainers training dogs to match this next year. And so they're training these dogs every day, gearing them up for about 10 to 25 extra commands. So if we're keeping count of that, that's about 45 commands that these dogs know by the time that they graduate. And that's just the baseline. That is just the original ones we're teaching when they're getting ready to add more to them, when they add into their everyday life as a graduate. And so our trainers work hard for about 6 to 9 months, and they train these dogs to get ready to match with their future candidate. And so you might think like, oh, we're matching people with dogs. We must be really good at like matchmaking, right? And humans, not so much. We're great at human dog, human, not so much, right? And so when we are inviting people to team training, we have about 2 to 3 dogs ready for that client that we invited. And so when you think of like, who are we inviting off our waiting list? We kind of have a really cool like circle group talk conversation, and the trainers are saying, I think this person needs this dog. And then all of them are fighting around the board thinking they have the best dog. And so when team training starts, it's kind of like a duel of that with our trainers thinking they have the best dog for someone, which is so nice to hear as well. And so I'm going to pass it to Amanda here in a second and talk about her team training experience where she was invited to team training when we thought we had a dog ready for her. And she came into team training, which we host them on our campus for about 2 weeks. In that 2 weeks that they're learning everything they need to know about this dog and how to use this dog in public and how to grow her skills to live in your life and live more independently. And so I'm going to pass it on to Amanda with her service dog, Glamour.
Hello, my name is Amanda. This is my service dog, Glamour. She's quite tired, as you see. She actually came to me 3 years ago. She's 5 years old, and I went through the whole process of filling out the application. I had to do some interviews, went on the waiting list, and then got that wonderful call that, guess what, we have availability. You get to come to team training. Went through the process, got matched with her, and I can't say any other dog was a more perfect match than she was. She immediately just lunged at me, and I was like, okay, that's my dog. She helps me in so many ways every day, from pulling the laundry basket, which is a big thing if you're in a wheelchair. You know, trying to lift a laundry basket from one room and carrying it to another is a very pretty difficult task, especially if it's a pretty full laundry basket. I just literally put a rope on it. She tugs it all the way across the house, and she does it with such speed that she usually gets there before I get there. And her teeth start chattering like, oh my gosh, where's my treat? I just did something so good, so happy. She opens doors. She knows how to do the push buttons, those little handicap push buttons. So if my hands are full, she can easily push those. We go to PetSmart. I end up letting her pick out her own toy, and she carries it out of the store herself in her bag. So she does her own little things. A few of the things, I'll show you some demonstrations. Glamour, stand. Good girl. Sometimes my hands may be full or something, and the leash may fall off my hand, and I'm like, uh-oh, I can't get it. So, Glamour, stand. Uh-oh. Glamour, leash. Okay, give. Good girl. So right there, I don't have to worry about trying to bend down to the ground to get that, because if you're in a wheelchair, that's very hard. Another common thing, what most of us always drop are phones. Almost everybody in here has dropped a phone. Glamour? Uh-oh, can you get it? It's way over there. Can you get it for me? All right, come here. Sit. Give. Good girl. So there's another prime example. So those are two things right there. I have issues, as you can see, I have a trach. So I have issues with breathing at times. So they're given a command to know how to speak. They will not bark unless they are told how to actually bark. And that's given the command of speak. In my situation, if I can't, in my situation, I can't actually, when this trach is off, I can't say the words speak. So I had to alter the way I did this to her. These dogs are such sponges that you can literally change and teach them new ways of doing things. So I'm going to demonstrate that for you for an example. Good girl. So I never had to actually say the words, whereas normally you would have to say it. All I have to do is that, and that lets her immediately notify my husband, who may be in the other room, that I'm having an issue and I need him to immediately come to me. So those are just a few of the tasks that she helps me with almost on a daily basis. So without Canine Companions, I would not have the independency I have now. I was at a point where I didn't really have, I was in a deep depression stage, and I was at my wit's end on knowing what to do. But since I now have her, I now have my own bakery business, and I am doing weddings. I'm doing all kinds of stuff because I feel I have that independency. She gives me actually the hope. I don't feel loneliness anymore. She gives me hugs. I have a command for hugs. So she gives me hugs, and, you know, the snuggles are probably the absolute best part at the end of the day, is just getting all of those snuggles. So, yes, I cannot thank Canine Companions enough. And if anything I can say to any of you about Canine Companions is, if you can find a way, if volunteer, donate, or even just sharing about Canine Companions to others would be the biggest way to help spread the word about what this company does to help people like me gain the independency back.
And we give all of our dogs away free of charge to our clients. So we are a nonprofit through and through. So everybody that does receive a dog from us, it is free, and they do come to our campus and live there for 2 weeks for free as well.
That's phenomenal. That's phenomenal. And again, another round of applause. All right, so should we tell them the number? Should we tell them the number? You ready?
I think we should.
We should tell them the number?
Yes.
So this year, NADA and everyone has helped raise $88,335. It's amazing. So again, we can't say enough. We do this every year. It's always exciting. I want to thank you for coming. Thank you for sharing and walking us through the process. I had no idea that there was so much that goes into the process of getting ready for the dogs to do their work and to be able to serve. So it's amazing.
Yeah, it takes a village out there.
Yeah, and thanks for being part of that village.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for bringing us.
Wonderful. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause for Canine Companions. And again, $88,335,000. I want you to remember that number because we're going to try to do more next year, all right? So keep that in mind. We're going to go 90,000 next year. We're going to keep increasing it, all right? So great job. Thanks for all those that donated. And if you, like you mentioned, if you want to donate and you missed out this year, you have the opportunity, Canines for Companions. Make sure that you reach out, find out more information. Even if you can't volunteer, then you can donate. If you can't donate, you can volunteer. Just get involved, all right?
If you need any information, I have information as well, too.
All right, wonderful. Thanks again.
Today's dealers expect excellence, and Zurich delivers. With over 100 years of experience, we support more than 2,300 auto dealerships nationwide, providing unparalleled service and solutions. From F&I products to sales and leadership training and profit participation to business insurance, Zurich helps dealers increase profits, protect their business, and enhance the customer buying experience. That's the power of the Zurich Advantage.
What if your dealership could know definitively for every customer, without affecting their credit, whether or not they're going to be approved to finance any vehicle in your inventory? Could that have saved even one deal last month? Find out with SelectFi.
All right, once again, what a great segment. Oh, man. Like I said, if you have not had the opportunity to get involved, you still have time, so make sure that you reach out to K9 for Companions, or K9 Companions, excuse me. Next up, we're going to hear from Cars Commerce. We're going to have a fireside chat with Alex Vetter, who is the CEO of Cars Commerce, and I'd like to welcome up Mike Stanton, who is the president and CEO of NADA. So we're ready. Hey, how you doing? Good to see you. Are they standing by on stage? They are getting mic'd. All right, so they're not ready yet. That's all right. All right, I'm glad you told me. Thank you. Thank you. So we got a little bit of time. All right, so let's find out who has traveled the furthest. So has anyone traveled more than 8 hours to get here? Okay. All right, more than 12 hours to get here. Oh, this is getting good. All right, more than 24 hours to get. Okay, all right. He's like, I'm just going to keep my hand up. How long, sir? From the Netherlands. Sheesh. Wow, that deserves a round of applause. Absolutely, please. So how long was your travel in total? 2? Wait, what? Wait. You had a stagecoach? Tell me this story. 2.5 days. Well, thank you for your diligence in being here. Is this your first time at NADA? No. How many times have you been? 13 years. Continuing to come. We love that. Thank you so much. We appreciate you being here. Can anyone else top like 2.5 days? Okay, tell me. How long? Say that one more time. Dubai. Okay, well, welcome. Thanks again for being here. That's great. And I don't know if you guys noticed, but there's a new law in place. I was hoping that is anyone from Hawaii? No one from Hawaii? There is a new law in Hawaii, and I want you all to be aware in case, because Hawaii is a great vacation spot, and so if you're not aware, laughing out loud is outlawed in Hawaii, effective just recently. That's true. They only allow aloha. Yeah, I had you going. I had you. Thank you. That was a good one. See, that worked out great. All right, we're ready to continue getting on. It looks like they are standing by and ready to take the stage. So again, we're going to hear from Cars Commerce, and we're going to have a fireside chat with Alex Vetter, CEO of Cars Commerce. And so I'd like to welcome up again Mike Stanton, President and CEO of NADA, and Alex Vetter. Please give them both a round of applause. Gentlemen, welcome. How are you? Good, thank you.
You're doing a great job. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Nope, just to talk. How's everybody doing? Getting a little rest, huh? So Alex and I were just talking. It's our 25th show. I was trying to one-up him, but it's his 25th show in a row as well. So thank you, Alex, for your commitment to NADA and to the show. but you just made news. It was a day or two ago with an acquisition. Can you talk a little bit about that, please?
Sure, we did. First of all, it's great to be here and see everybody, and thank you to NADA. It's important, well, first of all, the company we acquired is called Dealer Club, and it's a wholesale trading platform built for dealers by a dealer. And Joe Neiman, the founder of ACV, this is his second incarnation. And as Joe and I talked about the industry and where it's headed, we agreed on a lot of common problems, which is dealers need less fees, more efficiency, and partners that are giving power back to them. And so one of the essences, what I loved about Dealer Club, is that we pay sellers to sell cars on our wholesale marketplace. And so we charge only the buy fee, but sellers get rewarded and get paid to sell on the platform. It's also differentiated because it's reputation based, so that dealers are front and center with their reputation and their past trading history front and center. So if a dealer doesn't send a title or misrepresents the condition of the car not as advertised, you as the buyer can penalize that seller by scoring them low on that transaction. Over time, you know, the reputation of the seller is a big part of the deal. And where that's similar to my Cars.com business is we've never run a race to the bottom. Other marketplaces love to pit you guys against each other, tell you to lower the price of your cars, to climb to the top of the search results, and then they charge you more for that privilege. That's a classic race to the bottom model. In our model, our algorithms favor consumer sentiment. So if you're a 5-star dealer on our platform, you're organically going to elevate in our rankings, because ultimately what we find is the delta on what you pay for a car has become, you know, very small over time. The internet has brought such transparency. It's really more about the customer experience, and can they trust you? Are you going to be a reliable person that they can drive an extra distance and know that you're going to, you know, take care of them on their trade? And so we've always elevated experience and reputation in our core consumer retail marketplace. Dealer Club does that as well and returns half the profits back to you.
Nice, nice. So a lot of optimism, changes in Washington. The dealers I'm talking to are very excited about the potential that change is going to bring. In terms of, you know, the government has been in the business of telling dealers what they're going to sell via mandates and how they're going to sell it via the FTC. So a lot of optimism. As you look at this coming year, we're already in it. What are you concerned about, and are you as optimistic as the dealers I'm talking to?
Well, I'm excited because we've been through a lot of crazy cycles over the last 3 to 5 years with just big macro changes, and I do see, I'll call it normalization for the first time, you know, starting a year where, you know, you've got the new car market improving. I think volume was up 2%, which is modest, but good considering where it's been. As you guys know, that puts pressure on used car pricing, coming down about 5%. So the market is going to normalize a bit, which is good for, you know, most operators who know how to run their business. But dealers we talk to are trying to find new profit centers which they can capitalize on. And we do think wholesale should be a profit center for dealerships. There's no reason, with the volume of buyers that are out there, you should have to wholesale vehicles and incur, you know, so many costs for inspectors, fees. Like, you're giving away your profits. And so by moving to this differentiated pricing model, we think we can help dealers turn wholesale into a profit center and a big opportunity. You know, I also just think that technology is speeding operations. Most dealerships are now acquiring 2-3 stores. They're moving up to 8, 12, some cases 30 dealer footprints. And they're looking for technology that they can run across a platform of dealerships and get operating leverage. And that's what Cars Commerce was built to do. Enable you to get data across all your websites, appraisal technology that you can do in minutes, you know, and appraise cars quicker and trade inventory amongst your stores, and then list your cars for sale and advertise it to an in-market car shopping audience. So I think dealerships are trying to find new ways to get leverage in their operations to reduce your operating costs and even your human capital cost. I mean, we've got dealers that said, Alex, I loved my way we used to appraise cars, but the guy that did it, you know, we had to pay him $175,000 a year. and take 40 minutes for every car. We now pay a college kid $80,000 a year, and they appraise cars in minutes using AccuTrade. They're dropping that human capital cost down, and they're running a more efficient business using technology and data to pave the way.
Well, let's talk more about the technology and data, because I've always said it's a simple business if you just think about the customer wants a great product and they want a great customer experience. It sounds simple, but it's not. And we need all this technology and all these exhibitors on the floor to help us deliver on that customer experience. So what's holding us back as an industry? We've made great strides, but we need to do better. And as I mentioned before, it's kind of car company, dealer, technology provider, all the above that we need working together to make that happen.
Well, look, you may have teed me up for a little bit of a commercial plug, so I apologize. But
that's what they told me to do, Alex.
Well, look, I don't know.
I'm messing with you.
I don't know if the Amazon people are in the room, but you are going to fail. And the reason you're going to fail is that the last mile of auto is hard. It is a tough road to move people through that final last mile of the transaction. And local dealers have proven reliably the best operators at handling that trade-in, exchange, new sale opportunity with ease and efficiency. And it's getting faster and better every year. To think that digital retail is going to all of a sudden magically fix that last mile is a fool's errand. And I'll say to the OEMs here, like, we've got 65% of Hyundai dealers on Cars.com today. If you want to move volume, give me a call. Let's start putting Hyundai cars in front of competing makes and models and drive that volume directly to your retail network, as opposed to trying to create some new, PR-driven media frenzy around Amazon, which, by the way, tends to destroy local retail. When you look at the arc of that company's history, that's all they've done is eliminate local operators and mom and pop shops. So, it sounds great. I think it's a fool's errand. I think the industry, if they would embrace the partners who've been here for 25 years, giving back to the dealer community, exhibiting with NADA, we're your white hat. We're here to support you. We're not ever going to get into your business. We're a tech enabler. You're the operator. And once we start to realize who's in it with us and who's against us, I think we can unlock a lot of value.
Yeah, I agree. So, I think one of the reasons we get along so well is you have been a staunch advocate for the franchise system. And you talked a little bit about that just now. What, as you look at what some of these companies are attempting to do, now I'm talking about Honda and VW specifically, creating sub-brands to sell direct to consumers and compete with the dealer partners that, let's face it, they've helped them get to this market with all the investments that they've made. What would you say to those folks?
Well, I think they're going to burn through a lot of capital and piss off a lot of investors because there won't be a return. And of all the companies that wanted to figure out a direct-to-consumer digital solution, like Cars.com's been in it for 25 years, you'd think we'd study it and try to figure it out. But what we consistently see is the difficulty in that last mile, exchange, and the costs are prohibitive to try to do that. We know service is the number one need of most owners, that's actually more valuable than the purchase experience. We spend a lot of time on the purchase experience, but it's the ownership experience that dictates brand loyalty. And you're not going to do that as a national company. You better be boots on the ground at the local level. And so I just think, tech is an enabler, but it can enable a local system. And that's what we've concluded. With all our years in the market, if we enable our partners to use technology and create a better customer experience, they're going to delight the user far better than the tech. And yes, they want to use technology to show that they're being transparent on valuation. That's why, our appraisal will show the consumer why the car is priced the way it is based on all the supply and demand data that Cars.com has. And consumers value that transparency, much like they look at a Zestimate for a home, right? They want that validation from a third party, and the dealers that embrace a third party validation and use that as evidence that they're being transparent, they remove friction from the customer journey. And I think that's where we're headed as an industry. It's just being more tech first. And by the way, to the OEMs and dealers, no more capital allocation towards new showrooms, shiny, coffee bars. start investing your capital into your digital experience, because that's where the consumer's already gone. Yes, it's nice to have a nice showroom, but like you gotta invest where the customer is, and they're spending far more time looking at you digitally than they are spending in your physical stores.
For sure, and we've been very vocal at NADA that we're going to challenge those direct sales efforts. It's just unconscionable to think that you'd compete directly with your dealer partners who've invested so much. It's absolutely crazy. Hopefully they'll wake up and come to their senses, and we don't have to spend a lot of money paying lawyers, because it's very difficult to make a great car, and it's, as you've mentioned, Alex, it's very difficult to create a great customer experience. It may have looked easy during COVID. It's not easy, and it's a very competitive business, very transaction-based. It's just dealing with the employees, just the employees. And you got all the customers. Focus on what you do best. Build great cars and pick your best partners and let them take care of the customer.
Well, Mike, I appreciate your sentiment on advocacy. I was raised by entrepreneurs who ran small businesses, so it's kind of in my DNA, although I never want to be a car dealer. That's like kickboxing. I'd rather stick with technology and let you guys do the heavy stuff. But I will put an agenda item on NADA's plate for 2025, and you know, one of the things we're doing for all of our Dealer Inspire website customers, we power about 8,000 websites for dealers across the country, and what we continue to see are third-party companies tagging dealer websites with, you know, tags on your websites, but we have no commitment to what that data is being used for. And in many cases, dealers have asked for features and services to be put on their website to power various experiences. But I think there's enormous data loss, and we don't think these vendors are being transparent with the dealers as to what they're doing with your audience data. And I think that NADA has got to take a leadership role here to help. We'll police. These are the vendors that are on your website. Every quarter, we'll produce a report. You need to validate that, A, you approve that they can ride on your back, and 2, that you have an agreement with that vendor that you know what they're doing with your data. Number 3, what I'd like to see us do too is, it's okay if an OEM is taking your information, but why not do a rev share back with the dealer on where they're using your data? You're spending millions of dollars to drive traffic to your website. I don't know why other people should be able to use that and then profit from it without revenue sharing with dealerships. So a big theme, Mike, I'm going to be coming to see NADA. We've been analyzing 8,000 websites. We're going to name names. These are the companies that are riding on the dealer websites, and we need NADA's help to develop fair business practices to both protect dealer data, but make sure it's far more transparent what third-party vendors are doing with dealer data.
Well, you got my commitment to listen, learn, and to help, because I agree with everything you're saying. NADA made a meaningful step in this direction with the transactional data, and we partnered with Authenticom, and it used to be the Authenticom Dealer Vault, it's now the NADA Vault. And we need dealers to understand not only where their data is going right now, but which fields are going to which vendors. All that should be very easy to manage, and the NADA Vault has made that possible. But we've got to raise the awareness. We've got to get dealers to, data is like the new oil, I've heard that. And if the data doesn't flow the way it should, it's going to hold us back in delivering that customer experience. Customer doesn't care. They don't care if it's the manufacturer or the dealer. They want a great product. They want a smooth experience that is very transparent.
Appreciate your commitment.
Yeah, you got it. What else you want to talk about?
Whatever's on these guys' minds.
Anybody got any questions? Statements? Concerns? Anybody want to take any shots at Alex? All right, well, we thank you for your time and your attention. We hope you have a great rest of the show. Thank you for all you did to get here. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Today is Saturday, January 25th, and day 3 of NADA 2025. And we have a busy day ahead of us, so let's put the pedal. This morning, get ready out loud as hilarious Caliendo takes the main stage. Known for his spot-on celebrity impressions, Caliendo is sure to deliver a performance that will leave you rolling in the aisles. Then,
presenting the Time of the Year nominees.
You won't want to miss it. Plus, incoming Tom Castriota highlights exciting NADA initiatives to keep dealerships running like well change through 2025 and beyond. Then head to the expo. Discover innovations and solutions that can ramp up each department. Everyone's favorite charity auction is ready to rumble at noon today. Open Lane booth, number 3713 on the expo floor. Help us support this important program that helps provide service dogs to kids, adults, and veterans. It's a great cause and a lot of fun. Stop in the NADA Pavilion to test drive NADA offerings from education opportunities to regulatory issues. Then it's time to shift your career into high gear. Our top workshops and exchange sessions start at 12:30 p.m. and again at 3:30. Today's Spotlight series features Michael Dunn. He'll talk about China's advancements in EVs and how automakers and the U.S. government are responding. You won't want to miss it. New this year, Ask the Experts connects you directly with subject matter experts on topics such as tax laws, systems, compliance, and media. Don't forget about the dealer franchise meetings beginning at 3 p.m. Check the mobile app for time and topics throughout the day. And remember, share your photos on social media using the hashtag NADA Show.
Errol, thank you so much. I'm out here on the floor in the 7,000. So make sure you get out here. I'm with the team and a ton of fun. The energy's starting to get this way. We just had the drum line come past. But guys, Laurent, John, thank you so much. We've had a couple conversations. I always kind of start with the fact that accounts payable, accounts receivable, the back end of accounting is maybe not the sexy thing. It's not the dig ad, but it's super important. Business operations. Can you talk a little bit about how the business operations you guys involved have really been transformed around the auto industry as you brought your technology?
Yes, it's all about digitizing with use going way beyond digitization, but automation and how we really bring automation through the end-to-end process of payables from capturing the to paying it, right? And amazing technology, ahead of the competition on a lot of fronts. So very exciting stuff, and we make accounting sexy again.
I love it, and the pink shirts say it. John, obviously, as a CFO, you struggle with some of the same things in the accounting world that an accounting person in a dealership might. How have you, building with this team, your personal pain to help this team build what's necessary for accounting team auto be successful?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think we are looking at how do you AP process start to finish, because creating those efficiencies keeps you from having to hire more people to invoices as you scale up. So it creates a lot of expense reduction, or at least expense maintenance, where you're not growing your expenses in and as you scale the business.
Yeah, it's interesting to me, like when you want to scale business, but you can't scale personnel at a direct level because the profitability would never be there. And this is a time where especially auto dealers are trying to figure out in consolidation and growth how to get efficiency during growth and not have to compare out all of these. You've recently announced a couple new products in Q4 of last year that are doing some really cool things last year. Can you talk about enhancements?
Yeah, so the most important one is use vendor statements. So it's essentially we're automating the statement to invoice. It's quite amazing that it was a massive pain point for a while, and we brought it to life in Q4, and so far the reception of that new feature has been amazing, and we're making people's lives easier, reducing the stress of reconciling those very complex. And for some of our clients, really we realized some of them were not even doing it because they just didn't have the bandwidth. So now we're making the quality of their accounting, the accuracy of their accounting, because they can take the time because it's automated, so it's easy.
Yeah, that's awesome. When you guys think about like how to get people on with the automation of this, right? Instead of having to just print the paper packs and do all the things manually, do all those checks, DMS or whatever. What are some of the things that people bring up as and how would you address it?
Yeah, I think it's always a challenge when you're looking at new technology. I think the thing that helps people overcome it is if you got the typical invoice, it's about 9 minutes or so to process it. With automation, you can get that down to 1 or 2 minutes, where you're checking the idea of how the system, making sure it's at the right department. It creates those efficiencies. So if you're looking to, again, scale your business up, rolling is key to doing that. And the faster you do it, the faster you get benefits.
And I would add that it goes beyond accounting, because in the dealership world, for all of our clients, their departments, their sales departments, everyone in that approval process, right? We bring the efficiency way beyond the accounting department and empower all those users, visibility and of approval for all those invoices.
Talk a little bit about that approval process in particular, because I think it's like, was this to pay? Are we good there? That pain point.
Yeah, and the pain point today that we see a lot is that people have to email or to find people in the deal departments to like get that information. With fully automated workflow and with Use, you have the ability to do parallel approvals, so you can get all of that with that automated flow, and this is much faster, much that. This also gives visibility into all the departments, into what they're spending, when this is going to get paid. If they have to dispute something, this is easy also to give everyone visibility. So, a lot of benefits for all the departments in the organization.
Interesting in the things that you for the platform, probably specifically with the DMS or some of the banking systems that might make sense for people to look at.
Yes, so we're DMS agnostic or ERP because on a broader scale, but we've integrated with all major DMS that are actually here at NADA today. With the first one, we worked with one of the largest in 2015. We're exclusive with that partner for 5 years, and in 2020, we really went after all the major DMSs. So we have very good integrations. We can do better, don't get me wrong, pushing the boundaries with them to try to get more integrated, more automated, whether it's for the invoices, for the payments, which is also a feature we launched in the past 12 18 months to automate the payments as well. And yeah, if we have the integration, we'll build it for our clients.
What are you excited about going into 2025 that either you're building or kind of thinking how to solve more pain points?
So vendor statement, pretty excited about. We're going to push more on the payment side because we've built a lot of the integrations needed. We're also launching technology around fraud protection, fraud detection, and forgery on documents. So about that, and John could touch on that. This is a growing pain in a lot of organizations, right? Fraud.
Where are we seeing fraud and forgery primarily right now?
You see it all over the place in AP. So on the travel side and very easy for vendors to fake invoices, and so we're seeing more and more of that. I think the system we're using now, AI, to detect that and try and cut that down, but I've seen it across the board in almost every company. And I like to tell people, either you have fraud today and you haven't detected it, you've just been lucky and it's a matter of time, or you've already had it.
Right, exactly. Yeah, well, hey, you guys are making accounting sexy again, whether it be the pink shirts or the products that you're bringing to market. So thanks for spending a little bit of time with us to tell us about exactly what you're doing. Errol, we're having a lot of fun out here. Follow us along. Have a great day. Back to you.
Once again, a big thank you to the team over at ASOTU More Than Cars. They are out on the floor. They're actually going to be here on the live stage a little bit later on. Again, if you want to know what time, simply download the NADA app and you'll be able to check. But they'll be here. It's great to have them out on the floor, being pinned on the programming here at Live Stage. but you can also find out what's happening on the floor as well. I don't know if it's just a New Orleans thing, but the longer I stay in New Orleans, the more and bigger my beads get. I started with the small beads, and then I was walking by Bot Doc over there, and they were like, hey, take these larger beads. So this is great. Again, you can't say you went to New Orleans if you don't come back with either beads or some good food. So always exciting. Great to be here. We're going to continue our live stage programming. Again, the only house rule, whatever you bring with you, take it with you. So your beverage or your snacks might be, just make sure they find their way to the trash receptacle. It's actually one right back there. So other than that, we want you to be comfortable, enjoy your time, and also make new connections. Someone that you didn't know. Quick personal story. Everyone had their airport story. I was at the airport. I actually was able to Ron. We actually rode in together because he was at the airport before me, and he could not get a Lyft or Uber. So he hopped in with me. We rode together. He actually just stopped by a little bit ago. So always good to make new connections while you're here. Once again, we're going to continue our programming. Next up, we're going to talk about data flow simplified and empowering dealers and vendors through the NADA Vault. And to help me and leading that conversation, I'd like to welcome up Michelle Phelps, April Simmons, and Thomas Mancuso. So please, let's give them a big round of applause. Come on up. No, wait, stop. I said, you heard me say a big round of applause, right? That was like a medium round of applause. That's what I'm talking about. I love that. That's right. Okay, now you can come on stage. Thank you, guys. You guys are great.
It's that time of day, right?
Yeah.
Everybody
wake up.
Afternoon coffee or whatever.
Yes. I feel like I'm getting a little bit of static here. So thank you guys. Very happy to be on the live NADA stage. My name is Michelle Phelps. I am the Director of Sales at Authenticom, and we are going to talk today with April Simmons and Thomas. And April is, well, I should let you give your own background. You got quite a story.
Is this on? Okay. I was like, I don't know if I'm on. April Simmons with Horn Auto Group. We have 14 stores in Arizona. This is my 27th year in automotive. I've done a little bit of everything, but on the desk, finance, GM, GSM, and now I work at the corporate office doing a little bit of everything. I gave myself a new name this year. My title is now April Simmons Doge, Director of Group Efficiency. So that's what I'm rolling with, but that's who I am.
Thomas,
Awesome.
you're up, buddy.
I'm Thomas. I run partnerships over at Podium, and we are a kind of a lead funnel communication tool for dealers to use, as well as an AI employee.
Thank you. So a little bit about Authenticom. We are a data solutions company. We help dealers and vendors with a few different products, and the one we're going to talk about today is NADA Vault. So in 2024, Authenticom, we announced a strategic partnership with NADA because we really wanted to help dealers understand what is going on with their data and give control. So I asked April from the dealer's perspective and Tom from Podium and a vendor perspective, what are some best practices and things that we need to really focus on for DMS data and integration and control and what's going on with that? So, April, I'm going to kind of kick it over to you real fast because April...
Well, I do want to throw, so I'm going to throw out to the audience. Who in here is dealers, just by a raise of hands? How many of you are dealers? Okay. The reason I ask is that I happenstanced onto Authenticom a little over a year ago because I had a vendor partner that was trying to get some data connections to do some work for us and create some customized benchmarks for my store. And we were really having some struggles with getting the connector. And they met Michelle and ended up creating an Authenticom account. And I had this aha moment, and I said, well, wait a minute. Can I do that as a dealer group? Can I create my own data my way, basically, right, through Authenticom and be able to action my data? And so we took the next few months, we created that, and it's been amazing. And I will tell you, when CDK went down this summer, we didn't skip a beat because I had all my data, so all my marketing, everything was able to continue to flow, and it's been a really great partnership.
Oh, thank you. Yes, as April said, we kind of met by happenstance about a year and a half ago, and she came to me and she said, what do you guys do? Tell me everything. I kind of want to build my own CDP and just really control my data. And I said, well, let's take a look at what you're doing, right? So we worked for, like you said, a few months, and we got it all going, and it's all live now, and powering her data and cleaning it, more importantly, with her DMS and CRM data, and then sending it to wonderful partners like Podium.
Yeah, we've been connected and partners with Authenticom for almost a decade, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
We've got many hundreds of dealers using Authenticom and connecting to different systems within their internal infrastructure and enriching data in Podium, both for remarketing opportunities, for lead enrichment opportunities, as well as driving Jerry, our AI employee, to make the most out of all of that data on behalf of those dealers.
So let me ask you guys a question, because one of the big things that we're really hearing at the show here is just with everything that has happened in 2024, and just security of data is so important right now, and just understanding where your data is going. When you hear stuff like that at the show floor in the last couple of days, like what comes into your head?
Well, I think one of the biggest things, and this is going to go out to all of you vendors now. I'm going to kind of flip to the other side. It's important for you all to understand that the dealers are now faced with challenges that we've never been faced with before. There is so much new legislation coming out, compliance on how we have to control that data, and we have to make sure that when somebody wants to opt out, that we've actually opted them out, and all of the different things. And unfortunately, it's very, very difficult because most of our data is so dirty and so siloed. The things that we are legally held responsible to do isn't actually possible. And I understand for most vendors, yeah, it doesn't directly affect you, but it does affect your dealers. And so it's really important that as an industry, we start to come together and understand that, so that we have one place to have our data that we can action upon it, whether you're a vendor, an OEM, or a dealer. That's the only way we're going to ever be able to adhere to all of the new compliance restrictions and policies.
Yeah, absolutely. Thomas, anything to add there?
Yeah, I'd say that the connection with formerly Dealer Vault, NADA Vault, or Nada Vault gives that power to the dealer, and make sure that that connection is direct within the dealer's hands to whatever system they're using, no matter what provider down this main hallway, whether it's Cox or CDK or Reynolds or all three sometimes within that dealership, and gives us the unique access and the single kind of point of access for that data. It enables the dealer to enable or disable that at will if they need to in any case.
You'd be surprised. One of my most fun things that I enjoy about my job is talking to large dealership groups. And one of the first questions I always ask, do you know where your data is going? Some of them are like, yeah, a little bit. And I'm like, okay, let's see how good you are. And we'll have them go and run a report. Who actually has access to your DMS data, or it could be your CRM data? I've had some just conversations with individuals where they're like, no, this person has my data, and we'll run the report. Hundreds of people have their data, and then it is just like, well, I haven't used them for 5 years. They've been getting your data for 5 years, and we're none the wiser. And who knows what the heck they are doing with it, reselling it. Think of what that does for your dealership and the consumer. And then you think about the risk.
The risk is massive, because if they make a mistake with that data that they shouldn't even have anymore,
it comes back on
you.
You
are the one as the dealer who is holding the bag. If they mess up, if that data gets leaked, if they get breached, you as the dealer are actually the one that is held responsible for it. And not to mention the fees that you're probably paying. I don't know the last time, but I go through all the bills and look at all of the data fees that you pay that get passed through. So if we can find ways to save some money, I'm all about that too.
And we can help you save some money too.
Yeah, the fees are real, even on the vendor side, for integrating to all of those systems. And partners like Nada Vault help us to get all of that access and power the dealer and power our AI agent, Jerry, to give that premium level of service consistently across the customer journey.
I think on the vendor side too, and something that we have done really well is just, So April's using CDK, but, there's how many different DMSs? Authenticom, we integrate with 39 different DMSs. We're in 40 IMSs, inventory management systems. And then we're in Power Sports too. And data is just all over the place. It's all mapped differently. Everybody has their own kind of standard to everything. And from a vendor perspective, if you want to grow with all different kinds of groups and stuff, you need to build out all of those integrations individually. How was kind of partnering with Authenticom, helpful in that regard?
Yeah, I think when I look at the value for Authenticom and Podium and the dealers, the onboarding experience is really where a lot of that value is realized. When we have a dealer come on, we take pride in closing the deal and setting them up within a day or two at max. And Authenticom enables us to get connected with the systems at that dealer site. A lot of times dealers are already using NADA Vault, and we can just kind of hook in there and the dealers have access to enable that. And other times, if they haven't, then it's a great opportunity for them to better standardize their access and vendors' access to their own systems within their ecosystem.
So one of the things, and that's actually why I reached out to Authenticom, was my choice to start building this and finding a way to control our own data for our dealer group, was because they already were connected to some of the vendors, because some of the vendors, that's who they were already using. So regardless of my DMS, there are companies like LotLinks and Dealer Track and some of them that were already using Dealer Vault, aka Authenticom, aka NADA Vault now. All under that umbrella is all the same thing. And ultimately, I knew they already had those connectors. Those connectors worked. I knew they already had all the security. I didn't have to go through the pain of vetting all the things because I already knew it worked. So the onboarding then became really, really easy for us to do that. And I have some big, isn't that fun? I have some really big plans to build this out even bigger. So my next layer is, how can I get compliance right at my NADA Vault, right? How can I get CDP right at my NADA Vault? How can I get the OEM to now go to my NADA Vault so that everything is in one space, it's controllable, it's actionable, and most importantly, now I can actually be compliant with the laws that we're set to do.
Yeah, absolutely. That's such a powerful thing when you can just have one secure place where all of your data is coming through. You want to go get it. You have a trusted partner. So thank you for being a partner. So when looking into 2025, right, with just everything that has happened in 2024, what do you think is on the horizon for like DMS data and just data movement in general?
I think it's going to be the year that, like it or not, the walls are going to have to come down. The silos are going to have to be broken. The vendors, the DMSs, everybody is going to have to open those APIs and come into this century and work together, because it's just going to be forced. If we don't, the uphill battles are just going to continue to ensue. So I think it'll be the year that walls finally start to come down and we start to make movement, and I'm excited for that.
I think, too, just regulations. I think, NADA has to come in, the state, associations, everybody. We really need to start pulling everybody together and, playing on one field. Because right now, it's just, everybody says, competition. Okay, competition's healthy. That's great. But to make things easier for dealers, especially with data movement and everything, you really should start kind of pulling together.
Well, okay, and it's so funny. I have 84 logins, so I always joke, I don't want another dashboard. I don't want another thing. I don't care how fancy you are. It doesn't matter to me, because I'm not going to log into it anyway. And so that is the problem. We pay so much overlap because this thing does this much, and this thing does this much, and that little bit of overlap now means I have to have 2 or 3 or 4 vendors, and it's time to be efficient. That's what my name of the game, my title. We're going to be efficient this year.
Yeah, I think when compliance is super important. It's important for risk, but it's also important for the customer experience, for your customer experience as dealers, where we at Podium, we think about compliance all the time. frankly, part of my job to think about compliance, not just in the data that we're gathering on your behalf as dealers or vendors or where we're partnering together, but also for that consumer experience and messaging and being your compliance partner in understanding how the telcos do and don't want you to communicate with customers, whether that's through TCPA or other restrictions on that network, and making sure that all of those messages that you intend to send are delivered and not going into a filtered or block list. I think also giving you the access to empower you to use your data, the data that you are creating in these other systems and that a lot of these systems are monetizing without you reaping any kind of like additional benefit, having access to leverage something like NADA Vault and empowering you to own that data, actually own the data that all of your employees are making and creating in that DMS or the CRM or the inventory management system or in Podium, and giving you the opportunity to leverage that data for your benefit to grow your business.
Well, and one of the things I'm also going to be working on, which I'm really excited about, is actually creating our own API to take, like the recall list from the manufacturers or the ICI lists or any of those types of data, take those lists and being able to move them over automatically rather than the manual process of download, upload, which really is not secure, and that's how they all tell us to do it, which I find hilarious. It's like, here, take all this PII, download it into an Excel spreadsheet, and then email it to somebody. Doesn't that sound safe?
Oh
and
my
that
God,
is
the
literally,
emails.
right? This is how we're doing it. So I'm working on an API now so that I can get the data, those lists and that data, so that can flow and be able to move, and now I can action it in a secure place.
Yeah, let's get that connected so that we can have Jerry just out reaching out to all those recalls and get them in for service.
Bingo. That's exactly it.
I want you to have one login to rule them all instead of your 89.
That is my point. That is my point. Like, I'm going to count them up next year. I'll let you all know when I come back next year if I got from 84 down to, I don't know, 48? What do you think? Like half of
We're
these?
just going to have you log into Authenticom and you'll be fine. We'll get you all set up. So we're talking about just streamlining integration and everything like that. So when you think about that sort of thing, like how has NADA helped you do that? Like NADA Vault?
Well, and so it's funny. They just came out with NADA Vault, but what we built last year is NADA Vault. That's exactly what we did. So and to your point, the onboarding, you have to be a part of the onboarding, but because they already had all the structure, it was already built, they built this for vendors. And I said, well, why can't us dealers have this? Well, we never really thought about it. Well, now they've thought about it. And it is, again, it's been hugely impactful because I'm working on the next layers, which is the write back stuff. So that's the stuff that is still a hindrance. Still a problem where we've got to have that ability now to write back to the DMS. You've got the Fortellis and that sort of thing. So having some great conversations around that. I am really excited about this year, though, using NADA Vault and then being able to get all the rest of the partners to start to come together.
Yeah. So when you talk about writing back into the DMS and CMRM and stuff, why is that important to you from the dealer perspective and what you are building?
Well, it's necessary, right? Like it is 100% necessary. When we look at ROs, and it's primarily for service, right? If somebody comes in, you've got it scheduled, I have to be able to immediately push that into the DMS to be able to create the RO, to be able to get the part, to be able to do all the things. So until we get to a place where that write back works, that's going to be the one block that I still have, is getting that right back. And then it would be really great if we're cleaning the data, can we get that data clean inside the DMS, or can the OEM now go directly to NADA Vault so that we don't have them pulling dirty data and then they go ahead and they send out mixed messages, which happens all the time, right? I've got this company is using my clean CDP data, right? They send out a, hey, your time for an oil change. And then the OEM, 3 days after they were at the store, send them a reminder because it's just on a cadence and they're pulling from this source versus this source. So it's just about trying to get us to be efficient with ourselves, but also with our customers, and understand that
we give a bad customer experience not because we want to. We give a bad customer experience because of the hindrance of some of these things.
Well, I know they're going to kick us off stage here soon, and April and I like to talk. But we should talk about that because we also have a Motive Retail under the group of companies that does real-time push and pull data. So, girl, I got you. I can help you out with that.
Next step.
Yes.
It's the next step.
Okay. Well,
Yes. Final words?
I would say that Right Bag is super important, especially for those who are looking to do things like stop the clock in the CRM for OEM programs and other things related to leads on the sales side. Those are integrations that we built directly, largely, with all of the CRMs in the market. And yeah, we'd love to see that data empowered through for the dealers via NADA Vault, and we look forward to that opportunity.
Well, April, Thomas, you guys are just amazing. I appreciate your partnership so much. Again, Native Vault, think about just secure data movement. So dealers, vendors, we are at booth 3319 and would love to have a deeper conversation with you at any time. So thank you so much.
Yeah,
And I'm around if you got questions.
April's great.
You just flag me down. Thank you, guys.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
This year's NADA conference in New Orleans is set to really be a star-studded event, if you will. The three main speakers are very inspiring, very educational. First up, we have Ryan Leake, best-selling author, esteemed executive coach.
About how to be the CEO of your own development. Take our life and our career to the next level. Things you need to know about me from the get-go. Number one, I am married.
Of my development.
This is a picture.
Next, we have the hilarious and talented Frank Caliendo, actor and impressionist.
This is my best Dylan impression.
Yep, let's
Gotta
see it.
put the stash on.
The new stash.
Looks good, right?
Yeah.
Government bids. They're so tough.
So many deliveries that I don't know what to do.
What am I gonna do? Okay.
Oh, I can't have lunch.
What's going on in here?
Oh, hi, Dylan.
The mustache.
Coach K himself, Mike Krzyzewski, former head men's basketball coach at Duke University and a three-time Olympic gold medalist. Yep, that's what's up. You guys know that Coach K is speaking at NADA this year?
Yeah, Coach K. Duke, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Coach Krzyzewski? Right?
No. Coach K. Kvechki.
Krzyzewski. Krzyzewski.
Krzyzewski.
Actually, it's Krzyzewski.
Hey, Ben, heads up.
I don't know about you, but I'm dying to go.
All right, so obviously, as you can see, a lot of fun things happening at NADA, including where you're at right now, the NADA live stage. I want to welcome you all. For those that have been here, thank you for hanging out with us. For those that are just joining us, welcome. My name's Errol. I'm your NADA live stage host, and it's super exciting to have you here. If you don't know, one of my favorite things about NADA live stage is it gives me the opportunity to tell great dad jokes. But I also want to make sure that you know that if you're not a dad, it's inappropriate to tell dad jokes. Apparently, it's a real faux pas. See what I did there? Somebody got it. There you go. Good. We're going to keep that going until tomorrow. But also, we want to make sure that while you're here, you're getting as much information as you can from the live stage. So what we're going to talk about next is how top dealers are crushing fraud, speeding up sales, and slashing costs. So I'd like to welcome up Informative to help us lead that conversation. And to help with that, I'd like to welcome up Tammy Richter, who is the Regional Sales Manager for Informative. So please give Tammy a round of applause. You're welcome. You're welcome. Come on over.
We can turn this a little bit so I can
Yeah,
say yes.
absolutely.
All right.
Gotcha.
All right. And then this is here, right? It's on? We're good? Hi, everybody. How are we? Good, right? I'm Tammy Richter with Informative. I'm the Regional Sales Manager, and we're the leading fraud prevention and compliance enforcement platform and credit solutions. Our company serves thousands of dealers across the U.S. I'd like to welcome our panelists. Is it close enough? There we go. All right. Thank you, everyone, for joining.
Our first panelist here is Rigo Guevara, and he's the GM of the Toyota of Cedar Park dealership. He's a 24-year veteran in the auto industry. Toyota of Cedar Park has been ranked, third in the last year of 2024. And also, you started out in sales all the way up to GM, right? Awesome. Thanks for joining. By the way, they sell over 1,200 units a month out of that location. All right, our second guest is Scott Cunees, and he is the Chief Operating Officer of Cunees Auto Group, which owns more than 40 locations across the Midwest area. He has been featured and shared information on Good Morning America, NBC, and Fox Business. Thank you for joining. We have Doug Fusco. He's the managing partner of dealer compliance with Informative. Doug has over 25 years in the auto industry, and he is the actual founder of Dealer Safeguards. Welcome. And we have Andy Graff. And Andy, wow, I've got a lot to talk about here, Andy. Let me expand this. He's the Chief Operating Officer with Comply Auto, and they are the #1 dealership privacy and cybersecurity platform. Comply Auto also, I would like to announce, is a new strategic integration partner with Informative. So we're going to get more into that a little bit later. So thank you for joining. Also 35 years in the auto industry, and you worked at Galpin Motors as the Chief Technology Officer and Vice President of Innovation. So welcome.
Thank you.
All right, so let's get started. Let's start with fraud. We see reports, the news, everything. Scott, tell me, with the rise of fraud, how are you handling that across your 40 dealerships?
Yeah, well, we've definitely seen a rise in fraud, and we have many rural locations, but also we have locations in metro markets like right outside of Chicago, where we were actually targeted by the Kia boys and had vehicle thefts and things like that. So fraud is extremely important for us to combat right now. We're seeing a lot of different ways that these criminals are coming in and trying to take advantage of the dealership. And dealerships are targets at this point. And I have my IT director's from rural Texas. He's got a very thick Texas accent. He always likes to tell us that the bad guys are good, right? And so they are, and they figure out different ways all the time to, defraud the dealerships. And so when it was very important to us to find a solution that we could integrate easily and be able to have a process that every dealership could follow, whether they sold 30 cars a month or whether they sold 200 plus cars a month, and whether we had 2 salespeople in the showroom or 20 salespeople in the showroom, and that we can make sure that even though we're not going to catch everything, we need to still do everything we can to combat it and keep it under control as possible.
Wonderful. That's great. Well, you have the right platform. Doug, would you like to share a little bit more on how our platform can help fraud deals in the dealership and really speed up the process?
Sure. So just to put a little background and support what Scott just said, as a bar in the last 24 months, just through our platform, with our customers across the country, we've identified almost 12,000 unique fake IDs. That's just within our customer base. And the bad news is the bad guys don't come in, at Monday morning at 10 o'clock. They're in the end of the month, at the end of the day. And when you talk about speeding up deals, nothing more frustrating than at your busiest time spending an hour with somebody to find out they're trying to steal from you at the end, right? So this platform drives the behavior. I get the driver's license up front. It immediately tells you if it's fake. And I take an hour that I'm burning and actually spending that time with somebody that's going to buy a car and save having to go through the brain damage or repo and one down the road. Also, another thing that we've done to help with fraud is interject a pre-qual up front instead of a hard pull. Not only does that speed up the deal because I'm no longer having to slow down when I get back from that test drive and fill out a credit application, go to the desk, run the hard pull, clear the red flags. I do the pre-qual. I can work that deal as soon as I come back from the test drive, and I can do the hard pull on customers that buy. Because of that, I'm speeding up the deal. I'm reducing friction with the customer. I'm not imposing on them to ding their credit right up front like, previous ways of doing things. And as a result of that, we're here and we're doing deals faster. We're getting more qualified opportunities as opposed to raw leads to the bottom of the funnel.
Wow. Scott, would you like to add any more to that, your thoughts on how it's helped you across your 40 locations?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, typically when you speed up a process like this, or try to institute a process, and everybody knows that the salesperson that's working the deal, he's running up there and I need a trade appraise, I need a credit app, I need this, I need this, I need this, and you want to slow that process down, and it's extremely important so that you don't get sloppy or skip steps, right? And with Informative, we're doing it the right way every time, and it's really critical to us with 40 locations and 1,500 employees to have that process that we can manage and watch and audit and make sure that it's happening over and over again, and have a tool that it can all be encapsulated in and easy to speed it up. So.
Mm-hmm. All right. So thank you for that. Go ahead, Rigo. Mm-hmm.
For us, well, the first thing that I noticed was the savings when you're doing pre-quals and not having to, everybody has trigger and click happy managers that love to pull all three bureaus. We did see a big advantage there, but really what the pre-quals has done for us is take the customer into consideration, right? A better experience of an inquiry. It's hard pull. It's a hard pull, and if we can eliminate some of that and create a better experience for the customer, they notice, and it kind of also in our market, we have a lot of credit unions that we constantly are competing with, and with the pre-qual, we're able to be better informed and often be able to compete with that rate that customer is shopping with. So it allows us to do that without the big commitment from the customer saying, okay, here, let me fill out a full credit app and see what you can do for me. So it's really helped us.
I think just to add to that, it's also important. I mean, number one thing that's important is protecting that customer data, right? We have to protect that customer data, and with all the different locations that we have, we have small stores to big stores, and I would go into these stores and I'd say, okay, where's your dead deal file? Well, we got dead deals on the deals we worked, but what about all the rest of the credit that we had pulled and everybody that never got to that deal process and everything else? And that process wasn't always as streamlined as we would like. So we made sure that with Informative that the customer data was protected and held in a secure spot that we knew and could audit.
Wow, yeah. Okay, so as I mentioned, we have some exciting news that we would like to share about our new partnership, and Informative, Comply Auto have partnered together, and we're going to be delivering as of today, right?
Right now.
Yeah, right. The only AI-powered end-to-end compliance platform that solves your kick deals. Anybody get kick deals, right? We're going to solve that in, is it 60 seconds?
About 60 seconds,
Okay,
yeah.
okay, 60 seconds. So Andy, why don't you tell us a little bit more about this game-changing partnership?
Yeah, so about the partnership. So we at Comply Auto have always handled what starts on the web and goes through the process. We handle FTC safeguards, privacy rights on the website, but what we didn't handle, and this is where the partnership really works with Informative, is we didn't handle that middle section when the customer's in the dealership going through the buying process, when they need to get their credit checked, when they need to go get their ID verified, when they need to get insurance information, all of those things, credit application. That was the one area that Comply Auto did not really cover. And then that ended also with Informative. So Informative got you right up until the credit bureau, they did the red flags checks. So that's fantastic. But there's still that one last step that we didn't do, that Informative didn't do. So we've solved that now with our Deal Check AI. And so when a customer is done with the process out of F&I, we go ahead and within about 60 seconds run a complete deal jacket. So you've all seen those, they're about this thick. And we check it for all the reasons that might cause a problem later on. Is it a kick deal? Is there a problem with the deal? Is there a possibility that could be unwound because I didn't get a signature or I missed a form and now the customer's in control as opposed to the dealership delivering an excellent experience? So we solve that, and our partnership allows us to do that either with our tool or with the Informative tool, and it's the last step in that journey.
Doug?
Yeah, so I know we had conversations with both of our other partners here on the impact for their dealership. So I know we talked about it. Everybody has kick deals. So without getting to too many specifics, is there a return on investment for you guys on this? How much impact would that have on your dealership?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I see the dollar signs everywhere when it comes to this, but I'll speak a little bit more towards our current process when it comes to kick deals. I mean, every deal before it goes to finance has a checklist, and your desk manager is responsible to make sure that they check everything off before it gets back there. Finance person does their part. They also have a checklist. Before the deal goes upstairs to our accounting office, it goes back to the desk to check the checklist again. And still, there's an argument between my accounting ladies, my billing ladies, and my desk managers often for missing 1, 2, or 3 forms, whatever the case may be. When Doug shared this new tool, I can't tell you how excited I am to have it. I think this is definitely a game changer, and I'm really excited to play a part of it.
Yeah, for sure it's a game changer for us because, with as many locations as we have, and we also encompass many states. Mm-hmm. And even though our Ford dealerships in a town of 10,000 people, we're actually one of the largest Shelby dealers in the country. So we sell vehicles across the country. And just having the ability to program and make sure that all those deals, whether I'm selling to Iowa, Washington, Illinois, Wisconsin, making sure, and not every F&I manager can be an expert on what is going on with those deals. And then you get to the point where with 40 dealerships, you have a lot of training involved in a lot of things, but you still have people, and ultimately people are trying to get their job done. And what happens is you get a missed signature, the customer's gone, you can't get them back in the door, and that opens you up to mistakes. Can be mistakes, so somebody having an error, right? And you don't want that to happen. So if we can check these deals before the customer ever leaves the dealership or on a remote signing or anything like that, when we have the customer there in front of us, or at least we've been talking to them, it's imperative. And like you said, the kick deals, how much time does that waste? And again, we're also looking at it as we consolidate our operations. What does this do for us to be able to, instead of having a deal biller in every single store checking those deals, now we can have a few expert administrators that are looking at these deals from a centralized location. So
perfect. So all 2 existing client partners, 1 previous client partner, 3 different environments. Lots and lots of cars at a handful of locations, lots and lots of cars at 40 locations, and lots and lots of cars at 6 or 7 locations. And you haven't had the platform, you haven't used it in probably 2 years or since you left. But if you could each share just a few minutes on what the platform did for you, and I'll start with Rigo, because we were there day one when you opened that store and we're doing 1 car, and you went Mach 12 up to 1,300 cars a month, and the platform was there to drive the process from day one. So if you can share any experiences on that, it'd be great.
Absolutely, I'd be happy to. So back in 2017, April of 2017, when we opened our doors, we had a vision of how can we provide the customer a better experience. And part of that vision was, no paper. And how can we come up with a process where, you don't see paper anywhere on the showroom floor, anywhere. And at that point, Dealer Safeguard, Informative, did that for us. We were able to upload credit apps, everything, insurance, WIOs, everything that you normally see, paper lying around, customers' information, right? The exposure of non-public information, to be able to have that, bring it in and make it part of our process. It was, back then, it was you didn't see it that much. And as time has passed, they've only gotten better. So I've really enjoyed having you part of our
success.
Right back at you.
That's right.
But yeah, it's definitely changed the game for us.
Scott?
Yeah, ultimately it's, we talk about the FTC rules and all those things like they're the big bad guys. And they're not, right? They have a job to do, and we have a job to do, and that's to protect customer data and to do it in a streamlined and efficient manner. And that's what the tool allows us to do. And just as Rigo said, that paper, every one of those is just opening you up to another example of where you can run into some trouble. And so if we can streamline the process, digitize it, keep it all stored in one place, train on that process easily across locations, now add on to the Comply Auto and the Deal Jacket AI, and you're now starting, last year when we came here to NADA, that was one of our number one goals, is how do we digitize more of our process? Informative had done a lot for us on that point, but we still had a lot of paper traveling, between the desks, like you said, paper checklists that were going back and everything else. And so how can we digitize more of the process? So these two companies coming together to help do that it's a game changer really for us.
And Andy, you get the added bonus of selling a lot of cars when you were there in the most litigious state of all 50, California. So anything you can share?
Sure. I have a very unique perspective because in the crowd, we're right over there, raise your hand, Chris Cleveland, compliance manager. He worked at Galpin Ford with me. I was the vice president of sales. He was our compliance manager, so you know how that's a little bit of like oil and water, right? I want to sell cars, and he wants to be compliant. But he showed me the light. He convinced the sales managers. It took about 30 days, but after about 30 days, we actually embraced the system, Informative. And I will tell you this, if I took it away from the managers, even though I'm not there today, I would tell you, they'd say, no, it makes our process better, we're more compliant, we appreciate the compliance, or the added compliance expertise that they bring to the table. I can't get it out of their hands if I wanted to. They love it.
Go, yeah. Go ahead.
So we're running out of time. I would close with one thought. We're all here looking at vendors. As an industry, we spent obscene amounts of dollars on technology over the years just to frame it in. Two biggest DMS vendors, Reynolds and CDK. Last year, their combined revenues were just under $4 billion. That's not counting CRM, desking, menu, equity mining, digital retailing. We spend money on things like key machines because we can't get a salesperson to bring a key back and put it where they got it, right? On a $400 key fob. These three customers have spent money investing in technology to lock down the process. And I would say it's safe to say, and if any of you disagree, if you want to, that they've made a transition from hoping that things get done in 40 showrooms, 4 showrooms, to knowing that it's done right every time. So if there's one takeaway, it's we need to spend some money on automating the most expensive, the most regulated, the most complicated transaction we do, which is selling a car. And that's rarely managed today other than when it gets to the back end of it.
That's right. So thank you, everyone, for joining, and you are welcome. Please come stop by our booths and take a look at the entire platform together. We appreciate your time, and we're this way. Thank you.
Imagine putting your car ads on autopilot with engaging videos of your entire inventory. Create your ads in seconds and publish automatically on Meta and all online channels. Take photos with our app and unlock all the Firon features. Embrace the future of automotive advertising. Get your cars online faster with Firen's AI and automation.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. All right, so opportunity to see our annual pitch competition, and it was great, just like the two previous before it, and I'm excited to even see what's the time now and see the full presentation. So we're excited for that. We're excited to see the full presentation. 2 minutes yesterday, so it was a really short time. They had 2 minutes to present, and then Q&A. Really, but we do have our winner back. I know that he's excited and ready to present, and so I'd like to welcome up annual winner, Andy.
I'm great, thank you.
You look a little bit different than yesterday.
Well, that was Rudy. That was my brother.
That was Rudy.
Yeah.
Oh, your brother Rudy. Okay, well, great to see you. Enjoy.
Great. Thank you. Here yesterday to see the pitch. Just out of curiosity, how many people? All right, 1, 2. All right, so talk to you a little bit about Comply Auto, what we're doing new this year that we haven't done in the past. So hopefully this works. So I want to talk to you about Check AI. How many are dealers in the room? If you're a dealer, raise your hand. I promise I won't get. Don't make me go Jerry Springer and come out there with the mic and start asking you questions. Any dealer? Is that a nightmare at night? Because it keeps me up at night. When I worked at a dealership, I worked at Galpin Ford for 30 years for during that. How do I make and how do I solve the CIT problem? And CIT, for if you don't know what CIT stands for, contracts in transit, and that's the amount the deal is done to get the credit to our team at Comply Auto because the developers worked with our team of attorneys, and yes, we have a team of attorneys that help with this. We have come up with a solution to those problems. So there's a screen. Go ahead and go on to the next screen. If you're a dealer, many of these things. Pause for a moment. Deals, you get those, right? I mean, you just heard from the couple people that were up here before, Scott, that they have kick deals. Processing paper. CSI night. So if you had a CSI problem because of a delayed deal, absolutely. Inconsistent processing, that's a problem that's just become apparent. I don't realize that single minute. CIT headaches, obviously the longer the deal takes to process, the more headaches you have. Reoccurring audit issues, problems that you're having. I'll get out of the way so you can take photos. We solve some of the problems that you're having in the dealership right now with inconsistencies that are happening that aren't necessarily a sales problem, they're an F&I problem, sales problem. And you have new F&I people. I'll tell you, when I got into F&I, this is how I got trained. There's your desk, there's the printer, log on, start contracts. I was a salesperson, became an F&I person, that was my training. And the forms are so much more complicated than when I was in F&I today. There really isn't enough training, and so we're going to use AI to solve. And last but not least, probably the important thing is we save time, which saves money. Now, there's real money also that we're going to save. Basically, personnel costs keep going up every single year, and we reduce those costs. How do we do it? We do it with deals every time. Again, repeating myself, we use AI to go into the system from a PDF. We're going to go a little bit into it. So how do we do it? How do we get that deal into our system and ensure that? So it's a 4-step process. The first step is give it to us as a PDF. It could be one file, it could be 100 files. It doesn't really matter. Just get it to us. And with our partnership with Informative, we could take the forms that you've collected in Informative and we bring them over. We have a single back-end folder, and we can analyze all of those documents that are in their system and in our system. If you use one or you use DealerTrack to do e-contracting, we can extract that data. You just send it to us. Also, forms that you print today, you can that one or multiple PDFs in our system. We're going to go ahead and press Run Deal Check AI. It's as simple as that. In about 60 seconds, we will have back if the deal is clean or clean deal. And it's really, it's amazing. You have to see it. The third step is, if there are issues, fix the issues. Now, this is all being done in real time. And if your dealership process, the customer went through the F&I process, and you saw the finance guy, he'd go through that giant stack of paperwork as quickly as he can, walk around with the customer around the car. They're looking for dents, scratches. They're telling him, hey, you got a full tank of gas. This is where the emergency shutoff switches, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They're doing all that. That takes about 10 or 15 minutes. We're doing this deal check and gathering that data in about 2 minutes. So in less time than it takes for the customer to start driving off for issues before the customer leaves. Most important thing, before the customer leaves, we're doing it. And then last step, once you get a clean deal, fixed your issues, you generate a certificate. So everybody in the downline, meaning your business office, your F&I assistant, your tower assistants, whatever you call those people that check the deal out, is done with it, all those people know that that deal's been checked. There's no longer a need for somebody else to check it again. That's savings. These people taking 20 to find a mistake, and what do? They kick it back to F&I. I know, because I got a lot of kick deals. And what do? I tell the salesperson, hey, I need you to get a signature. Solving for that, and by generating that certificate, everybody in the dealership is being told that. I like to break down the system in different areas of our solution. The first is document verification. We're looking for the document to do delivery. We're also specialized deal insights. What does that mean? It's not just looking for evidence. 6 months without the advent of AI. And it's not just taking a bunch of documents and throwing it at AI. A lot of back-end knowledge that goes into industry experts. I'm going to up in just a moment to answer questions you might have. But we're looking for verification of lien holder details on trade-in. We're looking for the name of the person on the trade-in page to match. I know it sounds simplistic, but how many times in a dealership has needed a double seller of the trade-in was the buyer of the new car? You know you can't do that. You got to have somebody in the middle. And so we're checking for that. These are just examples. We're doing over 100 different checks. And the last is we're doing compliance. I know we're a compliance company, but really this is a money-making solution. We're saving you time. We're saving you money. A penny saved is a penny. We're doing cross-checking on buyers' names, DMV paper. We're doing so much more. You have to see us at the booth because I only have a little time to show it to you today. So here are the benefits. Number one, really important, we're letting salespeople and F&I people do what they do best. They're not, I mean, I was a salesperson, so I get to say this. Salespeople aren't notoriously great at my people are a little better, but they're not great either, because if you worked in a business office, you can only imagine how crappy the paperwork is that comes in, and then we solve for that. The process is lightning fast. I said about 60 seconds, and I mean it. We take an entire deal jacket, hundreds of pages, disparate information, and we analyze it in about a minute. Immediate. At the show that have told me we have a person, their sole job is to check the paperwork coming out of F&I. So we solve for that because we eliminate that position, or if it's a part do other duties, free them up to do other things, because the last thing you need to do is have somebody checking paperwork. And we can use AI that's so much better to do that check. Your profits. Well, how do we do that? Have you ever had an unwind because you missed a signature? What happens when you miss paperwork or a signature in a deal? In a dealership at all, you know what happens. The customer gets control. The dealership loses control, and now you're at their mercy. They're like, what are you going to do for me if I come back in and sign that form? There's inducements that are given along the way. I worked at a dealership. I can't tell you how many free lunches I gave. I can't tell you how many free details I did. Fill full tanks of gas because I needed that customer to come back and sign something. That goes away because we have a flawless deal. Last but not least, and probably most important on the sheet, this is not a one-size-fits-all. This is federal, state, OEM, lender, and most importantly, dealer-specific. You have a dealer-specific form that needs every deal. Some of you sell used cars. Sure. You might have a customer bill of rights that has to be in every deal. For that, this is a bespoke, Brad, process that we do just for the dealership. That's his favorite word. We do it just for the dealership. So we ask what vendors you have, what OEMs you represent, find out your process, and we build this around you. So this isn't one size fits all. This is absolutely for you. And when we go live in your system, we send somebody from our store or our dealership into your store, from our company into your store, and doing so, we train your F&I people on how this process is going to work. Recapping a little bit, it's a real-time deliverability check. We're in real time making sure that car is ready to be delivered. We're looking for signature detection. We're looking for validation of forms. There's a whole laundry list. That's a screenshot of what it looks like. Another page of another screenshot, a little bit more detail. When I'm drilling down on the deal, I can see the actual issues. It's not just pass or fail. It's here's the issue, here's how you remediate it, here's how you fix the issue. We give you a pass or fail. But I'm gonna tell you one last thing, and it's a little bit hidden, and I encourage everybody to come by the booth. That little thing right there, STIPs, that's unbelievable. We actually have the ability, using AI, to check if you collected any STIPs. I get it, you're in the business, you're saying, like, why would you collect STIPs? You ever have a customer give you a pay stub? You ever get a customer to give you a W-2, a power bill, whatever? They just give it to you, right? And so what do you train your salespeople? If they gave it to you, you get it, right? You take a copy of it, you bring it into your deal. Later, the deal needs to get rehashed with the bank. The bank says, I need POI, I need POR, I need proof of insurance, right? I don't know if I have it in the deal, so what do? I go run for the deal. I got to find it, and I got to look in the deal. Or I'm calling the salesperson going, hey, the bank stipped me. I need POI. Guess what? Using artificial intelligence, we know ahead of time if that POI, that POR, that POE is in the deal. So your finance manager's first move isn't go run the deal back from the business office or send it back to me. Their first move is go into Deal Check AI, go see if that stip is there, call the bank, say, I got it, let me send it to you. And if you don't have it, you use our ComplyCrypt, and from the deal, you request the customer to send you the POI. It comes back in, goes right into the deal jacket, no uploading, no downloading, no texting, emailing, any of that nonsense, totally compliant. It goes right in there, and that kind of red X turns to a green check. That's Deal Check AI in a nutshell. Definitely come by the booth. I know I didn't do it justice. I only had a limited time, but you've got to see it. It is so powerful. Everybody who's seen it just says, I'm ready to go. Sign me up. I'm not trying to sell you. I'll let you sell yourselves. Come by the booth, 659. We're way over there in the corner. Comply Auto, Deal Check AI. And before I get the applause, but thank you very much for the one person in the back of the room, I want to invite up Brad Miller. Brad is formerly from NADA. Some of you may know him. He's also our Chief Legal Officer. You may have some questions about compliance, legal issues. I am not that expert. That is Brad. He cannot provide you legal advice, but he can give you guidance. So does anyone have any questions regarding Deal Check AI? And if you don't, I did not do my job. There's got to be a question out there. Anyone?
And while you're thinking, let me just tell you, he kind of gave me the intro, but for those of you who I don't know, I was at NADA. I was Chief Regulatory Counsel at NADA for 16 years. So I have a long time as a dealer advocate. I'm learning a lot about the real world, you know, out of the ivory tower of NADA. I love my friends at NADA. But let me tell you, this pain the dealers feel in terms of the process, I didn't realize the scope of it. You know, having talked to the dealers that we're working with this product, the amount of man hours, the amount of frustration, the amount of both customer and dealership employee frustration with just getting this process that you would think would be straightforward handled is incredibly complicated. I think Andy alluded to this. You know, our company has been working on this concept for a long time. We could not have done it if the technology wasn't there that is out there today. So we've been able to leverage not only what's been put in the market from the AI providers, but our industry knowledge, our legal knowledge, and it all kind of goes together into this product. And you know, I'm kind of amazed, and everyone who's seen it so far has been. So I'll just echo what Andy said. Come by and take a look at the details. I mean, even the document management alone, it'll take this 150, 180-page document and create, you know, it'll tag them, it'll make a table of contents, it'll be searchable and shareable within the dealership. You know, nobody's fighting over the actual deal jacket file, you know, between the title clerks and the business office and the F&I people. So again, this solves a lot of problems. You know, Andy's our sales guru. I'm here to make sure it works right from a legal perspective, but I just want to tell you I'm blown away by what it solves for dealers. So we're here to answer any questions. We have a few minutes, but again, what are we, 659? Yeah, come take a look. We got lines of people looking at it, but you know, and this is so new that we are really kind of rolling it out just now, just like in the last few weeks. So you're at the cutting edge of what's happening in the marketplace.
All right, we got 4 minutes left, but I'm not going to bore you. Any other questions? All right, well, I want to thank you all for your time.
Today is Saturday, January 25th, and day 3 of NADA 2025. And we have a busy day ahead of us, so let's put the pedal to the metal. This morning, get ready to laugh out loud as hilarious Frank Caliendo takes the main stage. Known for his spot-on celebrity impressions, Caliendo is sure to deliver a performance that will leave you rolling in the aisles. Then,
presenting the Time Dealer of the Year nominees.
You won't want to miss it. Plus, incoming NADA Chairman Tom Castriota highlights exciting NADA initiatives to keep dealerships running like well-oiled machines through 2025 and beyond. Then, head to the expo. Discover innovations and solutions that can rev up each department. Everyone's favorite charity auction is ready to rumble at noon today at the Open Lane booth, number 3713 on the expo floor. Help us support this important program that helps provide service dogs to kids, adults, and veterans. It's a great cause and a lot of fun. Stop in the NADA Pavilion to test drive NADA offerings, from education opportunities to regulatory issues. Then it's time to shift your career into high gear. Our top-notch workshops and exchange sessions start at 12:30 p.m. and again at 3:30. Today's Spotlight series features Michael Dunn. He'll talk about China's advancements in EVs and how automakers and the U.S. government are responding. You won't want to miss it. New this year, Ask the Experts connects you directly with subject matter experts on topics such as tax laws, CRMs, compliance, and social media. Don't forget about the dealer franchise meetings beginning at 3 p.m. Check the mobile app for time and topics throughout the day. And remember, share your photos on social media using the hashtag NADA Show. All right, so day 3. I know some of you might be thinking it's day 2, but it's day 3 of NADA. So again, glad to have you here. Has everyone been enjoying New Orleans so far now that we finally made it? It's very good, right? I've been enjoying it myself, some great food. I've got some education. I've learned a little bit. I'm going to share some of that knowledge with you. Do you guys know what you call a French man wearing sandals? Anyone want to take a guess? No? You don't know? You don't know? Philippe Flop. See? Yeah, right? You can take that one back home with you, all right? He's like, I just got that. It took a minute, right? Sometimes it has to settle, right? It's all right. And if there's anyone that is French, it's just a joke. So don't come find me after the stage like, wait, that's not fair. It's just a joke. That's right. We're here to have fun. But in all seriousness, I do want to, remind you that next year we are back in Las Vegas. So if you are thinking about attending next year, it's a great time to start planning for that now. Is this anyone's first NADA? All right, welcome. Fantastic, welcome. And then what about, has anybody 10 or more? Okay, good. What about 15 or more? Oh, I like it. 20 or more? Okay, you're the only one hand up. How many have you been coming to, sir? 21? 24. So next year you're going to be 25, right? Absolutely. Okay, so for all of my folks that this is their first year, meet Mr. 25 years, right? Or 24, right? It's a great opportunity, right? And just imagine all the things that change year after year. Our phones get updated every other week. So you can obviously understand what happens in the automotive industry in just a year's time. So if you're questioning, hey, I came this year, it's in New Orleans. Next year, it's going to be in Las Vegas. We're going to have something new, something that you're going to be able to walk away with. Some new things that we added this year, if you haven't had a chance to take a part of, we do have the NADA Pavilion, which is right down this way. It's going to be on your right-hand side. We have the EV Power Pit, which is a new addition to the NADA programming this year. So that's something where if you have questions about electrification or you want more information, the EV Power Pit is a great way to stop, great place to stop. We also have Ask the Expert, another new addition. And then we have some new programming coming up, like a new podcast that's happening with NADA. So again, we hope that this is, if it's your first, it won't be your last. and we'll see you 25 years as well, sir. So thank you all for being here. We appreciate it. And we, of course, want to continue our programming on the live stage. We just seen our pitch competition. That was great to hear from our pitch competition winner. And so that's always a fun time. Next up, we're going to sit down and we're going to talk about building bridges and promoting trust over toxic leadership. So I'm going to be joined by Georgia Munson. Georgia, you ready? Come on up here. Let's give her a round of applause.
Hello. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
So please have a seat.
Okay.
So I promised you backstage, but I'll tell everyone out here. Georgia, you were also marching around with the band, right?
I was marching with the band today.
And I promised her that this sit-down would be a lot easier than marching with the band.
I was full of sweat after that.
That was great. But
it was not attractive. It was not attractive.
But it was a great experience,
it was
right?
so fun.
Free way to get your cardio in. And
I said if they would just show up at my house every morning with the marching band, I might get my steps in every day. I'm just saying.
That's it, right? It was great theme music. So, but I do want to get into our topic a little bit, and because I think it's a great topic, and promoting trust over toxic leadership.
Yeah.
Where did that concept come from, and explain the background of that a little bit?
Well, so it's interesting, and I kind of tease that I'm trying to change the car business one person at a time. So I happened upon a video on YouTube a couple years ago, and it was a gentleman named Simon Sinek. Ladies, if you've ever seen him, he's adorable. But Simon Sinek is a leadership expert. He's written lots of books. He's a great author. And he was sharing on YouTube about a conversation he had with the Navy SEALs. I don't know if anybody's heard this. Anybody heard Trust versus Performance Navy SEALs? Super excellent video. And it kind of changed my way of thinking about leadership. So what he said is he interviewed the Navy SEALs and he said, how do you decide the guys that get to be on SEAL Team 6? Like who gets the pick, right? And what he said that surprised him is that they drew a chart for him, and on one axis they wrote the word performance, and he said we measure them on performance, and performance is like how are you on the battlefield, and at work that's things like how many cars did you sell this month, how much gross profit are you generating. He goes, the other thing we measure them on though is trust, and he defined trust as I may trust you with my life, but do I trust you with my money and my wife? And at work, it's like, is this person somebody that's got my back when the chips are down? Does he show up on time? That type of thing. And the surprising thing he shared is that on the Navy SEALs, nobody wants a low performer of low trust, right? Who wants that person on your team? Your life's at stake. Everybody wants a high performer of high trust. But what the Navy SEALs said is, we would rather have a medium performer of high trust, sometimes even a low performer of high trust, over that high performer of low trust. And he said those high performers of low trust are toxic team members and they're toxic leaders, and they will destroy an organization. I was astounded by it. And he said, you know, in business, all business, not automotive, all business, we have lopsided metrics in the United States, don't we?
Yeah, yeah.
And it made me rethink everything I knew for 33 years in the car business.
Absolutely. I mean, in being in the car business 33 years, I'm sure you've seen it where the person gets promoted, and then it doesn't necessarily work out in the direction or way that helps the dealership as a whole.
I have personally promoted people.
Yeah.
The top performers, the hard chargers, the guy or gal that sells 25, 30 cars a month, I'm like, they're going to be an amazing sales manager. Or the service advisor that generates, you know, more gross per month or high gross margin or ELR, and then they bomb. Yeah. And I question myself, like, what happened?
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely. And it's very difficult, right? Because ideally, like you said, looking at it externally, you would say, oh, if they're excelling in this area, it just makes sense that they would excel here. But that's not always the case, right?
Right. Sometimes it's the case. Sometimes they're rock stars, and you're like, I'm a genius because I brought this person on. But sometimes they have to be more well-rounded, and I think that's where we're so understaffed. We're in such a rush at work that we find that hard charger and we're like, easy peasy, right? Train up your person, we're going to promote you. But then, unfortunately, what happens behind the scenes is everybody's now modeling the behavior of that high performer that we just promoted, but yet they're the backstabber. They're the person that nobody trusts on the team. But now everybody's emulating that behavior because they think that's how you have to be to get promoted.
Right. That's a very good point. And it is very hard, right? You do see it in certain instances. I think I'm not saying a big sports guy, but I'm a sports guy.
Yeah.
Particularly a Lions fan because I'm from Detroit. But
I'm
Dan
sorry for
Campbell,
that.
I think, I know, it's hard. But I specifically think of Dan Campbell's as an example, right? He played on the Lions team when they went 0-16.
Yep.
So to come back as a coach, his motivation was different as somebody that maybe had been on a winning team.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think it's a different skill set. He probably learned humility.
Yeah.
He probably learned that the whole world doesn't revolve around him.
Right.
Right? And I think when we're looking at leadership traits, you're a great performer, but are you a great communicator? Are you flexible? You know, do you have all these other skill sets? Are you strategic? It requires the whole kit and caboodle, not just somebody who can sell.
Absolutely. So let me ask you, because I'm thinking about this in the practical world, right?
Okay.
I'm in a dealership, and I'm making that decision, kind of in the same position that you were, and I need to promote someone.
Yep.
But I'm looking for, like you mentioned, that medium performer with high trust. When we look at that in the dealership culture, a lot of times now I'm getting pushback, or there becomes this issue in the culture because someone feels entitled to promotion based on performance.
100%. It happens all the time.
So how then, if I'm in that position, how am I managing that to set the right expectation, but then also to justify my decision, or do I need to justify that decision?
There's a short game and there's a long game, in my opinion. And I think the long game is you have to create the culture where your team understands what gets you promoted. And so you have to start somewhere. And I think communicating what we reward becomes really important. So you're going to have people who've been out of shape because you promoted somebody who, I mean, it happens every day anyway.
Right.
You promote the person who's been on the job for 6 months, and the person that's been in that job for 25 years is PO'd, right? I didn't say a bad word. PO's not a bad word. And so that's just life. But I think if you do a really good job of communicating what is the vision of your organization. We want to promote from within. We want to give you all the tools to help you be successful. And these are some of the things that we think you need to have to be successful. And so we'll work with you, and then when we think you're ready, we think we've vetted out that you know how to develop people, that you are truly a good communicator. Good communication requires effective listening skills too.
Absolutely.
So just because you can hear people doesn't mean you're a good listener, and just because you can talk doesn't mean you're a good communicator. So I think it takes a long, unfortunately there's not a short solution, right?
No, it's not.
It takes a long time, and you got to talk like this all the time with your people. Like, I think you're doing a great job. But what happens in a lot of business, not just the car business, we get promoted because we were really good at something else. Doesn't necessarily mean we're going to be great at what we're doing.
Absolutely.
So are we preparing them before promoting them so that they will be really great when they're in the next job?
That's a great point. And I mean, I think everything you mentioned is so imperative and so true, right? Because creating the dealership culture, right? It's a fine balance to be able to say, hey, we don't just promote on performance, because on the other side of that, you might have people thinking their performance doesn't matter, which obviously is not the case.
Right.
But then on the side of that, when you say we don't necessarily just promote off performance, now you have to be very clear to identify what things you're looking for.
These are the other things that really help you to get to the next level, yeah. When you promote on just performance, it's just narrow-minded, right?
Yeah.
It's like the shortcut, and you might be blowing somebody up. They were just meant to be a great salesperson, and there is nothing wrong with being a great salesperson, right?
Yeah.
But a really great salesperson is typically a pretty autonomous, creative, out-of-the-box thinker that likes to work alone.
Yeah.
So do you really want to have them manage people?
In your team, yeah. So from your experience, right, looking at a dealership culture that successfully implemented this, what does that culture look like? Like, what things are maybe, if I'm looking at, you know what, like this does make sense. How do I practically work in small steps to implement this?
So I see some larger dealer groups, because they have the manpower to do this. They do a lot of mentorships.
Okay.
And they have a lot of career pathing conversations. So you want to be the general manager one day. What do you think you might need to do to get there, right?
Yes.
And so they provide a lot of support. They have conversations like, these are your strengths you're bringing to the table. What are some areas we can help develop? And so it's not just snap your fingers. They have a lot. It's like a finger system of multiple people on multiple levels of talent on the team working with these people when they're younger.
Yeah. And that makes a lot of sense because if you think about it, a roadmap is helpful for everyone, right?
Right.
I might get in the car, and if I don't know where I'm going, I can just drive around aimlessly.
Yep.
That's one way.
Yes.
Or if I have a solid map and navigation to tell me
Yep.
this is the step, this is
Yep.
the next turn,
Yep.
this is when you look for this when you get here. And I think implementing that in this situation can help identify those people that have better trust.
It does. We see some groups are, giving people individual like stretch objectives.
Okay.
So you're in service. What do you want to do one day? You think
Right.
you might be interested in sales or finance well, then I have a special assignment for you and getting them engaged and involved with those people earlier on. Career pathing is like the buzzword. It's been around for quite a long time, and it seems really imposing and intimidating. Like, how do you career path people? Because we have a pretty flat type of structure. I mean, you
Right.
don't have a lot of levels in a dealership. But what I see a lot of creative dealers groups doing is having conversations about the traditional, like I'm 55. So when I've been in the business 33 years. You start in sales, you end in sales, and that's how you get to general management, right? And today there's a lot of latticing where you'll take a young man. I had a young man that worked in my detail department.
Okay.
Promoted him to the accounting office to do dealer trades.
Okay.
Promoted him then as a service advisor. So considering, like, letting them touch all the different departments, and it holistically, I think what it did for me and my team was they had a better appreciation for, I guess parts isn't just sitting back there twiddling their thumbs all day waiting for us to give them an RO.
Right.
They have exposure where now in my role, what pain points can I give a service advisor, or what pain points could I cause for a technician? Because I came from sales and I sat, at the warranty admin. It really just holistically, our whole team worked better together because we did things like that.
Yeah, and it's funny. What you mentioned is a concept of to and from. And so what I mean by that is there's one thing to be able to speak to whatever you think the idea is,
Yeah.
and there's another thing to be able to speak from your own personal experience.
Yes.
And being able to have someone that has those multifacets to be able to say,
Yep.
hey, I have done this for a little bit of time, so at least I have an understanding of what your day-to-day might look like. And that does ultimately lead to a more well-rounded leader.
It does. I make it sound so easy, though. Career pathing, it does require a plan. I was just talking with a dealer a few moments ago. I've been working with her for a long time now. And they're still trying to put it together. And I think sometimes we make it so hard. I'm like, it requires having a 5 or 10 minute conversation and going, you're not going to go from being a sales consultant to the general manager in 1 year.
Right.
But let's talk about some other things that you'd be interested in doing and knowing, and what might be important for you to learn before you become a general manager.
That's very true. And I think the other thing that goes into it is you have to be more involved with who's in your dealership.
Yes.
Because not only having that conversation, but you being able to sit back and watch and
Yes.
say, like, well, hey, this person has really good customer interaction skills or really good de-escalation skills when the customer's upset. From a service standpoint, that's a huge skill and mindset to be able to have to
Yeah.
de-escalate someone that might be upset.
Yep.
So maybe that salesperson that, depending on where they are in sales, maybe they could benefit from being on the service side and understanding what the service advisors go through.
It's time consuming. So as a dealer, principal, or even with a general manager, you have to have a leadership team that you can trust and empower to help have these conversations, because that's time consuming. Like you only have so many hours in a day. And that's the hard part of it, is you've got to commit time to your people. And you're running a $50 million business. You don't always have 5-10 minutes. So you have to have people in your think tank, people on your leadership team that you can go, I'm going to trust you to tap 3 people on the shoulder this week and have conversations about what's going well, what's not going well, where do you want to go in the future, and then flip it back to the employee. What do you think you can do differently? What do you think, where would you like to stretch yourself?
Yeah.
Don't do all the work for them.
Yeah, and I think, too, with what you're mentioning and taking that time, because time is that commodity we can't get back.
Right.
But I think the question that you have to ask yourself is, where do I want to invest that time? if I invest that time up front into building some of these structures that you mentioned to create this culture, it's going to be a lot better than constantly investing time for people that I'm turning over and bringing on new people, and starting all over and spinning the hamster wheel.
You have to trust the process, though, because it's not, we like instant gratification, man. We want to sell that car. I want that gross deal right now.
Yes.
And so you have to give it like a lot of time.
Right.
But it is the gift that keeps giving if you do it and you stay committed to it. And I think the greater gain is that if you invest in those people and you do it over time, you'll develop the culture that you need, you will develop your own talented leadership, and you'll be setting good examples for future people in your organization to see like, oh, I want to get there. This is what that person did to get up to this point. They didn't just sell 50 cars a month.
Right. And then you'll start to see when you create that culture, the culture itself will start to be able to identify and help you in making decisions. Because you'll get that feedback of saying, you know, like, hey, so-and-so is doing really good at this. Maybe you should get... So you start to see, and the culture start holding one another accountable. You know, knowing like, hey, I can't just go in and sell cars or do this. I've got to do more to be involved.
Well, so that is the beauty of it. My mom grew up with 11 siblings, and she said her parents didn't have to do anything because when one kid stepped out of line, all the brothers and sisters beat the snot out of them. Right. and in the business world, that's kind of the in-game goal, is that you hire for the right culture, you develop people, and then people hold people accountable for being good team players and contributing their fair share. And when they're not, you don't have to worry about the manager vetting them out. Their peers can be like, shape up or ship out, man. You're costing us money. You're not being a good team player. Get out. That's the in-game goal, in my humble opinion.
I agree. We've got a little bit less than a minute left. So, Georgia, outside of marching with the marching band, you want to tell them where they can find you if they have more questions and need more info?
Sure. I am an instructor for NADA. I'll be at the NADA booth 3200. And I'd love to meet anybody that's interested. I teach everything at NADA: service, parts, sales, office management, leadership. Leadership's my favorite. Obviously, that's the topic.
Yes.
I'd love to see any of your faces come say hi.
That's it. Well, Georgia, thank you so much for your time. And thank you for making here after marching with the marching band. We'll see what we can do about getting the marching band to your house.
Thank you for making that so easy. You're so good.
See, I tried. I told you, easier than the marching band, right?
It was way easier than the marching band.
But the good thing is we got the marching band right back. No, I'm just kidding. That would have been great, wouldn't it? That would have been great. Georgia, once again, thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Have a great
rest of the day. Got my water.
So Vehicles for Change is an opportunity for people who don't currently have safe, reliable transportation.
We take donated cars and repair them, and then we identify families who need a car to get to and from employment to escape poverty. I'm Martin Schwartz. I'm president and founder of Vehicles for Change and been working with the folks at NADA for a couple years. Transportation has been identified as the #1 barrier to employment for low-income families since back in 1999. Without a car, you really can't access life. NADA is an amazing partner for Vehicles for Change because they understand how important a car is to transforming the life of a family.
Well, Vehicles for Change has been something that NADA has been actively engaged in over the years in helping needy families throughout the country.
You know, it really shows just the value of being a car dealer and the services that we provide.
The National Auto Dealers Association has always helped dealers find ways to give back to our country and to our industry in really impactful ways.
This is what dealers do. We give back to the community. I truly encourage all the members of NADA to get involved.
I think every dealer should participate in this.
We look forward to dealers all around the country getting to know and participating with Vehicles for Change.
We always say it's very expensive to be poor, and a car provides them the opportunity really to alleviate some of those expenses.
Vehicles for Change and the dealership, my dealership that I got my car from was from Bowie. I want to say thank you for everything, and I hope that you can give this opportunity to some more single moms, single dads, anyone that's in need.
We have families that are in desperate need to get out of poverty. So if you have a dealership and you can donate 1 car a year, boy, that would be hugely impactful for the families that we serve. When you get to see the families get cars and see the opportunities in front of them, it's by far the most impactful thing that we get to do.
A lot of people have a perception of car dealers, right? The stigma we talked about. And then they come into a store like this. And they meet people like yourself and your team here.
There is a secret hiding in plain sight in car dealerships all across the country. Join us as we travel the nation to finally tell the truth about car dealers.
Instead of the stigma of we're going to really rip some people off today, it's like, no, we're going to be better parents. We're going to be better family. We're going to be better friends. We're going to be better people.
I love dealing with people.
They are so invested in their people.
Like I feel this is my family away from my family.
I gotta take some action. I need to talk to my son and be a mom.
Did you ever think you'd come to work? Someone's gonna sit there and say, I would not have a relationship with my son if I wouldn't have been. Like, y'all are a part of that.
Is this a competitive store?
No, not at all. Why would you say that?
I was actually homeless. Like, I was staying in my car.
They give me everything I need, instruct me, they teach me.
This is More Than Cars.
Tú, la dueña de esto.
She says I'm gonna own my own dealership.
All right, you guys started already, but let's give the guys at So2 More Than Cars one more round of applause. Gentlemen, I've been seeing you on the screen for like a few days, never knowing where you're going to be. Come on up here. Let's give them a round of applause. Welcome, guys. Good to see you again. Listen, I didn't bring it with me this year, but I still have the pen that I got from last year. It looks like you updated the pins. I need a new one.
Who has a new More Than Cars pin?
I got you an updated pin, right?
I love that. I'm going to put it on. I'm going to wear it tomorrow.
You know what you did update?
What did I update?
The beard.
I did. It's got a little bit more gray.
Well,
but,
join the club.
A little bit more wisdom.
Look at us.
I know. I love it, right?
That little thing right there is perfect.
It is. It's
Man,
great.
You've been killing it. We've been walking past and then throwing to us back and forth. It's been totally fun to work with you this time.
It's been amazing. I love it. It's a new added element because obviously here being on the live stage, I don't get a chance to see all the things going on
there,
the floor.
right, yeah.
So having you guys out there has been unbelievable. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Stage is yours.
Let's hear it for Errol.
Oh,
Let's hear it for him. And those shoes.
Every single year.
Thank you, brother.
And we'd be remiss if we didn't introduce this man. You know, who knows who this is? Let's hear it. All the hands going up. Ed Roberts, COO, Bozard Lincoln Ford. We have a seat for you. I'm going to let you sit down there. Listen, if you don't know what the hooting and hollering is about, we represent the Automotive State of the Union, or a So2 is how you say it. We've been talking about it more in these three words, more than cars, and that really comes from what this shirt says, which is love people more than you love cars, and more than cars is just a part of that phrase. This was said by a very dear dealer friend, Liza Borges, a fourth-generation auto dealer. Let's hear it, CMA. All right.
There they are.
And here's the point. We have all of these amazing industry partners serving all of these amazing dealers, serving all of these incredible communities across the country, in every corner of our country, and we believe that there is a branding issue when it comes to dealers and used car dealers. We all know what the stigma is, and Kyle and I happen to know some of the most amazing people, and they all happen to be car dealers, the leaders, the investors in community, the ones who care for their people, and we weren't okay with that.
Yeah, see, I have this dream that one day people that are coming out of high school and college would be so interested in being in our industry that they'd be beating down the doors of their guidance counselors, of their friends, of their family members to try and find ways into it. That Northwood, our friends over
Let's
here.
hear for Northwood.
Here for Northwood.
Represent.
That Northwood would have to shutter their doors because they didn't have enough capacity in the room to be able to teach all of these students that want to go into the industry. And what that takes is a community inside our industry, but also a culture outside of our industry that sees our industry in a way that is with the most rose-colored, beautiful glasses because of the way that we've treated our customers, because of the way that we've treated our employees, because of the way that we've even just treated the community, right? And so what we've embarked on is a way to tell that story and go across the country and share what the dealers that are doing that the best are doing, whether it be with their employees, their communities, their customers, and that's what we call More Than Cars.
That is, and More recently, so we have we make a lot of content. We have a daily email digest. We have a daily morning show where Kyle and I try not to get in trouble for 15 minutes every morning. We have several other podcasts. We have a big event every year in May, the week after Mother's Day. But one of the big things that has happened is that our docu-series called More Than Cars, that you just saw a trailer of, got picked up by Amazon Prime Video and Tubi, and that's season 1. And the reason we wanted, that's right, that is worth it because the world needs to know, and all the people in the industry need a very practical way to show everyone else that there's a lot more going on in the industry than just trying to make money and trying to sell cars, but it actually is the fabric of our community. So season 1 got picked up, and now we are shooting season 2. They're 4-episode seasons. We are 3 episodes already done shooting. We're going to be shooting the 4th soon. And Ed Roberts and Bozard Ford happens to be the subject. We don't know what episode number it's going to be yet, I don't think. Yeah. But we just got to spend a lot of time with you and the lovely group and your owners and your team and your strategy and the Ford restaurant that's right on your campus, which was pretty amazing. We ate there like 7 times. So, Ed, thank you for being a part of More Than Cars, and thanks for being here with us today.
Thanks for the opportunity, and it really highlights the human element of what we do. So. Yep. It's cool to be a part of it.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to chat with Ed in just a minute, but before we do that, we got a little sneak peek of his store and some of the other things that we're going to be doing in season 2. Check it out.
I hope I never forget the look on my sister's face. It's one of the happiest looks I've ever seen. She walked into a staff meeting a year and a half ago with this brown bag full of these plastic tubes with shoestrings in them. And the shoestrings said, "Love people more than cars." And she just looks at me, she goes, "I found it."
If you take the whole history of our company, it's just one relationship story after another. I'm 21 years old, and I'm nervous. Like, grandfather's Bob Berman, like, he's gonna train me or something like that. And this way he said to me, he goes, "Rye, it's not about selling cars. It's about loving the customer and them falling in love with you. And if you do that, you'll be successful." A name badge, everybody puts a word for the year. I said, "Liza, I can't change my word. Relationships is on my thing. It's too important."
You want me to just keep talking about this?
Yeah, this is
like,
great. I'm sitting by the fire at this point.
You know, one of the things that we know about car dealers, I know this in particularly for my life, is that being a part of a dealership, being a part of the industry can really change lives. The countless stories around people that were homeless or that we saw in our season 1, people that kind of started from nothing or had no clue what they were doing. I was a music major in college, and I'm in the car business, right? And I think that that's one of the storylines that we're really trying to highlight, is that the career path, the opportunity, you know, Paul actually says a lot, and I'm going to steal his words real quick, is that in the automotive industry, there's really no ceiling, so you can go as high as you want, but there's also no floor. The ground level is all the way at the bottom. It doesn't matter what you've done, where you've been, who you are, who your family of origin is, whatever it is. The automotive industry has a place for people, and you know, probably if you look around the room, there's people that have maybe come from money or come from nothing, or come from overseas or come from the U.S., and all of those people are welcome here. You walk around this floor and you see the diversity of thought, the diversity of political orientation, the diversity of gender. Everything is welcome in this industry, and I think it's unique in that way. So, you know, we wanted to bring Ed up to kind of talk about his journey, because I think it's a really unique journey that you've had in the auto industry. First of all, give a little bit of background to where you are today, and then we'll kind of go back in history a little bit.
So today I'm the COO of Bozard Ford Lincoln, an industry leader, especially from the Ford side of the Ford brand. I'm an author and also the CEO of Mal One Leadership. So pretty cool journey on how we got here for sure.
Okay, so you didn't start out your life saying, like, I'm going to be in the car business. Why don't you tell us about how you found your way into the industry and what it changed for you?
So like most all of us, I stumbled my way in. But also, like most all of us, a lot of us judge a book by its cover. We look at someone and think, I don't know about that one. And that certainly, I'm a piece of that. I started in this business. I was homeless, and when you're homeless, you get looked at as being the the ground level of humanity, let's say, just to keep it politically correct. And I was told no. I was told no. There's no place for you here, because I was judged by the cover with I looked like a hoodlum, I sound like a hoodlum, probably smelled like a hoodlum, I'm sure. And certainly was judged by its cover, and then I found someone that would give me an opportunity. And it just happened to be in the car industry. I wasn't chasing the car industry, it just happened to be in the car industry. Found someone that gave me an opportunity, and now that's my life mission, is to give that opportunity back to others that may be deserving of those same opportunities.
I can tell you we got to spend several days with you and Letty and Bo Bozard. And, you know, one of the things that was, it's not surprising because we've seen it so many times, but I think every time we see a different iteration of what it means to take care of your people at a dealership, I can't help but think there aren't very many other places, other industries, other businesses, whether, I don't care what industry, where the level of care for the people is expressed in so many different ways. And I'm not talking about in superficial ways. I think a lot of times companies will do a superficial program to show the world that they care, but in the end, there's not a lot of participation, and I think that's just evidence of it not being very authentic. But when we were there, we got pulled into a baby shower.
We did.
We did, and that's in the episode. We heard about programs that take care of employees when they are down and out and they need some help, managed by other employees. Tell us about that program, actually. I think that's really special.
So we have an emergency employee assistance fund that is employee funded. Everybody can put something in from their own paycheck. And then also, if there is someone having a challenging situation, the employees vote on, is it something that is self-inflicted, or is it a challenge that was faced, that they stumbled into and have to face to get over, and determine the level of assistance that we can offer them to help them overcome those obstacles. And those things can be life transforming, because when you're facing those obstacles, you feel like everything's caving in on top of you. And then when your own people come around you and support you and help bring you out of that, then you say, yes, these are my people.
I feel like that is indicative of the familial nature of broader auto, but also dealerships or the community around an industry partner, to say, like, we're going to get behind this person together. We see that in fires or hurricanes nationally, where people gather and rally around. I'd love to hear from your perspective, and also because you and Letty and Bo, the owners of the Bozard organization, bringing More Than Cars to your store was really important to you and them. Why share these stories, and why is it important to your organization to broaden the visibility of what you're doing?
Our industry, unfortunately, and as you guys talked about, you don't know how many industries gets this tied in. Well, everyone needs transportation, and so it's our way to connect with the community. And when you can take those elements and connect with the community at a level where it lifts everyone around you, it's rewarding for everyone involved. And the opportunity to be able to help someone grow from not having a direction in life to becoming someone that drives the store, or whatever that situation may be, as you said, that you can go as high up as you want. You can certainly back your way out if it's not what fits. But if you connect with people, then there is no limit.
The center point of a lot of what we do and what we say, it's not just feel good, and it's not just, doing good for good's sake. And that is kind of what we believe at our center. However, I think it's important to have more in the industry adopt this mentality. I think it's really important to point out that there's a strange thing that happens when you take care of your people and you take care of your community, and it's called this: they don't leave, right? They stay. And not only do they stay, but they actually fight for the person on their right and on their left. And they actually get really engaged, and they start to try to learn a lot more about their industry. and they get smarter and they learn more about the tech and the marketing and the operations, and they aspire to grow. It feels like it's a cultural thing, and what being at Beaux-Arts is indicative. And I'm sure if we drill down into your employment numbers, it would be very obvious. I don't know if you have anything to share on that.
So yes, we're in an industry that there is a lot of turnover, more turnover on the variable side than on the fixed side, but there's a lot of turnover. I mean, an average lifespan of a service advisor in a car dealership is 2 to 5 years. And we got advisors that's been there for 30 years, and we have less than 5% turnover throughout the store. But it's connecting with our people, and it's learning what their strengths are and building the environment around them to enhance and highlight their strengths. And when you do those things, we talk about it's tough to find people, it's tough to do this. I have people that wait 2 years to come to work for us because we try to promote from within. Let me rephrase that. We don't try. We promote from within. And when you do those things, the person that wants to come in isn't the next in line. It doesn't matter their qualifications. They're not next in line. But there becomes a point to where, yes, we don't have anybody prepared for that next role, and there's an opportunity. So when you can put yourself in that position to where someone will wait 2 years to come to work for you, that's pretty freaking cool. But also that ties into you should always be recruiting so that when those opportunities are knocking, you don't have to say, okay, will this person fit? You say, which person fits us best?
You know, some of the questions that we get a lot when we're saying, hey, look, you really should adopt this more than cars mentality and reposition how you train, how you employ, how you approach the community, the amount of money that you give back. The question always comes, and it's a fair question, is what's the business outcome of that, right? Like, how do I know that the dollars that I'm spending in the community don't return void? How do I know that the training program that I install with my employees that cost me $100,000 to put in, how do I know that there's a business outcome to that? Because at the end of the day, we're still businesses that need to pay the mortgage and pay the rent and pay our people, and we can't just like be all fun and games and fluff. Can you talk a little bit about the business outcome over the last 10, 11 years that you guys have seen from really embracing this type of mentality?
So tying into the community allows the community to want to be a part of what we are, not just from an employment standpoint, but they want to support what we do. But then going into the training elements where they will send their kids to us rather than send their kids to college for whatever reason because their kid doesn't know where they want to be yet, but they're a gearhead or they're this or they're that. Well, what that does, how that returns financially, is just what we talked about a moment ago, having a less than 5% turnover rate annually. The cost to replace a person is typically about 1.5 years of their salary with the lost revenue that you go through. And when you can minimize that down to 5% in the industry that averages almost 45%, that pays off in huge dividends.
Well, listen, these sessions always go so fast. We're working really hard every day to push this big boulder up the hill, to get it to the top and to the point where the rest of the industry starts to see and move closer to this mentality that thriving people are the center point of a thriving business. So we need everybody's help to do that. Our heart is always to serve the industry. A way you can be involved with that and to help, check out the email. We think it's going to be the most fun email you get to read every single morning. Check out the podcast, come to the event, but it would also mean a lot if you just go on Amazon and watch the show. Share it with your families and together, and let us know. If you know other stories, please email us. We'll give you the email address. Chris, raise your hand. Chris is our head writer, and he gets to write so many amazing stories. Let's hear it for Chris. If you read his words every morning, you know they're worth reading. If you have great stories, send us the email to crew@asotu.com, and we'll make sure that the rest of the industry knows it. I think we're going to play the trailer one more time.
Yeah, we'll play trailer season 1. We have these pins. They say more than cars. If you adopt this more than cars mentality, you can see Chris or Anne-Marie or Jean or any of the team with this more than cars thing on it, and we'll get you a pin. But thank you guys for hanging out. And if you weren't here at the beginning, we'll drop season 1, which is on Amazon Prime right now.
Thanks, guys.
A lot of people have a perception of car dealers, right? The stigma we talked about. And then they come into a store like this and they meet people like yourself and your team here.
There is a secret hiding in plain sight in car dealerships all across the country. Join us as we travel the nation to finally tell the truth about car dealers.
Instead Instead of the stigma of we're going to really rip some people off today, it's like, no, we're going to be better parents. We're going to be better family. We're going to be better friends. We're going to be better people.
I love dealing with people.
They are so invested in their people.
Like I feel this is my family away from my family.
I gotta take some action. I need to talk to my son and be a mom.
Did you ever think you'd come to work? Someone's gonna sit there and say, I would not have a relationship with my son if I wouldn't have been. Like, y'all are a part of that.
Is this a competitive store?
No, not at all. Why would you say that?
I was actually homeless. Like, I was staying in my car.
They give me everything I need, instruct me, they teach me.
This is More Than Cars.
Tú, la dueña de esto.
She says I'm gonna own my own dealership.
All right, once again, let's give them a big round of applause. A team at ASOTU and More Than Cars. Once again, gentlemen, thank you for all that you did on the show floor. So, as you know, one of the things that I've continued to mention is that NADA is always looking to invest in time, in resources, in education, and also making sure that we're able to stay abreast of everything that's going on. And recently, NADA commissioned a new study entitled Back to Basics. And so to help us in learning more about the results of that study, I'd like to welcome up Glenn Mercer. Glenn, welcome. How are you? Let's give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you as
Thank
well.
you very
Do you need
much.
the clicker?
I need the clicker.
I got
Most
you covered.
important piece of equipment.
There you go.
All right. It's only got 2 buttons. I can still screw it up. Thank you very much for having me here. That previous presentation was inspiring and humane. I'll be boring and technical. Getting back to basics. As was just mentioned, NADA invests a lot of time and effort on behalf of its thousands of members and research projects that can shed light on the economics and future of the automotive dealership industry in the United States. I'm hesitating because I'm waiting for the timer to start, so I'll know just how much time I've got left, and off we go to the races. There we go. Thank you. Anyway, this particular project is called Back to Basics, and that'll become clear in a moment. The motivation for this is, for those of you who've come to many NADA shows over time, you know at each show there's another extinction event on the horizon, another asteroid headed for the dealership community. It's either autonomous vehicles or ride-hail, subscriptions, agency, maybe it's AI now, maybe it's China. But earlier in 2024, in talking to dealers and NADA staff, we reached a point of trend exhaustion, as it were, as in the pandemic is over, the chip shortages are over, we're returning to a new normal. What does that new normal look like? So this presentation will not address external trends like the ones I just mentioned, but really focus on the inside of the store, within the 4 walls, as it were. And there was also a comment on skills, as more than one dealer said to me in the process of this, of doing this, half my sales force has never sold a car. They've taken an order, but they haven't sold a car, and we really need to get back to basics. The process here is mostly interview-driven among dealers and other experts around the country, and we've done a version of it in the UK as well, which provides some interesting contrast to the United States. And again, external trends set aside. The first thing to say, of course, is always lower expectations, because then it's easier to exceed them. But a key caveat here is this kind of forecast into the future, while useful, does not matter as much to your store's future as a few overriding factors which we could not take into account. One of which, of course, is the state of the U.S. economy. One of which is the regulations and taxations that set the rules and regulations within which you operate. And there is no industry I'm aware of that is more highly regulated and legislated than the franchise dealership system in the United States. And then, of course, who have you signed up with as terms of brands. So these things dominate, but when you set those aside, what are the things that might make the difference to the store going forward? If I had to boil the whole project down into one question or one sentence, it would be the question that haunts, I think, most privately owned dealerships. They may not think about it every week or every month, but certainly several times a year, is do I sell the store now or do I hand it over to the kids for the next 10 years? So we tried to look out over the next 10 years and come up with an answer to that question. Again, your mileage will vary from that. I'm going to cut to the chase and go right to the answer first and then go back to the inputs to it. Historically, over time, new car stores in the United States, the 16, 17, 18,000 of them across 6,250 owners or so, have averaged in good times and bad times about 2 to 2.5% ROS. And we're going to stick with that metric as the one to watch, the bottom line return on sales. And so that's what we're really trying to focus on in terms of projection. And I'm not smart enough to come up with a single method for projecting the future that I'm at all confident in. So we used 3 in this project. Some of the parts where we added up new sales, used, parts and service, fixed operations, F&I, collision repair, the whole works, and talking to individual dealers and other experts and vendors like all the ones around here as to where they think profitability was headed on each one of the departments, and then add them up to get a number. The next approach was history. I think in general, it's only human to think of the future as being completely alien. It'll be so different. I mean, after all these TED Talks and everything else, and the word disruption being thrown around continuously, the idea of incessant and high rates of change, the idea is that, well, the future must be almost unknowable because we're changing so rapidly. I push back on that and say we've got 290 million units on the road, we've got 330 million people, we've got 18,000, 17,000 rooftops, all these brands, etc. This is a big, giant super tanker of an industry that is hard to change quickly. And I think we can learn a lot from history and what historical returns have been to dealerships, because we've gone through a lot of change in the past, and that number has remained remarkably consistent, and I'll show that as well. So history comes in. And then finally, we took into account economics in a different way. Another research project that NADA invested in, I was the project manager for, was the Oliver Wyman Cost of Distribution Project, which came out with its release at the Automotive News World Congress in the fall, just passed, where we were responding to a famous CEO at a OEM I won't name, but has a blue oval for its symbol, saying that, you know, relative to Tesla or whatever, this dealership system was costing me $2,000 per car. And that was unfair and should be changed, et cetera, and let's look at some other way to do things. So we actually contracted Oliver Wyman to go deep into every single cost involved in moving a car from the factory gate to the customer driveway, down to how many times it get washed before it was handed over. None of this rounding to the nearest dollar stuff. Millions and millions of data points. It broke Excel and came up with an answer in terms of what were the economics of each of these different channel types, direct-to-customer, dealership, and agency, which of course was sort of hot in the United States a year or so ago and now has cooled, but it's still hot in Europe. And looked at what that determined was the profitability of a channel, building it up from the costs and the activities. The answer is all 3 triangulated to the same number, 2 to 2.5% ROS going forward on book profits, return on sales, bottom line for the entire store. If you're a pessimist, you say, great, that's what it's been for a long time. I was hoping for better. On the other hand, the return on equity underlying this is probably 30%, which is not bad. And if you're a pessimist, you're probably relieved that we do not see a fundamental change in the profitability of stores over the next decade. So that's the punchline at the end of the story from the very beginning. Talking about some of the inputs that went into this, I already mentioned. Here's history. This is a lot of history condensed into one chart, going all the way back to 1976 for thousands of dealerships averaged together. And of course, again, as I mentioned before, if you're signed up with brand A, you're going to get a different result than if you sign up with brand C, etc. But averaging them all together, a remarkably stable line that never drops below 0 on average. Think of any other industry you can think of that never moved into a loss position overall, and kind of, sort of hangs around at the 2 to 2.5% ROS number. And if you would think to yourself, yes, but we're going through more change now than ever before, this can't possibly hold up. Well, remember what happened within that period. We've had recessions, we've had booms, we've had 9/11, we've had GM go bust, Chrysler go bust, we've moved from front engine rear wheel drive V8s to front wheel drive inline 4 hybrids. All that has happened in this period, and this industry has adapted and shifted over time and still racks up pretty solid, stable numbers. You, of course, can see the spike related to COVID and the chip shortage. Unless you want to project another chip shortage and pandemic occurring at the same time, we're estimating a return back to 2 to 2.5%. Currently, we're sort of at 3. And the hope is that as we continue to revert to the mean, we will not revert all the way back. But for the long term, 10 years, 2 to 2.5. This is the Oliver Wyman channel study, and again, you can get it, it's available, generally speaking, from the NADA website or for Oliver Wyman as well. A lot of work went into this, and when we net out the cost of a channel and the value of a channel, we all come out to roughly the same number of dollars per car to get that car moved from the factory into the customer's hands. And you can see that the numbers are very, very similar. When we add value in here, the dealership number actually pulls ahead. But they're close enough to be within the error band. And it's an important point to make here to OEMs to say, you have enough to worry about. You're spending billions to get your costs down to be able to compete with the Chinese. You're spending billions to make the eventual electric transition, which may be going slower now than it would have been going a few weeks ago. And all these other things you've got to get done. Do not look for a silver bullet in switching to a different channel structure that somehow has miraculously lower costs. No channel works for free. They all are doing the same thing, and the costs are similar, and the asset investment is similar, and so the returns are similar, and again, we come out to 2 and 2.5%. That's the punchline, which I guess if you're trying to answer that initial question about that the dealer principal may be asking, do I sell now or give it to my kids and let them continue onward into the future? Everyone has to address that individually, but we're saying if it's a matter of just profit level, it's probably worth hanging on. You may not want to go through the turmoil and the difficulties of yet another round of investment in new technologies, et cetera, and it may not be as entrepreneurial a future as it has been. I like to say that at this point in time, we're no longer really dealers, we're retailers, where we don't set the market price anymore, we take the market price. And that implies that improving profitability going forward is more a matter of cost control than of revenue driving in a way. So especially as we're projecting flat unit sales throughout the decade of say 16 million or so. If we go now and drop down into some highlights of the individual departments, if you want much more detail on this, go to the NADA app, go to my workshop from yesterday where the full presentation is downloadable at any time, or wait over the next month or two when the full report finally gets finished and is issued. But to hit a few highlights department by department, on new, the shift from front gross to back bonus has been dramatic over time, where for some brands, bonuses and incentives from the OEM have swamped margin and made all the difference in new car profitability, such that more than one dealer has said to me, my customer is now the factory. I have to wake up the first of each month and make sure I've checked all the boxes with the factory, and then start worrying about my retail customers. This slid down during the pandemic and chip shortage, but might revert. But this is another indication of how new car profitability per se is to some extent out of the hands of the dealer more than it has been in the past. Again, suggesting a time to shift focus to cost control and to finally cracking the code on sales force productivity, which has been stuck at 10 cars per salesperson per month for the last 50 years. That's not a typo or a misstatement on my part. It's been stuck at 10 cars per salesperson per month for the last 50 years. There's a lot of vendors all around here who may offer tools for changing that number, but so far we have not been able to do so. Also, F&I. Okay, F&I, as you can see, has had enormous growth, and you all know this, a tailwind of profitability over the last 20 years or so. This is just using AutoNation numbers. The question is, how much further can F&I go? How much higher can penetration go or product innovation go against the headwind of regulatory pressure? The regulatory pressure headwind, let's just say in the last few days, has abated dramatically, but we all know that the regulatory ratchet really only works one way. So the question is, will we resume regulatory pressure on F&I, especially I? The answer is likely yes over the long haul, so we're not looking for a lot more upside in F&I. Used cars. Used cars, of course, have been a dramatic change for car dealerships. These are just some of the quotes from some of the interviews, which are interesting. Used car contribution to the bottom line of the store 30 years ago was half what it is now. I'll just call out point number 4 because that's kind of interesting. One thing that's a constant in my work with dealers is they're always complaining about used cars. There's either too many of them or too few of them, too new or too old. It's too hard to source, et cetera, et cetera. But as one dealer said to me, remember, we want supply challenges. A shortage of some used cars raises the price in all of them up to a point. So to the extent you're adept and using a lot of the tools that these vendors have provided for getting in and out of used cars very, very rapidly, according to market shifts, is actually a profit driver, not a headache from that perspective. And using Lithia data here, just as an example, a trend we picked up in the interviews was to go and look at older and older used cars, which traditionally have not been a sweet spot for dealers. But as you can see, even as the price declines with the older car, the ROI from spinning the capital faster up to a point tends to offset that. So again, just a demonstration of economics from Lithia. If we look at service, parts and service, on both sides of the Atlantic, the single most common comment on profitability was parts and labor, service, fixed ops, after sales, whatever you want to call it, will be picking up more and more of the burden as we go further in time. And we even have Asbury, in this case, echoing what a lot of our dealer interviews said, which is we have to work on older cars. Traditionally, once they're out of warranty in a little bit, we kind of let them go. But in America, at this point in time, used cars are becoming more and more the default. I'll point that to the last time we hit 17 million new sales. In 2000, we had 285 million people. We might get to 17 million soon here, maybe, when we'll have 340 million people. Do the arithmetic, we're selling our cars to a smaller and smaller sliver, our new cars, to a smaller and smaller sliver of the population, a wealthier and wealthier sliver, which means everyone else is doing used, and dealerships should adapt and go after used to the point where, again, you're already doing used, but you see my point. But you can see here where Asbury has said, it's so important to us to work on older cars. We see that as a feature, not a bug, and it's a metric we track, to go to older and older cars. Service. How's this for a boring chart? I warned you this speech would be boring, and here is the most boring chart, one of the most boring charts I've got. This is the total aftermarket, the percentage that dealers capture. 30%, dead flat in the water since 2007. It was 45% in 1965, and dealers let 1/3 of the market go as the independent aftermarket innovated with quick lubes and things like that to take this business back. But there's a huge amount of upside here. And again, there are vendors here talking about mobile service and satellite service and other techniques for clawing this back. Overall themes, moving on from departments, we just have 5 overall themes and we'll wrap up. These things came across and cut across all the different shops. Retention, retention, retention. Retain the new customer into used, retain both into service, retain both into F&I, rinse and repeat. The cost of keeping a customer is lower than the cost of conquesting. We have to get better at retention, and again, data type tools, maybe AI enhanced, will be maybe key to doing that. If we can't out-retail anymore because we're taking a price from the market as opposed to setting a price, a McDonald's franchise has the ability to change the price on a Big Mac, but they are not going to do it. Then if you can't out-retail your rivals, have to out-operate. If your single biggest expense is personnel, this is where automation comes in, and maybe AI will help. OEM encroachment, I won't even go there right now because it'll take 3 hours to go through. Scale matters came up over and over again, and unlocking the promise of IT. The single most common comment I got throughout this whole tour was IT has failed us. It may be because we have not adopted it very well, or maybe because some of these vendors overpromised, but the time has come to crack the code there. I'll just mention this as an example of that. Another very dull line, total expense as a percent of store sales. If over the years we've been told over and over again, use this technique, this tool, this 20 group, this app, this application, these will all save you money. Why is this line not budged? And maybe this 10 years is the time to get it to move. I'll skip scale. Again, you can have this downloaded from the app. Conclusion, and just end up here. What is the new normal? It's very boring, and it's not good practice for a consultant or researcher to say, well, the future looks like today, because everybody assumes the future has to be radically different. Well, we've been through a lot of change, and we've been pretty steady and pretty constant. And so our prediction at this point in time, as I've gone through, is the new normal, from a profitability standpoint, looks like the old normal. However, the relative contributions to profitability will shift to a modest degree. F&I may be flat, used and service up, et cetera, and new is probably finished bottoming out in margin. Interviewees said crucial to getting to this new normal requires boosting retention, cutting costs, mostly through automation, pushing encroachment, reaping scale, and finally unleashing the full potential of information technology that surrounds you here. And again, we're thinking maybe this time AI will make it different. The future is likely to be profitable, but less entrepreneurial as stores evolve from classic dealerships to modern retailers. That's it. Thank you.
What if you're know definitively for every customer without affecting their credit whether or not they're going to be approved to finance any vehicle in your inventory? That have saved even one deal last month? Find out with SelectFi.
All right, some very solid and good information about getting back to the basics. And we want to continue our programming here at the NADA Live stage. My name, of course, is Errol. I'm thankful and grateful that all of you that are here hanging out with us here in the live stage living room. Also, for everyone that is watching us online, welcome as well. We know some of you weren't able to be here in person, but we do appreciate you for tuning in and streaming and hanging out with us. It's just like you're here. Only good thing is we don't have to clean up your mess because your mess is wherever you are. So once again, we want to thank you as well for being here. And this is a great, exciting time and panel that I always enjoy doing. This is our Century Award winners panel. And so what I like to do, our Century Award winners for this year, I like to welcome up Liza Borges and Joe Ring. Please come on up. Let's give them a round of applause. Please go ahead and grab a seat. All right, so I intentionally did not tell everyone where you're from nor your dealership. So please, the first thing I want to do is just take some time, introduce yourself, tell everyone where you're from, and then what your dealership is.
Sure. I'm Liza Borsius, and I'm with Carter Myers Automotive. We are based out of Virginia. We have 24 dealerships around Virginia, West Virginia, North Carolina, soon to be Maryland. And we just had our 100th birthday, I guess you could say, in 2024, starting with a Ford store back in 1924.
Nice. That's amazing. Joe?
That's awesome. My name's Joe Ring. I'm from Kings Ford in Cincinnati, Ohio. We're celebrating our 110th year. We kind of skipped the 100th. It started back in 1915 in Loveland, Ohio. We're now located, and we just have one store, the Ford store, and that's in Kings Auto Mall, which is the largest auto mall east of the Mississippi, and it happens to be in Cincinnati.
All right, great. And now the time that you all have been waiting for. As you can see, we have 2 dealers, 1 award. They're going to thumb wrestle it out to find out who goes home. I'm just teasing.
I'm not putting my money on my thumb.
We, of course, have an award for each of them. The award here that you see on the stage is just an example of what they received. But I do want to talk about, obviously, the history of the dealerships that you both mentioned. So you mentioned started with the Ford dealership in
1924.
1924,
My
wow.
great-grandfather.
Okay, so I would love for you both to tell us about what you did for your 100th, how you celebrated. I know you said you skipped the 100, so we'd love to hear that story.
Yeah.
But please, start with you. Tell us a little bit more about the history and what you did to celebrate that 100th birthday.
All right, so I'll touch a minute on the history and then a minute on how we celebrated.
Absolutely.
When we look back at the history, it was my great-grandfather that started our company in 1924. We actually were a hardware store, like heavy hardware, and starting in 1902. And they started manufacturing trucks out of the back of the hardware store. And we had a truck called the Sampson that sat on the showroom floor. And then in 1924, we started a new corporation as a Ford dealership. So that's what we count as our 100 years.
Yes.
And one fun piece about our history was our company back in World War I and during the Depression, as many businesses didn't make it. The only reason that we actually made it through that time was I had a great-great-aunt, single woman in her 20s who went to New York City and sold Northwestern Mutual life insurance to executives. Wow. And she was the only person in our company who had enough cash during the Depression to keep our company afloat. And so while Henry Ford had no love for women back then in the workplace, we believe we might have been the first female-owned Ford dealership, maybe the first female-owned dealership back in the late 1920s. She owned 75% of our company.
That's
so
amazing.
That was pretty cool. And how we celebrated, we actually decided that we wanted to celebrate in a way that was meaningful from a values perspective to our company. So we didn't have just like a big party. We ended up celebrating all year long at each of our dealerships, doing parking lot parties with our associates, with nonprofits, with customers, inviting everybody in. And one of the most special ways, at least for me, that we celebrated was I hired a writer to follow my dad around for 3 days, interview old associates who had retired years ago, and write a book about our 100-year history.
Wow.
And all of the failures and the successes so that hopefully future generations can learn it. I learned so many stories last year that I didn't know about our company.
That's phenomenal. I'm going to come back to that because that's actually a great story. Joe, you want to tell us, well, first off, why did you skip the 100, and then what did you do to celebrate the 110?
Yeah, it's a really interesting story. So my family was first involved through my father in the 70s when he acquired the franchise. He used to be a Ford representative with Ford Motor Company as a local representative, field representative. And I got involved in the store a few years ago, and probably about 11 years ago, he was saying that, hey, my local contact in Loveland, Ohio, where we originated, came in and actually said that the store is turning 100 this year, that it's one of the oldest franchises in Ohio, and he had all this information about the consecutive operation of the store. And so that kind of triggered on the 100th to fully research it, which we've done over the past 10 years.
Okay.
We weren't fully aware that we would qualify for the Century Award, but we learned that as long as everything is consecutively documented, NADA wants to celebrate that. And so we took the past 10 years to launch a website with the full history of the franchise, and really the local community where we founded, where the store was founded back in 1915, really embraced that. The local historical society really embraced it, and it's been a wonderful story of celebration over the past 10 years.
That's amazing. That's a great story. I love that. And one of the things that I hope everyone notices is the common thread, right? So we asked how they celebrated, and both of them mentioned that you involve the community, right? And I think that's a big testament to a lot of our dealers, and what we're seeing is that it's not just about the dealership. It's about the community that the dealership serves and operates and works in. So, Liza, I would love for you to tell us some of the cool things that you learned along this journey of celebrating 100 years. You said you found out some things that you didn't know.
Oh, yeah.
Tell us about it.
I found out there was one year in our history that we made more money making canvas boat seats than we did selling cars. It was
Okay.
like a total accidental side venture that kept us afloat one year. I also learned a story that I never would have known if I wasn't digging through these boxes of old documents. And I found a letter in 1972 where my dad resigned his position to my grandfather.
Oh my God.
My dad had never told me this.
Okay.
I uncovered the letter that he had written to his dad. And so we got to have a really good conversation about what had created that moment.
Yes.
The challenges that you can have in a family business through succession and through vision, and how do you make sure that you're all aligned. And so it really, I think, created good conversations for the future. But that was pulling that letter out. I'm like, Dad, what is this? And he said, oh, is that when my dad retired? Is that the letter? And I start reading it out loud, and we stared at each other. I'm like, did you leave the company? He's like, oh, yeah, for a short period of time.
Right. It's like I love that, for a short period of time.
Right,
That's great.
right.
That's great. And then, Joe, what about you? Being from Ohio, what do you think about the weather we're having here in New Orleans?
Oh man, what a great question. I'm glad you asked that. Yeah, it's very challenging. It's been a real challenge to get to the show for a lot of people. Really appreciate everyone who's here. And it reminds me of challenges that my father encountered in the long history of our store. So one challenge that comes to mind specifically is when he relocated from the second location of the franchise in its 100-year history to its current location, the third, and he really wanted to keep a personal service touch to the customer experience, and he really had to expand his operations. So I'm sure you appreciate that pivot, but thank you for asking.
Absolutely. All right, so should we let him in on our secret? So I know that was very random, right? But it wasn't for us. So backstage, Joe and I were talking, and I said, I'm just going to throw you. He's like, I got a response and an answer that I'm going to ask and say no matter what question you ask me. I said, about the weather. And so that was that moment. So thanks for playing on. That was great, right? But in all seriousness, one of the things that I think getting to this point, right, is happenstance. I think you mentioned adversities, things that you had to face, making sure the family's on the same page. So getting there now, where do you see the direction of the family business going? You know, are you looking to next years? If so, what are some things that you're excited about?
You know, I think one thing that when we look out at this floor at NADA and all the dealers that are here, we see a lot of consolidation, see a lot of groups. You have to get bigger to continue to be able to be competitive with whether it be the Publix or the larger dealer groups. And I'm sure this enters your mind since one of the things that I think has made us successful as an industry for 100 years is that entrepreneurial spirit, that creative thinking that we've put behind our businesses. Yeah. And so I just want to encourage all of us, as we continue to see consolidation, we have to make sure that that spirit stays alive in our industry, because that's why we love being here today. It's why we love being back in our communities and the impact that we can make. And there is a combination of those two things that can happen. We've got to be efficient, be using technology to make it less expensive to sell a car,
right?
As grosses come down, but we can never lose the creativity and the spirit that has been in automotive for 100 years.
I agree with that. What about you? Now, looking into or the Crystal Award, what do you see in the future?
It's interesting. We have a 110-year-old franchise. It was founded by and it's just amazing that the founder of our franchise, he thought it was a great innovation to locate the store nearest to a roadway by a bridge where it would occur. And it's such a think about how much has changed. And I go back to my dad, who really wanted to have a personal experience, really thought it was important to tailor that experience of customer with the store. Challenging in the current environment because so much is going remote, so much is going virtual, and how do you capture that?
Right.
So I think a lot of the challenge over the future for us specifically is to look at all these great solutions you see tailored around this floor and say, how can we take advantage of this technology, but do it in such a way that we still have a customer relationship meaningful to the person walking in the door? And that's a real challenge that there's not one simple answer. It's a culture answer, and it's something we try and preserve at our store.
Absolutely, I love that, and I think you're it's so fragile that you want to maintain in a way that's authentic, that's in a way that is relatable, and also that's received, because that's one of the things we talked about on stage earlier. Is like customer. Also, I have to understand, like, I can't just do a one-size-fits-all blanket approach. I have to be very specific and diligent. I would love to find out how in the store. Was it something that you kind of always knew you were going to do? Did you stumble into it? Did you write a letter and come back? Like, I want to know. So.
I actually coming in partly because as I was growing up, it was probably the most challenging time for our company, and we had a saying in our house back in right around 1990. It was 6 cars a day keeps the banker away. And my dad had a lot of personal guarantees and cross-collateralization that made for some challenges, and I actually had no interest in coming into automotive. And it's interesting, my 4th year of college, I was finishing the business school at UVA, and I came to NADA.
Okay.
And my dad took me to the Honda party one night, and I ended up meeting Dick Culliver and Dick Zamborski, who were leading Honda at the time. And they told me about this national trainee program that Honda had out in Torrance, California. And I ended up applying for it after already having pretty much accepted another job offer outside of automotive. They flew me to California. I ended up getting accepted in this trainee program, which put me on a path into automotive.
Wow.
So I started off on the manufacturer side, but I got to visit dealers around the whole country when I worked for Honda. And I got to see, I think, outside of my own family, the impact that they had on people's lives. And I could tell many, many stories about it, but that one day I woke up, I called my husband, I said, what do you think about moving back to Charlottesville? I want to do what they do.
Wow.
And I called my dad, and we ended up coming back and joining the family business.
That's phenomenal. That's great. That's great. And then, Joe, what about you?
I grew up in the business from a young age. My dad, he involved my oldest sister, who's 14 years older than I am.
Okay.
And they've always been really involved in the business. And as I was growing up, I kind of thought I wanted to do my own thing. And so I went and got a graduate degree in business. I got into consulting with Ernst & Young. And I really wanted to get out in the world. And it gave me an environment to see so many large work environments. I probably had over 30 plus clients in the years I was with E&Y. And after doing that and making manager at EY, so much of the work I was doing was so hypothetical relative to just having an empowering environment to do something meaningful for a customer, to give them a product that you can touch, to give them a security to say, hey, you can take this vehicle and drive home safely now in this vehicle that's been repaired. And there was just something so real and earthy about that compared to what I was doing before with risk matrices and IT controls and things of that nature. That I basically went home when my sister said, hey, we really could use you. And I was married. I had my oldest child at home, and it gave me a lot of luxury in terms of being able to be at home and less on the road.
That's amazing. Yeah, it's great. And one of the things that I love, and hopefully, again, everyone out there caught it, you both wanted to be here, right? And I think that speaks volumes to the care, the consideration, the time, and the effort that you put into the business daily, because it wasn't something that was forced upon you. It wasn't something that, like, you're going to do this because that's the way we've always done it, but instead you found your own path into the industry and, obviously looking forward to continuing that path in the industry. Is there anything that you're excited about in the industry? I know, Joe, you kind of touched on the technology. Is there any piece of the pie right now that you're like, oh, this part of the automobile industry, I'm really excited to see where this goes? Or is there anything you're nervous about? What do you want to share?
You want to go first?
I would say specifically for us, because we're a Ford brand, Ford has really gotten into remote experiences. And that's been a challenge to reorganize our teams in a way that matches the vision to make that a reality in our store, to make it not just a customer experience, but also economically viable in a way that we can continue to provide an excellent personalized experience that at the same time taps into the convenience of that. And it's been a challenge that we've really tried to match by growing our teams in ways we didn't really envision initially, by employing softwares, a lot of which we were introduced at conferences like these over the years.
Yes.
So I'm excited to see where that convenience goes, and also a little nervous about making sure that we can continue to have that personalized experience in the face of that remote convenience that we see not just in the auto industry, it's everywhere. It's
everywhere.
DoorDash, it's
Yeah.
Instacart. Not to say that that's going to replace the entire experience, but we certainly need to be mindful of that and do it in a way that we can service our customers.
Absolutely. I mean, it's even, unfortunately, if you're not careful, it's even in our neighborhoods, you know? Like
Yeah.
there's now, you don't necessarily know your neighbor that's next door or across the street unless you get out and make an effort. And so I say that to say, I know based on what you shared here briefly, you're making an effort, so continue. Thank you for being here and continue to make an effort. Liza, what about you? Anything that you're excited about upcoming?
This whole industry is just one of the most exciting and impactful industries that we could be a part of. So I don't think that changes going in the future. How we are embracing this challenge of affordability for our customers.
Yes.
I think it excites me that we have really smart people in this industry who are sitting at that table to make sure that between the OEMs, our vendor partners, and retailers, that we are going to find solutions for consumers tomorrow and thereafter. Because we've got a challenge right now on our hands.
Yeah.
New vehicles too expensive. We've got some political movement around what's going to happen with the future of EVs. We need to be partners with our OEMs to make sure that they can navigate this in a way that their business doesn't have to shift every 4 years. And we've got to do it in a way that everybody can win and both be profitable and serve our customers best. But we've got amazing people in our industry that can come up with these solutions, and NADA is a great place for us to be having these conversations.
That's great. I agree. All right. Well, you heard it here. Our Century Award winners. Let's give them both a round of applause. And they didn't want to do the thumb wrestling, so what about rock, paper, scissors? No? No? Okay. But once again, Liza, Joe, thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
Congratulations again. Continuing impacting and serving the communities that you're in. Thank you
Thanks
both.
so much.
Thank you, Errol.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
And since nobody wants it, I'm just going to...
What if you could make more money in less time? Meet Jerry, your all-in-one conversational AI employee who sells, schedules, and communicates with customers day and night, while still sounding like the human you are. With Jerry, you'll be the first to respond to new leads from email, text, phone, and websites, turning meaningful customer conversations into more appointments and sales. Get more leads, make more money, faster with AI with Podium. Try a demo today.
Own the customer lifecycle with strategic solutions for sales, service, and retention by Affinitive. Set the standard for sales excellence with the Affinitive Sales Suite. Create the ultimate service experience with the Affinitive Service Suite. Grow relationships that reinforce engagement with the Affinitive Retention Suite. Reach in-market shoppers with high-impact campaigns from Affinitive Advertising. Then bring it all together and consolidate your metrics with Dealer Lens, our all-in-one dealer performance dashboard. Affinitive, elevating the dealership experience.
All right, so we're going to continue our live stage. We're glad to have you here. Thank you for hanging out with us. Thank you for making the trip to NADA. And hopefully we'll look forward to seeing you next year when we go back to Vegas. So right now, are you guys interested in finding out how 3,500 dealers in Europe leveraged AI to sell more at less cost? It's a pretty interesting topic, right? Well, to help us lead that, we have Firon here, and I'd like to welcome up Johan Sundstrand, and he's going to talk to us about from AI buzz to the bottom line and how those 3,500 dealers did that in Europe. So, Johan, are you ready? Yes. All right, please come on up. Let's give him a big round of applause. There you are.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Looking forward to it.
There you are.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me also, the premiere for us and for me here at NADA. And thanks for making it so easier for a European company to travel here. It's been a mess, but finally here. Great meeting you. Yes, as said, you're probably here to listen to the bottom line, how we can sell faster, cut time to market, cut costs. But I mean, I have to start to talk a little bit about AI buzz. That's usually what I do. Like 1.5 years ago, I said something a bit provocative, especially in Europe. I said I believe that AI will be able to sell cars this year, so 2025. And since then, over 800 million people have read that statement. I mean, we have been mentioned in like 400 or 500 publications across the globe. Been talking about that on stage on like 15, 20 events the last year. It's been absolutely insane. So because of the opportunity of being here, I'd like to ask you all, do you believe in that? If so, do you believe AI will be able to sell cars this year? If so, raise your hands. All right, a few of you still. I mean, I asked that question 1.5 years ago, and every single one in the audience, I think there were like 800 in the audience, every single one raised their hands. And I asked the same question in Birmingham a couple of months ago, like 10% of the audience raised their hands, actually. So it's a big shift, actually. Everyone believed in that statement 1.5 years ago, and now almost no one. What do I think? I think buyers, consumers will probably start using agents or AI before sellers. It's just much more complicated. And I also believe, I mean, we see a huge failure rate also. I don't know if you've seen the studies that just came out that this year we predict that AI projects, 80% of all AI projects will fail. That's actually twice the non-AI projects. So it's quite a big failure rate also for businesses implementing AI lately. And that's mainly, I would say, because of quality data. You need a lot of quantity data, but quality data is much more important. And then also because our systems are dinosaurs. So it's pretty hard to connect to. Especially now moving into agents, then the agents need to connect to all of these systems. So inadequate platforms and systems, we struggled, right? So that's, I would say, the main two issues implementing AI to the businesses today. But we also recently did a study in the UK where we asked over 2,000 adults, do you really want AI to help you to purchase your next car? And the majority of at least the younger generations, I'm still 39, so I count myself as young here. We want AI to assist us, at least assist us to reduce stress, save time and money. And 1/3 of this group would actually want AI to do everything, because we believe purchasing a car is actually now more stressful than purchasing a house. That's insane. And that's actually, I had to follow up this study and ask why. And they were like, because of EVs, because of the infrastructure, because of politics, dictating. It's just a big mess to purchase a car at the moment. So yes, we are open for AI to actually help us. A couple of months ago, I was on stage again, together with the head of automotive, Google, the UK. And we discussed what we believe right now is the most complex buying journey ever seen. So it's a bit of a mess to be a buyer at the moment. There's a recent study showing a few people, they go through 300 to 400 touch points before making a decision. And you go through at least 24 touch points. It doesn't look like this anymore. It's just go back and forth, right? But to make it pretty simple, you go through the awareness phase until the purchase and post-purchase phase. And especially during the awareness phase, you spend a lot of time with social media, YouTube, and also Google. But what we've seen, the biggest difference from Europe versus the US, because in Europe you spend so much time within the marketplace sourcing. I actually read a study here that you're also starting to use your marketplace as the awareness consideration phase much more than you used to now. So I think there will be a little bit more like it is in Europe. But it's just a big mess at the moment. And all of these platforms, they want you to communicate on how their audience behave. So you need to adopt the way you present your cars in each and every platform. It's not really a video boom anymore, right? But video is growing and growing and growing and growing and growing. And if you follow the same phase strategy as I just created for the slide we just saw, during the awareness phase, you spend over 50% consuming video. And if you take away Google, it's actually 82% of time spent consuming content, consuming, searching, educating yourself. You are consuming video. I mean, I have 3 kids. They don't look at anything that doesn't move, right? So it's super important to communicate throughout video, especially within that phase. And I know that if you're a dealer or OEM today, I mean, just managing the photo session is a lot. And then imagine managing also videos for each and every channel, because what works on TikTok doesn't really work on your website, right? And what works on Meta with Facebook, I think Facebook has 4 different formats, different length, carousels, one sets. It's just impossible to manage to create different ad sets for all these channels today. So it makes it quite complicated to follow the buying journey at the moment. And I think the video consumption would be much higher if there was a bigger inventory of videos, because we don't see that much video inventory at the moment, especially during the decision-making phase for the website, and especially also with used car locators and the marketplace, we don't see that much video. Firearm, we stand for over 40% of the ads on some marketplaces in Europe. And that's because we enable video on a broader scale, because they can't produce video themselves. So that's what I would like to talk about today. We call it the unscalable challenge. How can you create, how can you distribute, but also keeping them optimized per channel without adding a lot of costs? Because we try to reduce costs, right? Not add more costs. We want to reach more buyers. We want to drive more interest, right? We want to have a better engagement. But at the same time, we like to stay competitive and not adding more costs. So that's what we call the unscalable challenge. So I'm going to walk you through a couple of cases here. To create an AI system today, you can use models. You can become AI-driven by enabling your tool to be educated from these platforms. But in order to create a system that actually works, you need a lot of data. You need quality data. We have been doing this for over 5 years. We have a lot of engineers that day and night are training in order to promote the cars in the best possible way for each and every channel. So we process over 500,000 cars every single month in order to perfect the way we present the cars for each and every format, for over 3,500 dealerships. And we have 100% success rate implementing AI to tackle this challenge. This is a top 10 dealer in Europe. This is a very simple, I know it's more from the moment the car arrives until it's published, but to make it very simplified, this is how it used to look like for them. So the car arrived, they set the trade price, they enter the car data, they have this photo session. They used to use a photo booth, quite nice photo booth, and then they have a separate photo editing, and then they have a pretty long QA list because they have a lot of sites, so pretty long QA session, and then also the manager has to approve every single car ad until that point. It takes everything from 2 days up to 7-8 days. And then they upload these image sets of 20 images per car on their website and on their local marketplace, which is Autotrader in the UK. That's how it used to be. I'm going to show you a video now. Yeah? You want me to press or?
Meet Bob. Bob works at Acme Auto Dealership. A new stock arrived and he wants to get them online ASAP because every day he waits is money lost. Bob uses Firon app. Its built-in AI assistant guides the entire photo shoot from A to Z, ensuring that Bob's photos are perfect. Within 5 minutes, Bob has captured every angle of the car, and his pictures are sent to Firon AI, where the real content magic happens. His photos are enhanced in studio quality images and transformed into engaging videos. Perfect for Acme Auto's website, local marketplaces, and social media, where Bob's ads are published automatically. Bob just did the work of an entire team with Byron. He saved time and money. His cars are online faster. His revenue is growing. Be more like Bob. Power your automotive ads with AI and automation.
And this is how it looks like right now for them. So instead of just publishing photos on their website and onto AutoTrader, and it takes them 2 to 7 days to do so, they manage a photo session in 4 minutes. And then from there, the magic happened. So instant images are enhanced, replaced with the backgrounds of their choice. Different brands has different setups, different locations have different setups. And then inventory videos are created for the website, different for the marketplace, and a separate YouTube channel. So as soon as they have managed the session, these are instant created and published. So they have a separate YouTube channel up and running instant with all the cars in stock all the time, marketplace and the website and enhanced imagery. And then they used to advertise with campaigns on the Meta. Now they use their inventory ads. So that is also created instant with all their ad formats, with carousels, with different formats, different length, distributed in real time. And they're also following the guidelines for Google Vehicle Listing Ads, because you can publish whatever you have on Google Vehicle Listing Ads, more or less. They don't want you to have a lot of branding, banners, logos. You have to follow the guidelines in order to be optimized and promoted. So if you optimize for each and every channel, you have a better engagement. So that's what the system do for them and could do for you. They save around $300 per car by doing this. Cut time to market, sell a car faster because they have video on the marketplace, and much better engagement. And also they reach new buyers, because you can reach buyers on Meta, you can reach buyers on TikTok, you can reach buyers on any platform with still images. But if 82% are consuming video, you're not reaching enough buyers, right? So if you're just starting to enable the reach, you will reach much, much, much more buyers. So they spend around the price of a coffee per car, and that's how much money they save. You don't need to use an app, actually. That's the magic. You don't need to use an app. You can do and use these sort of tools without managing the photo session with our app. You can use any app. You can use whatever photos you already have on your website. Your static data could be transformed into multiple ads and multiple videos and enhanced imagery throughout the buyer journey in real time without using an app. So you can use the app, or you can just upload and give us access to the feed or to the API. And from there, we transform the existing published static data, specifications, finance information, whatever data you have already up and running on your website. That could be transformed into stunning 3D videos, more cool videos, engaging videos, summarizing the whole VDP, and then also ad sets for all the channels. And we can also enhance imagery and have different formats for different channels created also in real time. Yeah, right? So that's basically how it works. The only thing we need is access to the data, and from there, we can get you up and running in 15 to 20 minutes from the moment we have received your data into all these platforms within all these ad sets without anyone doing anything else, and start to cut some costs, cut time to market, and make sure your car sells a little bit faster than before. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for the opportunity to present ourselves and how AI Buzz can take you further and create some bottom line. Thank you.
Adriana. I didn't have a car for like almost 2 years. Back in March, I was very fortunate to receive a vehicle from Vehicles for Change, sponsored by NADA. It's changed my life drastically. I don't need to borrow a car. I don't need to spend hundreds of dollars on Ubers or Lyfts. We can just get up and go, you know, going to doctor's appointments, dropping my daughter off to daycare. When I have projects I need to work on at work, I can go into the office now. Not having a car was a very, very big issue. My son wanted to go to football practice, so now I was able to finally sign him up. He won the first game, he scored 2 touchdowns, and he is very, very excited. It's made a big, big impact for us, and I don't ever want to go without a car ever again. A car is mobility, a car is freedom, and most important, a car is a blessing.
All right, so we're not done yet. We've still got some more NADA live stage to go. We're going to move into our final session of today, and we're excited to have you back here tomorrow. The live tomorrow, so as well. But today, we're going to look at beyond the dealer principle and exploring the new 20 groups that are happening for 25. Tim Gavin. Tim, come on up. Wonderful. Good to see you again. Welcome.
Great to be here. Thank you.
Absolutely. Please come on in, have a seat. All right, Tim. So just to get started, I want to make the air assuming that everyone knows what 20 groups are. So please start off by telling us what are 20 groups and giving us a little bit more information about them.
Certainly. So a group, standard, old-fashioned 20 group, 20 dealers, same brand, Toyota, Honda, Chevy, Ford. They don't compete, so a guy in Kansas, a guy in Florida, 3 times a year. And when they meet, everyone sees everybody else's financial data. We have 62 pages of financial data. Might be gross per car, might be F&I income, might be salespeople. Everyone knows what everyone else is doing in the room. And our job as facilitators is facilitate discussions on how to get better. And our goal, the guy who's doing really good on used cars, is the guy who's weak on used cars.
Okay.
So it's power of the room, it's people that are doing well. And we have about 150 standards, benchmarks, KPIs, and we can measure where you're at now, where you could be, and what will it take to get there.
Nice.
So let's say our standard for F&I income is $2,000.
Okay.
Right? So if you're at 800 or 1,200, you need to step it up. And one guy who's at 2,500 will say, well, how are you doing it? And he's going to say, I got a guy.
Right, right.
We're going to say, wrong. You got a guy. What is that guy doing?
Exactly.
Right? I'm interviewing, I'm using Darwin, I'm using Desk-A-Deal. How are you getting to 2,500? And then we find out the steps. So that's our standard 20 group.
That's great. I think one of the things that you kind of highlighted that I love about the 20 groups is the fact that you don't have to worry about the competition element, right? So right off the bat, that a lot of transparent, but it's same brand. So if there's something that's going on with the manufacturer, let's say, or things that are outside of my control based on my location, there's some commonality there. I love that piece. Off the table. This is what everyone's doing. This is where we're at. There's no fluff, right? There's just here's the facts, here's the data, and that's what we're going to attack and analyze. So
you might say they're naked because they see all the numbers.
That's it. I love that.
But another great part of it is a dealer's got no one they can talk to. Right?
Yes.
They can't talk to their spouse because they're tired of hearing about it.
Right.
They can't talk to their employees because they're employees. They can't talk to the factory because they're the factory. Who can they talk to?
Right.
Fellow dealers.
That's great. That's great. So if there are dealers out there or dealers that are watching us online that are saying like, well, yeah, that sounds good, what are some other reasons of why they would want to be involved with the 20 group?
Well, we know because we have all the financial statements for all the dealers.
Yes.
We know that if you're in a 20 group, an NADA 20 group, you're going to do much better than dealers not in the 20 group. And part of that is the benchmarks, because we know where we should be, and we know how to get there.
Yes.
Right? Other dealers are going to help them. So we did a study recently, and not only is a dealer in a 20 group making more money, and it's called net to sales,
Okay.
but it's 1 to 2 points better net to sales, but also we looked at retention, and a dealer who's in a 20 group is keeping his people longer, less turnover.
Okay.
And that's a big deal in today's market.
It is. It absolutely is. I mean, it's basically a way, the 20 group is really a way for these dealers to develop their secret sauce.
Right.
You know, right? You got the secret, every dealer thinks they have the secret sauce, but this is going to give you a way to prove it, test it out, and then also improve on what you're already doing. So I think that's imperative. Now, I know we've already talked about a few here on stage, some of the new groups that are coming in for 2025. Do you want to share some of the new 2020 groups that you're excited about for 2025?
Well, first I have to set the stage. So
Yes.
there's dealer and general manager 20 groups.
Okay.
And then each department has 20 groups. So service managers have 20 groups, sales managers have 20 groups, controllers have 20 groups. We have 3 HR manager groups. We have 7 digital manager groups, talking everything about internet. Controller groups, I just mentioned, we have 7 different controller groups.
Wow.
Right? So the people doing the books share information on how to do it quicker, better, faster, truer, and with compliance.
Right.
So 3 years ago, we really realized there was a need for body shop or collision centers.
Okay.
So we added 1, filled it, added 2, and last year we added our 3rd collision manager group.
Wow.
And it's rocking.
Yeah.
I have notes.
Yeah, that's all right.
Last year we added 12 brand new groups.
Okay.
So
that's a lot.
It is.
That's amazing, right? Like you think about it, and that's what, you know, before you go into all the 12 groups, I think, again, that's just a testament to not only why we're here, but one of the reasons that NADA continues to grow and just really be able to serve its members because of the fact that we're not afraid to like, hey, there's a need. Okay, how can we address it? And like you said, you started 1 and now we're up to 3. And then I'm sure by the time we talk again next year, you'll be like, hey, we had 3 and now we have 5. You know, so that growth is always something that's very exciting. But please tell us a little bit more about the 12.
12 last year.
Yes.
And we're on track to add 12 more this year.
Wow.
And what we saw for a couple was we have 2 Hyundai manager groups.
Okay.
And the dealers are saying, I need a fixed ops group for my Hyundai store. So we started a Hyundai service manager group.
Okay.
Started a Kia service manager group. Right? So we're trying to complement the managers with the dealers. We had one dealer approach us and said, we need a Genesis group. Genesis is growing, but we want only standalone Genesis stores.
Okay.
And we said, okay, bring us some guys. So we started with 11, and now we're up to 15 Genesis standalone dealers.
That's amazing. And it's great to be able to have the dealers be very specific because there are different challenges that a standalone store faces than a store that maybe has multiple brands and franchises under one roof.
Right.
So that's a very
You're
good
right,
point.
exactly. Different challenges when it's just one store.
Yeah.
So last year we launched the idea of a used car manager or used vehicle or pre-owned manager group. And we said, we think we need this.
Right.
And we sent the note out to all of our NADA members. We had 88 people raise their hand. I want to be in the group.
Wow.
So we can only fit 24. So very successful first meeting last year. And we'll have the second group starting this year of used car managers.
Okay, that's great. That's awesome. And then, so when these dealers are joining these groups, are you finding that once they join the group, they see the benefit of the group, and it sounds like it also trickles down to other areas of the dealership?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. So Hyundai Fixed Manager Group starts, and they say, wait, I got a Kia store. I need one there too.
Right.
Or, you know, I got a Ford store. We have a Ford Service Manager Group. We actually have 8 Ford Service Manager Groups.
Right.
But they didn't know about it, so shame on us, but now we got you in a Ford Service Manager Group. So it just keeps rolling and rolling. And when things come up, we look at, is there a need?
Yes.
So we have a need for, we have 7 digital groups.
Okay.
These are digital managers in dealerships. So then we were approached and we said, well, we need a digital manager that has an auto group that has 5, 6, 25 stores. Their needs are a little bit different.
Yes.
I said, no problem. And we started one of those last year, already full. And then we got approached last year, well, we need a CIO group.
Okay.
Someone that controls all aspects of the digital, for a dealership, for an auto group.
Right.
From the hardware, the software, cybersecurity, everything. So we're launching that in June, CIO group.
That's amazing.
It's already getting great traction.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, it's just a testament. I mean, life isn't meant to be done alone. Business definitely isn't meant to be done alone because, like you said, sometimes being able to bounce ideas or challenges or just things off of people that can understand and go through it, you know, there's a real connection of growth that can happen in those elements and opportunities. So do you have, and maybe not pulling your full bias, but is there one group in particular that you're really excited about or something that you're like, oh, I can't wait for this group to start?
Yes.
Okay.
You know, it's like, who's your favorite child?
Yeah, exactly.
All. I love them all. Each group that has started has been really cool.
Okay.
Like I never thought about having a body shop group.
Yeah.
And we have 3, right? So from the CIO group, that spun off saying, we need marketing people.
Okay.
So in June, we're starting a marketing group. So the amount of money we spend on advertising is incredible.
Right.
And we're not talking about it at the grassroots level. The person who's buying the ads, the person who's doing the person who's buying, Car Guru, we're going to go into the marketing part of it. And we have a lot of people raising their hands already.
That's really good. That's awesome.
So side view.
Yes.
132 auto groups.
Okay.
Groups that may have 5, 6, 8 stores, 25 stores.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and we have some big organizations where they have their own 20 group. So 4 times bring their managers in. Our people go in. We have the same composite, except you may have 8 different franchises. So we can give them the best of class for each franchise. And we can say the Ford manager sitting next to the Chevy manager, sitting next to the Toyota manager, all in the same auto group.
Right.
And we can compare notes. And what that does a lot. But one thing it does is it gets talking, and you start figuring out the processes together. Toyota store's got a really good process the Chevy guy can borrow.
Nice.
And the dealer gets to see performance from all his managers. We've seen over the years that it's one way as a dealer and measure performance based on what the 20 group numbers are saying.
Absolutely. And
Because
then
the numbers
say, yeah, like you said, positive is it builds that dealership culture. We've just kind of message is that very it says, hey, I can share, I can learn, I can grow, I can talk about things I thought were going to be to the market. I thought this was going to be the ad top, and it didn't work out that way. I can learn. Then offer. So those that are out there and maybe in the audience or even watching us online, practical and best way 20 group or interested.
way is to say, hey, Tim, I want to join a group. But on our website, there's a whole portal for 20. We're in the booth down there. We've got 20 of our consultants down there. And if you come down, you'll tell us what kind of group you want, and we'll bring you to the consultant that runs that.
That's great.
So it's face-to-face.
All right.
Talk
Very
about
good.
sharing. I just want auto together, and it's all silos. Here's the Chevy store, here's the Ford store, and they don't
Yes.
share data. Right? Come to meetings, they start talking to each other. I want that wholesale car, or can I borrow this guy for a day or whatever. So you're right. It's fantastic.
That's wonderful.
We're great building a team through the 20 group model.
And I know we mentioned some of the groups that are starting for 2025. Is there any other groups that you want that are going to be starting up for 2025?
The two I'm really excited about, Spanish-speaking groups.
Yes, we talked about that.
Oh,
yeah.
and Augie was here earlier.
Yes,
right?
he was.
So Augie's starting a Spanish language variable manager group, sales manager group,
Yes.
and a Spanish-speaking fixed ops group.
Yes.
And those will launch in June as well.
It's funny that you mentioned Augie because he was here earlier today, and what was great is once we finished off the stage, he had 2 dealers that he walked down, and then he came back later on before I came up. He's like, I had 6 people that came down right from our conversation. So that's one of the things that when you establish the opportunity and put it out there, you will see that there is a demand for it. And that's one of the biggest things about 20 groups. And one of the other things that I love that you said earlier is that ideas of 20 groups are constantly coming in. So if there's a 20 groups that starts, I'm sure, once with Augie starting, again, next year we're going to be like, oh, yeah, we started with these 2 groups, and then it expanded to some other groups as well. So that's great.
And like the Genesis group, if you have an idea of what group, come out to us and we'll talk about it and we'll see how we can get it going for you.
That's great.
It's all about service, right?
So for those that aren't involved in a 20 group, I know that you mentioned obviously some of the key elements are, first off, going through the financials, looking at areas of opportunity and improvement. What are some other things that come out, and what are some of the roles of the moderator throughout the group that really help propel the group to be successful and make their time together impactful?
Well, there's a couple aspects. One aspect is all of our consultants, we have 27, are trained constantly. But NADA, as an organization, we're a member organization. Our job is to support the dealer.
Yes.
So in a meeting, we also talk about compliance.
Okay.
So right now, a very concerning thing from the FTC is the FTC shopping rule. So our people are knowledgeable of that. We're the ones that can provide all the data, all the training materials. NADA provides the training materials, and then we can bring it to a meeting.
Nice.
So if it's talking about red flag rules, cybersecurity rules, our people know that. So a dealer, having a dealership or a dealer group by himself, how is he going to get exposed to that? You know, we'll do it daily in our newsletter to all the dealers, but until you get in front of a dealer, and this guy says, you know, I had a ransomware. I was shut down for a week. Cost me $150,000.
Right.
This is what I learned.
Yes.
Right? And now 19 other dealers learn how to beat the ransomware.
Yeah. After they go over the moment going, you know, because that is a very big deal. And compliance is something that impacts everyone, right? So just having a trusted resource to be able to say, hey, these are the things that are new, these are the things that you want to know, because, again, there's so much that we're inundated with, and obviously managing what comes in and what we're able to actually digest are two different things, right? So that's a really good insight of being able to have that as a moderator in a group, that the constant training, the understanding of, hey, this is what the industry is doing, this is what you need to know right now, and then be able to have that real experience. Because like I said, it's being able to talk from experience is different than talking to what you think it might be.
So one example would be warranty rates for labor.
Yes.
So every state's a little bit different.
Okay.
So you've got 20 dealers, 20 states. They can talk about what's happening in their state, and they can also understand what's happening with the different factories. So you have a Toyota dealer, he said, I just got a warranty rate increase. This is how I did it. This is what I did. This is what I got. 19 other dealers taking notes.
Right. And then also for the dealers that are looking to grow and expand or do different things, it's also good to be able to understand, like, I'm not alone in my market, right? The things that I'm looking at growth and I'm looking at opportunities, the things that I want to do, there are others that are doing the same things in a similar way that I can learn and benefit from. So I think that's great.
So one last
mention. Please, we've got time.
We in the last 5 years, we've started supergroups.
Yes.
So a supergroup
you knew where I was
is
going.
an owner who has a lot of stores.
Yes.
So that owner has a different concern, need of how to buy a store, how to acquisitions, how to recruit, how to have platform managers. So we've been very successful. We just launched our fifth one starts next month. Of dealers, like our number one supergroup has 200 members.
Yes.
Right. Only has 8 dealerships, but 200 rooftops.
Right. Yeah, it's amazing. And that was that's exactly where I was going, because I was going to say, speaking of growth, that's the next step, right? So once you get into the 20 group, you can kind of still go. And there's the thing with NADA, and for those that aren't familiar, if you want to get more familiar with NADA and some of the offerings, definitely visit the pavilion. Check out online if you're not here in person. But the educational resources and tools, you know, there's, I think, processes that are set in place to where if you start here, you can grow. So if you start in a 20 group, you can ultimately lead in a super group if your ambition is to grow your stores, your footprint, all of those things. There's support for you no matter where you are in that process, whether you have one dealership or, 20. We've got you covered.
Yeah, we got your back.
That's great. That's great. Now, we've got about 2 minutes left. Anything that you want to share, or do you want to, any highlights, golden nuggets, anything that you want to impart before we get out of here?
Looking at what we're offering, I think I've covered it all.
Yeah.
But the bottom line is, we've got a group for almost everybody in the store.
Yeah.
Right? And if you have a need, come talk to us. We'll see how we can make it work.
I love that. I think that's important too, is that every part. Nobody has to feel left out. No one in fixed stops has to worry about it. No one in servicing, and now even body shop, like you said. No one has to be left out, and everyone can get the help they need, get the support they need, and really be involved in the process. So if you're not involved in a 20 group, if you want to take that information back to the store, visit the pavilion. It's right down this way on the right-hand side. You got time to do it today. Or, like I said, for those that are online, make sure you reach out. You want to share your contact information again?
It's
so
Tim Gavin, tgavin@nada.org.
That's it. Pretty simple. All right. Tim, thank you again for being with us. Appreciate your time. Appreciate you hanging out.
Thank you, sir.
The rest
It's
of
always
your
a
day.
pleasure.
Yeah, same. Pleasure. That's right. There you go. I was going to say, don't be stingy. You guys are in the living room. Give them a round of applause. Yeah, after you, Tim.
Thank you, sir.
Well, listen, I want to thank each and every one of you for coming out, being here, hanging out with us. As I mentioned earlier, the living room will be open tomorrow. So I'll be right back here. Hopefully you'll be right back here, and we'll have another great day together. So thanks again. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. Take care. Thanks, brother.
Great job.